In another life, their roles were horrifically reversed. He was Song Huai Chen, the new emperor of South Qing, a handsome tyrant who led an army north, his gaze sharp and merciless as the sword he wielded. He was a conqueror who bathed the lands in blood. Crimson-splattered banners a testament to his cruelty, for he killed all, sparing neither the old nor the young. For the North Qin princess Song Qing Chen, sent as a sacrifice for a marriage treaty, there was no savior awaiting her. The only thing her future held was death. A sharp, searing pain exploded in her abdomen as a sword plunged through her silken robes, the betrayal more painful than the wound itself. As her lifeblood stained the pristine fabric, her body went limp, falling backward into a watery abyss, her mind screaming a single, desperate question: why? Why did he want her to die too? The face that haunted her final moments was not that of a stranger, but of the boy she called her royal brother, his expression as cold and unforgiving as the emperor he would become. Her world shattered into a million pieces as she was consumed by the darkness, a puppet whose strings had been cut by the one person she should have been able to trust. She plunged deeper and deeper into the suffocating void, her very existence fracturing like glass. But then, the abyss gave to a strange, ethereal light, the broken shards of her reality reforming into a soft, purple haze. She wondered if this was all just an illusion, a final dream before eternal nothingness. Memories not of her death, but of pathetic childhood began to surface, a wretched eunuch sneering down at her younger self too weak to even fight back. She remembered complaining about her terrible luck, always being bullied, always the victim. And with a jolt shook her very soul, she realized that cute, helpless girl berating the heavens was her. It seemed the gods, in infinite cruelty or perhaps pity, had decided to favor her this time. Her eyes fluttered open to a familiar sight, her own reflection in a polished bronze mirror, but it was the face of her 8-year-old self staring back, with eyes wide and innocent. The truth washed over her in an exhilarating wave. Song Qing Chen was reborn, a fire ignited within her, forged from the ashes of her tragic past. This time she would not be a pawn, she would be the player. This time she would stand at the very top of this wretched palace and decide her own fate. Her gaze, now sharp and calculating, fell upon the young boy beside her, that nasty little brother. He had no idea the monster he had created, but she would make sure he learned. He would wait for his big sister's revenge. She remembered the feel of his cheek, so soft and pinchable under a finger, a deceptive moment of sibling affection that masked the darkness beneath. It was all a lie. She was Song Qing Chen, the unloved 7th princess, 8 years old, with a sweet and innocent face that hid a heart as cold as the Winter Palace. Her new life goal was etched into her very soul: kill her royal brother. And there he was, Song Huai Chen, the 7th prince of the desolate cold palace, his true identity hidden behind a mask of childishness. He was a two-faced, cold-hearted boy whose secret ambition was, comically, just to grow taller than his royal sister. A deadly game of cat and mouse had just begun, and this time, the mouse had claws sharp enough to tear out the throat of a dragon. A sudden chill runs down Jing Jing's spine as her eyes widen in sheer horror. The courtyard is silent except the panicked whispers of the other eunuchs. Eunuch Li, one of them, cries out, his voice trembling. On the ground lies the wretched man, foam frothing at his lips, his body unnervingly still. A dreadful realization dawns on them: he's not breathing anymore. How did Li die? What are they going to do if the superiors investigate this? Their eyes dart around until one of them makes a decision born of pure desperation. If anyone dies here, it is the responsibility of the 9th prince. With that, they scramble away like rats from a sinking ship, leaving the body behind. But Jing Jing isn't alone. A cold voice cuts through the air and her blood turns to ice. Her head snaps up to see the 9th prince, Song Huai Chen, staring down at her, his eyes devoid of warmth. He asks if she saw everything, his tone a venomous whisper that promises death. His dark, intimidating presence over her, his shadow swallowing her whole. She's startled, her heart hammering against her ribs. Hiding behind a pillar, she forces a shaky laugh, trying to play the innocenter. She just has heard him in the cold palace and came to see him, she explains, never expecting to witness a eunuch's sudden death. But he doesn't buy her act for a second. In a flash, he grabs her arm, the grip like iron, and slams her hard against the wall. A sharp cry of pain escapes her lips. His face is inches from hers, his golden eyes blazing with a dangerous light, pinning her in place. He demands to know her true intentions. She tries to laugh it off again, her voice annoyingly cheerful as she insists she was really just passing by. But inside, her mind is screaming. Oh no, is this it? Is the demon King Song Huai Chen going to kill her to silence her? His hand reaches for her and she flinches away, every instinct telling her to run. She squeezes her eyes shut, shouting that he cannot kill her. She's the emperor's 7th princess, her voice filled with a desperate bravado. If she dies, he'll be in big trouble. She offers him a deal, a lifeline. If he lets her go, she can help him escape this wretched place. As she speaks, his gaze flickers to a small, intricate tattoo on her neck, and he pauses, a silver needle appearing between his fingers. What a little scaredy cat, he thinks, a flicker of amusement in his cold eyes. Meanwhile, the sniveling eunuch has already run to his superior, Eunuch Qin, spinning a wild tale of witchcraft and curses. Eunuch lied at the 9th prince's place, he claims, playing on the dark rumors surrounding the prince's mother. Eunuch Qin, a man whose face is carved from stone, turns a withering glare on his subordinate, hissing at him for daring to speak of that person. A person died at the 9th prince's residence, he states, his voice low and menacing. The prince would have to provide an explanation. Back in the courtyard, Song Huai Chen considers the girl's audacious proposal. Help him get out. Fine, he was looking for a way to hide his own abilities anyway. This was the perfect chance to test her. Just then, Eunuch Qin arrives with his entourage. With a cruel smirk, Song Huai Chen points a finger directly at Jing. It was her, he declares, throwing her to the wolves without a second thought. Eunuch Qin's eyes narrow as he recognizes the small princess. The cold palace is quite lively today, he sneers, his words dripping with sarcasm. Even the perpetually 7th princess is here. His gaze is sharp and accusatory, his tone suggesting she's faking her illness. He gets straight to the point, rudely demanding to know why she killed his subordinate. He declares that even royals who commit crimes are nothing more than commoners and will be dragged to the office of punishment, the palace's personal hell. Seize the 7th princess, he commands, and a wall of eunuchs descends upon her, their hands reaching out like claws. They grab her, their grips rough and unforgiving. But as they drag her away, Jing's mind is racing, a brilliant plan forming amidst the chaos. The path to the torture dungeon passes right by the Queen Dowager Shen's chambers. She remembers hearing that this woman was the sole survivor of the previous emperor's harem, a woman who must possess incredible cunning to have navigated the treacherous palace politics. And knows her weakness. As they approach the palace of peaceful worship, she begins to scream, her voice filled with righteous indignation. Let me go. How dare you go against your superior? You have no bounds. The eunuchs try to shut her up, reminding her she's just a forgotten princess in the cold palace. One of them clamps a hand over her mouth, muffling her cries. Suddenly, a cold, authoritative voice slices through the air. What is the fuss? A court lady, Madame Zhen Tan, stands before them, her expression severe. She warns Eunuch Qin that if it disturbs the Queen Dowager, their heads will roll. Eunuch Qin immediately becomes deferential, explaining that the 7th princess murdered his subordinate. Madame Zhen Tan looks down at him with disdain. Even if she is a princess of the cold palace, she is still a princess. Release her at once, she commands. When the eunuch dares to protest, Madame Tan's voice drops to a lethal whisper. She reveals that Eunuch Li broke the Queen Dowager's prized vase, and the princess was merely carrying out the Queen Dowager's orders for punishment. Her words hang in the air, a clear threat. Are you doubting the Queen Dowager's orders? The eunuchs freeze, their faces pale. As they release her, Jing seizes her moment. She scurries behind Madame Zhen Tan, her face crumpling into the picture of innocence wronged. She sobs that Eunuch Li and his cronies beat up her brother, and then just collapsed, foaming at the mouth. And then Eunuch Qin insisted it was all her fault. The tears flow freely, her big purple eyes shimmering with heartbreak. Oh, madam, she wails, ever since she entered the cold palace, all she does is worry about making a fatal mistake. How could she ever have the intent to harm anyone? The performance is flawless. Madame Tan is completely charmed, patting her head and declaring that everything is fine. Let's see who has the guts to take you away now, she says protectively. Jing peeks out, an internal smirk on her face. How dare these nobodies bully her? She might have been reincarnated, but she wasn't about to be a doormat. She spots Song Huai Chen watching from distance. So he followed them just to watch the drama unfold. Interesting. Song Huai Chen observes the scene, a flicker of intrigue in his cold eyes. This supposed sister of his has some tricks up her sleeve. Maybe, just maybe, she really could get him out of this hellhole. But Eunuch Qin isn't done. A human life was lost, he argues. The princess can't escape blame with mere words. Just as he speaks, an even more powerful voice echoes from the palace doors. To even ignore my orders? The Queen Dowager herself has appeared, her aura radiating absolute authority. Eunuch Qin's face drains of all color, sweat beading on his forehead as he stammers her title, his arrogance shattering into a million pieces. A blade held to a delicate throat, a brother's cunning betrayal. The palace was a gilded cage where the most beautiful flowers hid the sharpest thorns. Within the opulent walls of the royal court, a formidable power held sway as officials bowed low before the Queen Dowager Shen. Eunuch Qin knelt before her, his face a mask of strained composure, insisting he was only performing his duties by following the rules. The Queen Dowager let out a chilling, delicate laugh. Rules? Her eyes, sharp as obsidian shards, sliced through him. How dare a mere servant, a dog, brazenly talk to her about rules? The sheer force of her presence was suffocating, pressing down on the eunuch until he trembled before her magnificent form. Watching from the side, King Jing put a thoughtful finger to her lips. So this was Eunuch Qin, who had somehow gained the Empress Dowager's favor. But even he wasn't safe from the wrath of Madame Tan. This woman's influence wasn't just clever tactics, it was raw, terrifying power. The Queen Dowager ordered the bruised eunuch to crawl back to his master and tell them to keep a better eye on their dogs, lest she be forced to discipline them for him. The man immediately broke, begging for forgiveness, confessing that he was blinded and deserved to die, falsely accusing the 7th princess. He slammed his head against the cold stone floor with a sickening thud, completely shattered. A horrifying rumor slithered through the palace. Anyone who displeased Queen Dowager Shen was destined to die a mysterious and gruesome death. An image of lifeless bodies piled high, their eyes wide with eternal terror in a sea of blood, flashed King Jing's mind. The memory of blood splattering across the pristine floors was a stark reminder of the dowager's cruelty. The formidable woman turned her piercing gaze to King Jing, her voice deceptively. To go against one's superiors and arrest a royal princess certainly deserved the death penalty, she mused, asking what the little princess thought. King Jing's mind raced. This was a test. She couldn't use the dowager to dispose of the eunuch, as that would only make her own life harder. With perfect, wide-eyed innocence, she did for the eunuch's life, saying that since he admitted his mistake, perhaps the queen dowager could pardon his actions. As for his servants, well, they were just an eyesore. At her words, the servants scrambled away, overjoyed to be excused. King Jing then turned to the dowager, politely saying she was tired and that the dowager should rest as well. She gave a small, respectful bow, her tiny frame a picture of perfect etiquette. But as she walked away, a shadow detached itself from a pillar. It was her devil of a brother, Song Huai Chen, a smug smirk plastered on his face. He'd watched the whole show, and he was impressed, asking how she felt after staging her power so skillfully. In an instant, King Jing's calm facade crumbled. She lowered, grabbing the wretched boy by his collar, her eyes blazing with fury. Him. If it wasn't for his scheming, she never would have been captured by that eunuch in the first place. Suddenly, a suffocating pressure descended upon them. A pair of cold, golden eyes emerged from the shadows, filled with a terrifying intensity. It was the crown prince, Song Qing Chen. His voice was like thunder as he demanded to know what would have happened to her. He looked down at her, his expression unreadable. The matter was resolved, so why was she still here? King Jing stammered that she had been worried about him. He just scoffed, gesturing to the tied-up eunuch, saying he came to rescue her but didn't expect she'd handle it herself. Fed up with his condescending act, she grok of his hair, pulled his face close to hers. What was he doing? He was the future and doing the key. She reminded him of her promise to get him out of the cold palace, demanding to know if he was keeping his end of the bargain. Her eyes narrowed with suspicion. Was he already feigning weakness? She would not spare him if this was a game. He realized their meeting in the cold palace wasn't a coincidence, but he couldn't figure out how he'd offended her. His demeanor shifted in a heartbeat, a bright, innocent smile replacing his scowl. Of course, he chirped. How could he be so heartless as to watch his dear little brother suffer? He would let her deal with the servant as a thank you, but as he tried to leave, King Jing stopped him, her voice firm. Was he going to do next? He simply looked at her, a cunning glint in his calculating eyes. King Jing turned back to the gagged and bound eunuch, a deceptively sweet smile on her lips. Don't worry, she cooed, he was still very useful. Having secured a powerful, if terrifying, new ally, King Jing moved to solidify her position in the treacherous palace. The next day, as little birds chirped in the trees, she went to greet the Empress Dowager. The old woman sat serenely, sipping her tea as the little princess approached. King Jing explained she'd brought the still-living eunuch's Li for the dowager to handle, stating she didn't want to cover up a victim's suffering or have people gossip about the dowager helping her behind the scenes. The dowager's interest was piqued. She asked the other Empress Dowager King Jing knew about this. No, she did not. With a wave of her hand, she dismissed the matter, telling her aide, Jin Tan, to take him away. Sun Tan immediately ordered the smirking eunuch to be taken to the Office of Punishment. King Jing froze in shock. She thought the court's secret method to drive him mad would save him. She immediately dropped to her knees. The dowager looked down at her, her voice dangerously low. Was she pleading mercy for him? King Jing shook her head vehemently. No, a slave who deceives his master was not worthy of pity. The old woman leaned closer, her sharp eyes scrutinizing King Jing's face. She looked so much like concubine Lan, she murmured, but if her mother had possessed such cleverness, she wouldn't have done. King Jing's heart leaped into her throat. The dowager knew her mother. She bowed her head, humbly explaining that one had to be clever to survive him. She then boldly asked to serve by the Empress Dowager's side. The dowager chuckled, a dry, rustling sound. She was an old woman, what was there to serve? All she wanted was to drink tea. If King Jing came to make it for her every day, that would be enough. At Sin Tan's urging, King quickly gave her thanks, promising to return tomorrow. As Sin Tan worriedly asked her mistress why she was wading into these muddy waters. The dowager's face contorted in pain. If the toxin in her body couldn't be suppressed, she couldn't just lie dormant. That witchcraft, it was Lan Ying's? She clutched her head, an old agony returning. Her head disease was acting up again. As Sin Tan helped her rest, the dowager's eyes burned with a final desperate hope. Song Qing Chen must not disappoint her. Meanwhile, in a snow-covered courtyard, Song Huai Chen was being scolded by his master for his reckless actions. He took the cloth offered to him, promising not to do it again, but admitted his sister wasn't as ordinary as he'd thought. As he wiped his brow, his master reminded him not to provoke unnecessary trouble. Their true mission was to rescue his mother from Northkin and save their tribe. Song Huai Chen's expression hardened. He knew King Jing didn't just want to kill him. To escape the cold palace, he would have to continue his act for a while longer. After all, a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes as he unsheathed his sword. It wouldn't be so easy for her to kill him. Back in her own chambers, King Jing raised a small knife, her eyes filled with fury. Song Huai Chen. She yelled his name in her mind as she brought the blade down with a vicious chop, cleaving an apple neatly in two. Her maid rushed over, worried she'd hurt herself, but King Jing just smiled sweetly, explaining that a gift for the dowager had to be made with her own hands to show piety. She then asked for the box she'd requested. Inside lay the possessions of her late mother, concubine Lan, including a beautiful tassel. A wave of sorrow washed over her. A hazy memory surfaced of her beautiful, sickly mother calling her to her bedside. Her mother coughed, her voice frail, telling her she had left it in her bedroom that King Jing must find after she turned 15. And the coughing grew violent, and blood spilled from her lips. Mother, the memory shattered as her maid's voice asked why she was crying. Wiping a tear, King Jing said it was nothing, just a memory. Her father had sealed her mother's palace after her death, and she needed a way inside. She turned to her maid, taking her hand with a serious look in her eyes. There was something she needed her to do. In the freezing cold of the abandoned palace, the wretched eunuchkin plotted his revenge. He sneered at the thought of the prince he was tormenting. So many princes and princesses had died in this desolate place. What was one more that nobody cared about? The prince's attendant rushed in, his voice a frantic whisper. Your Highness, he reported. Upon returning, he found bedspread and coal for the winter had been taken away. A cold fury settled in the young prince's eyes. This had to be the work of that wretched eunuchkin. He vowed to work out a plan to eliminate him. But his expression shifted, a cunning glint replacing the anger. No, that wouldn't do. Since they wanted him to get sick, he would use their pathetic scheme against them. It was time to find out exactly how many people in this wretched palace wanted him dead. The old servant sighed, his face etched with worry. Your Highness, please be extra cautious. But the prince wasn't listening. He stared down at a bucket of icy water, a sneer playing on his lips. They only removed his bedspread and coal. What a trivial, pathetic little plot. With a sharp splash, he doused himself in the freezing water, the shock stealing his breath. Drenched and shivering, his golden eyes burned with a chilling intensity, a promise of vengeance simmering beneath the surface. He clenched his small fist, the cold biting into his skin. His thoughts turned dark, landing on one person. Imperial sister. Was she a part of this miserable scheme? Meanwhile, under the heavy gray sky, snow fell on the desolate palace grounds. Princess King Jing made her way through the cold, her maid trailing behind in confusion. Princess, she asked, we aren't even familiar with the 9th Imperial Prince. Why are we visiting him? King Jing's voice was sweet and caring, as she explained that he was her little brother, and since he was sick, she ought to check on him. She instructed her maid to keep watch outside while she went in alone. But her internal thoughts were anything but sisterly. How sly you are, Song Huai Chen, she mused. Whether he was truly sick or just faking it, she wouldn't be able to stay calm until she saw it for herself. The door creaked open as she pushed her way into the desolate room. 9th Imperial Prince, I heard you got sick, she called out cheerfully. I've come to visit. She found him lying completely still in his bed. She approached, her voice dripping with fake concern. Are you still holding up? I've brought some light porridge. Sit up and have some. When he didn't respond, a flicker of annoyance crossed her face. Darn you, she thought, and dared to pinch his cheek. He finally stirred, his voice weak as he mumbled her title, Imperial Sister. In a sudden move, he threw himself into her arms, his body tremblantly. Huai Chen is so cold, he cried, his voice hoarse with fabricated coughs. It's so unbearable. King Jing was taken aback for a second. It looked like it was a pretty bad illness after all, but her eyes narrowed, the facade of the doting sir vanishing in an instant. She swiftly pulled a sharp, gleaming hairpin from her elaborate hairstyle. A murderous aura exploded around her. Song Huai Chen, with chilling finality, I'll definitely kill you this time. The needle's sharp pin plunged downwards towards his vulnerable neck, but instead of piercing flesh, it was met with the soft resistance of a pillow. He had caught her, his hand shot out, grabbing her wrist in an iron grip. His eyes, no longer weak and feverish, blazed with betrayal and rage. Imperial sister, is that how you treat your imperial brother? He shoved her away, his voice dripping with venom. You pretended to be ill. The loud bang alerted the maid outside, who called out in alarm. Inside, the prince had King Jing pinned, his face a mask of cold fury. Talk, he demanded. Why do you want me to die? But King Jing was already back in character, her large, innocent eyes blinking up at him in perfect confusion. What nonsense is the 9th Imperial Prince saying? Imperial sister can't comprehend it. Just then the door opened and the maid rushed in, screaming for the princess. She flew at the prince like a protective mother hen, shoving him away from her mistress. Stop, she cried, shielding the seemingly terrified King Jing in her arms. The 9th Imperial Prince was so sick he must have gotten confused. A strange warmth filled King Jing's chest. This feeling, the feeling of being protected. In this lifetime, she would definitely protect this loyal maid. The prince sat up, coolly picking up the fluffy hairpin she dropped. Perhaps he mused with a dangerous edge to his voice. His imperial brother is sick and confused, and merely caught the glimpse of someone trying to assassinate him. King Jing's sweet expression hardened. You must know, she warned him, that people will die if you spout such random nonsense. He leaned in close, their faces mere inches apart, the air crackling with tension. Was my death not what Imperial Sister wanted? Before she could reply, the maid interjected, flustered. Your Highnesses, even if you are siblings, you still have to abide by the law. The prince simply smiled, holding up the hairpin. Hold. I just wanted to put this dropped hairpin back on Imperial Sister. Deciding it was time for a tactical retreat, King Jing took her leave. "This cold palace is dangerous," she thought, glancing back. She hoped they'd live a bit longer. She told him she wouldn't bother him so he could rest, leaving the porridge behind. As she walked away, her mind raced. Song Huai Chen, why, as she expected. He was suspicious now. She needed a plan to divert his attention. The prince watched her go, a thoughtful expression on his face. It seemed she wasn't working with eunuch kin. His consort mother, then entered, carrying a delicate cup of tea. "It must have been harsh," he said, "for her to find fresh flower seeds in this desolate, cold palace." She sighed, mentioning the silver she spent, and he replied with practiced filial piety, saying the Queen Dowager is perceptive and would appreciate the gesture. Later, King Jing presented the same tea to the Queen Dowager, kneeling gracefully. She had heard gossip that the Queen Dowager suffered from headaches, and these King Jing flowers were said to be an effective remedy. The Queen Dowager looked intrigued, noting that the Zikin Hall where they grew had been sealed for ages. What a pity those unique flowers had survived for no one to care for them. She waved a dismissive hand, saying she was used to her headaches. King Jing then offered to learn massages from the imperial doctor to help, but the Queen Dowager cut her off coolly. The Empress handled her requests. She couldn't intervene. The Queen Dowager rubbed her temples, clearly annoyed. "I'm feeling annoyed," she said curtly. "Leave me now." King Jing bowed, knowing she had overstepped her boundaries, and withdrew. The moment she was gone, the Queen Dowager's expression sharpened into one of suspicion. "Send some intelligent people to watch her every move," she commanded her attendant. That night, a small figure disguised as a eunuch crept through the snowy palace grounds holding a lantern. The prince, Kuzi, froze, sensing another presence. He ducked behind a wall, peering out. The person looked. His eyes widened in shock. It was King Jing. The route from the cold palace here had been suspiciously smooth. He realized Imperial concubine Shen must have been helping him. And now he saw King Jing being escorted by 2 guards. It was definitely her. But why on earth would she risk coming to the Forbidden Zikin Palace? His question was answered in the most ridiculous way possible. He watched, dumbfounded, as she scurried over to a tiny opening at the base of a wall. Dog hole. He couldn't help but let out a small snort of laughter. She actually crawled through it. As he cautiously followed, his hand brushed against a thin, almost invisible wire. A trap. A tiny bell was sent flying through the air, landing in a puddle with a faint splash. The guards were instantly on alert. What was that? They headed over to investigate. Gritting his teeth, she knew he couldn't wait. "I want to see what secret you're hiding," he then vaulted over the wall. Inside, King Jing heard her concubine mother's voice calling her name, Jinger. She immediately started coughing weakly. A footstep snapped a glowing vine on the ground, triggering another part of the trap. King Jing stood before ornate vanity, her mind flashing back to a memory. Her beautiful mother was giving her a glowing butterfly pendant. It wasn't just a pendant, her mother had explained, but a key to a box containing treasures. But where was the box? It couldn't be that simple, she thought, recalling her mother's often negligent nature. She tried the key on the vanity itself, and with a soft click, a hidden compartment popped open. So this is what they meant by the most dangerous place is the safest. Her hands trembled as she pulled out a wooden box, which clattered to the floor, ominous stains. As she opened it, a letter floated out, bathed in an ethereal light. The box itself, she realized with a shudder, was made of thousands of tiny bugs. Her eyes scanned the letter, her world tilting on its axis. Her mother was a princess of the hated Wugu clan, who had hidden her identity. This letter contained the record of King Jing's true biological father, along with a creature called an ice silkworm. The final words were a chilling warning. She must never let anyone discover her identity. The truth crashed down on her. "I'm not a father emperor's blood." As the shock paralyzed her, a tiny, adorable silkworm with fluffy ears squeaked at her feet. Suddenly, a shout from outside shattered the silence. "His Majesty has arrived." Panic seized her. Oh no! She scrambled to hide the damning evidence. Out stood the imposing figure of the Emperor, his handsome face cold and unreadable beneath a lavish fur collar. "Go in and take a look at what's happening," he commanded. His guards kicked the door in, their swords drawn as they swarmed the room. The Emperor strode in to find the Queen Dowager already there. "Why is the Imperial Princess here?" he asked, his voice deceptively calm. The Queen Dowager smiled placidly. "Has something big happened, Your Majesty? To bring you to the Forbidden Palace in the middle of the night?" His golden eyes narrowed. "We've made the Imperial concubine worried," he replied smoothly. He claimed he'd suddenly missed his late consort and came for a look, but his inner thoughts were far colder. The mechanism he'd placed had been set off. A guard then reported that they had found the 7th princess inside. A moment later, a guard carried out a struggling King Jing, who was wailing for her father emperor. The emperor's gaze was like ice. "Jinger?" he questioned. "Why did you come to the Forbidden Palace?" King Jing's mind raced. She had left the cold palace and broken into a forbidden area. The punishment would be severe. Time for ultimate survival skill, weaponized cuteness. She pointed a tiny finger dowager, claiming she had come with her and begging to be spared. Tears streamed down her face as she reached out a trembling hand. "Wah, father." The Queen Dowager sighed, remarking on how pitiful the child was. The Emperor's harshness softened almost imperceptibly. "Jinger hasn't seen Father Emperor so much," King Jing sobbed. "I miss Father Emperor so much." She looked up, her huge purple eyes swimming with perfectly crafted tears, her lip trembling. "Jinger will be good," she whispered pitifully. "Please don't be angry, okay?" The full force of her adorable act was unleashed, aimed directly at the heart of a tyrant emperor. In a palace where secrets are sharper than any sword, our little princess must navigate the treacherous currents of royal life. Armed with nothing but her wits and a blade held a little too close for comfort. Inside an opulent chamber, the air is thick with unspoken tension as little King Jing sits with her imposing father emperor and the elegant imperial concubine Shen. The emperor's gaze is a shard of ice, his mind jing back to another time, to King Jing's mother, the beautiful and tragic Lanying. He scoffs at the memory of her supposed love. In his world, love is just another weapon. Sensing the murderous aura thickening, King Jing quickly launches her pre-rehearsed excuse, her voice trembling as she explains she only broke the rules because she missed her mother and the noble consort so terribly, begging for his pardon. The emperor's cold expression softens ever so slightly, announcing that since the imperial concubine has pleaded for her, he will overlook her transgression this time. He commands her to thank the concubine. King Jing immediately prostrates herself, promising to be a good girl from now on. The concubine gent pulls her up, dabbing at the crocodile tears streaming down King Jing's face with a silken handkerchief, every bit the doting mother figure. Seizing the moment, concubine Shen makes a bold request that His Majesty allow the filial little Jinger to freely visit the cold palace to relay messages. To King Jing's utter shock, the tyrant agrees, granting her access to Zikin Palace whenever she pleases. Burst into a galaxy of sparkling stars. She'd believe her plan actually worked. She showers her father emperor with thanks for his grace, her heart pounding with victory. As the emperor and his retinue depart, concubine Shen watches them go with an unreadable expression. Alone, King Jing mentally pats herself on the back. Her quick wits and shameless use of cuteness had saved the day once again. But that night, Emperor is far from finished. His subordinate reports that her chambers were searched, but nothing was found. The Emperor's eyes narrow, a cruel smile plant his lips as he gives a new order. Watch the seventh princess's every move. If he couldn't get answers from the mother, he would certainly wring them from the daughter. Hidden in the snowy darkness, another pair of eyes watches the emperor's procession pass. It's the ninth prince, Song Huai Chen, his face etched with a grim intensity. His servant, Master Sao, clings to his leg, whimpering about how dangerous it is outside the cold palace. But the prince isn't listening. A cunning glint flashes in his eyes. This risky venture had yielded some very interesting benefits. 3 days later, the rewards from concubine Shen arrive, and King Jing's go wide with delight as she peeks into chests overflowing with treasures. They were going to be rich. She thanks the concubine profusely, presenting her with a special flour cake made from a recipe her mother left behind. She even had the physician adjust it to help with the concubine's headaches. As concubine Shen takes a delicate bite, her eyes fill with a profound sadness. She murmurs that King Jing is just as considerate as her mother was, her touch gentle on the child's cheek. Then she reveals a horrifying secret. Her chronic headaches are the result of a poison, a curse that King Jing's mother had tried and failed to fully cure. A chilling realization dawns on King Jing. Was the concubine's kindness merely a transaction to get the cure for her poison? Or was there something far bigger at play? A fire of determination ignites in her heart. She is too weak. She has to get stronger now. Back in her room, she resolves to tame the natal goo her mother left her, a strange little silkworm. The ancient book gives her the answer, and her face pales in horror. It must be tamed with blood. Steeling herself, she slams the book shut, takes a tiny blade, and with a sharp intake of breath, slices the tip of her finger. A single, perfect drop of crimson blood falls onto the creature's head as she whimpers in pain. The goo eagerly laps up the offering, and King Jing warns it not to get fat, calling it a porky insect. The creature freezes. Its eyes flash with a terrifying, demonic light. Porky insect? It lunges with a furious cry of no. Later, King Jing lies feverish in her bed, the little goo resting beside her while being poked by an intruder. It's Song Huai Chen, looking down at the creature with disdain. It's just a small bug, he scoffs. But as he prods it with a stick, his composure shatters. The bug squirms, and he leaps back with a shriek. Get away. Soft, crawlies are disgusting. In his panic, he glances at the sleeping princess, his expression shifting as he remembers a critical fact. She is the last surviving royal member of the Wu clan. Hiding behind a screen, he demands she keep her distance, then unleashes a wave of energy that knocks her unconscious. But his triumph turns to terror when he checks her pulse. She's not breathing. Panic floods his veins as a golden aura envelops them. He pulls her into a desperate embrace, his voice tight with fear. Song King Jing, you better not die. You're my only ticket out of this wretched cold palace. As she stirs, murmuring his name with hatred, he scolds her for being so weak, his face flushing a deep red. He promises to protect her life, even if he has to use her for his own plans. He then angrily flicks the troublesome goo away, which smacks right into the door just as Kyuji enters. The loyal rushes to the bed, her face ashen with horror at the sight of her princess, pale and surrounded by blood. She shakes King Jing awake, her voice trembling. King Jing's mind is a blur. She passed out. Who saved her? The image of Song Huai Chen's panicked face flashes in her mind. This is getting too dangerous. She has to tell Kuji the truth. Taking a deep breath, she dismisses her maid's silly theory about maiden's love and reveals Silkworm, the king of Gus left by her mother. Kuji is horrified, begging her not to cultivate the forbidden gu arts. But King Jing's eyes stream with tears of resolve. To survive in this snake pit of a palace, she has no other choice. Kuji, completely misunderstanding the source of her princess's determination, fiercely pledges her undying support, earning a light smack for her troubles. That night, Master Zhao asks Song Huai Chen if he plans to acknowledge the princess's identity. The prince shakes his head, a cold smirk on his face. It's too soon. It would ruin his plans. He takes a sip of tea, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. To cultivate gu arts, one needs to eat the insect's live human blood, right? He muses aloud. Let this younger brother send his dear imperial sister a little gift. Suddenly is torn apart by screams. Fire! Someone help! Flames erupt from one of the palace buildings, painting the sky in horrifying shades of orange and red. It's Eunuchkin's room. The trap has been sprung. The bitter winds of the cold palace howled, a desolate song for the forgotten souls within its walls. In the dead of night, a body was slammed against a wall of jagged ice with a sickening crunch, the violence a stark contrast to the delicate, snow-dusted plum blossoms nearby. Away from the chaos, our little princess, Song Qing was on a mission of her own, digging through the frozen ground with a tiny stick while her loyal peeked nervously from behind a corner. A triumphant cry escaped her lips as she found her prize. It was a venomous black scorpion, which she began to poke with her stick. Her servant trembled, wondering if she was just going to poke it to death and how this terrifying creature could possibly have used to the princess. This was all part of a larger plan, one orchestrated from the shadows. The eunuch had been assured by a senior lady-in-waiting that everything was arranged, and no one would be harmed. The instruct simple. Place one batch of the special incense every 3 days, and the rest would take care of itself. The lady-in-waiting reported back to her miss, the cunning imperial concubine Shen, confirming that the plan was in motion and no one would suspect a thing. Concubine Shen smirked, recalling how a large number of poisonous insects were required for the legendary gu art. She wondered if this little princess truly had what it took to cultivate such a demonic power. At that very moment, Song Qing sat meditating, golden energy swirling around her as she tried to harness her new abilities. But with a sad little poof, the energy dissipated, and she slumped in defeat. It had failed again. Just as she was stewing in her frustration, a maid entered with a startling announcement. The 9th prince was at her door, waiting for her. Song Qing's expression immediately soured, her tiny body radiating pure annoyance. What could that wretched boy possibly want from her? She reluctantly went to meet him, her mind racing as she held a cup of tea. Why would the 9th imperial brother, always so busy with his own schemes, have time to visit her in this desolate place? They sat opposite each other, the air thick with unspoken tension. He lowered his gaze, his expression the very picture of remorse, claiming he had come to thank her. He hoped, with a pitiful quiver in his voice, that she no longer blamed him for what he did when he was muddled by his sickness. Song Qing wasn't fooled for a second. He was using a pretty boy honey trap, a rather cute one, she had to admit, but it was a scheme all the same. She put on her sweetest smile, assuring him she could never hold a grudge, just as he suddenly leaned in, his face inches from hers. He cut right to the chase, asking when she planned to fulfill her promise to get him out of the cold palace. Ah, that was his angle. She smirked internally, her confidence restored. She told him not to worry, for she had already made all the necessary plans. The emperor's birthday was in half a month, she declared, her purple eyes sparkling with conviction. That would be the perfect time to leave, and she would definitely take him with her. He watched her, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Could she have another card to play besides concubine Shen and the gu arts? Sensing his disbelief, she challenged him, asking if he didn't trust her. He immediately backpedaled, insisting he trusted her completely and had even brought a big present to apologize for his past behavior. A present? Her interest was piqued. He extended his hand with a charming smile, inviting her to follow him and see it for herself. Her eyes turned to ice. She would play along with his little game, but if he dared to try anything, she wouldn't hesitate to kill him. He led her to a small, dark room, pushing open the doors with a creak. Lying on the floor was the unconscious form of Eunuchkin, the man who had tried to kill her. Her blood ran cold. Was this an apology she demanded, or was he trying to frame her? The prince's smile was predatory. He had heard, he said nonchalantly, that using a live human's blood was an excellent way to cultivate gu art. Her heart stopped. A flash crossed her face as the terrifying realization hit her. How does he know I'm cultivating the gu arts? He watched her newfound panic with a chilling satisfaction. He had never seen his imperial sister look so utterly terrified by her. Her eyes widened in horror. He was there that night? How much did he see? His voice was a venomous whisper. Eunuchkin was already a dead man, so no one would ever know if she used his blood to nurture her powers. Then his face twisted into a mask of pure malice, and since no one would know, he hissed, "Why didn't she die without anyone knowing too?" He lunged at her. But in a flight, a ghostly white creature shot out from her chest, intercepting his attack. To her utter shock, it was her little ice silkworm, which had slapped itself right onto his face with an indignant squeak. The silkworm wasn't attacking him, though. "What's wrong, Ninth Imperial brother?" she asked, utterly bewildered as he froze solid, his face a mask of pure terror. The dangerous prince completely lost composure, screaming for her to get the bug off of him. The tension shattered, and she burst into hysterical laughter, collapsing onto the floor. To think the great Song Huai Chen was actually terrified of bugs. She scooped up the little creature and playfully dangled it in his direction. He scrambled backward, shrieking for her not to come any closer. And just like that, her fear vanished. She had been so afraid of the monster from her past life, she'd forgotten that right now he was a child. Her amusement faded, replaced by cold resolve. She held the silkworm firmly and demanded to know what else he knew. That's when he dropped the bombshell. He was the one who saved her that night at Zikin Palace when her cultivation went wrong. Her eyes widened in disbelief. So it wasn't a dream. He wasn't her enemy that night. He was her savior. He explained that his master had told him all about Wugu arts. Years ago, his master had met people from the isolated Wugu clan. After saving one of their own, his master was taught some of their cultivation methods as a reward. But he started to say, trying to get closer only to jump back with a yelp when she brandished the silkworm at him again. She was still suspicious. Why would he help her? He claimed it was because he needed her to get him out of the cold palace. It was a flimsy reason, but it gave her an idea. She'd test both his story and his supposed phobia at the same time. She crossed her arms, telling him to prove his sincerity by drawing the eunuch's blood for her, since a princess couldn't be expected to do such menial work. "Got it, Imperial sister," he replied instantly, eager to comply. As he knelt beside the unconscious eunuch, his own dark thoughts surfaced. If he sensed any poison, he would kill her without hesitation. Meanwhile, she saw a golden opportunity. This master of his could be her key to learning more about the Gu arts. She began to meditate, focusing her energy. As the blood was drawn, a powerful wave of energy washed over her, summoning a swarm of glowing, ethereal insects that descended upon the screaming eunuch. Power, raw and immense, surged through her veins. It was working. Massive, Sihil materialized behind her as she absorbed the life force. "That's," she thought, smiling at her little silkworm before turning to tease the pale-faced prince about his fear of bugs. As they prepared to leave, a nagging feeling remained. Something was fishy about this story of his master. Just as they reached the door, he stopped her. Since they were collaborators now, he had a question. He turned, gaze sharp and piercing, pinning her in place. He didn't remember ever offending her, so why he asked, his voice low and dangerous, was she always trying to kill him? Our little princess finds herself in a tight spot, cornered by the young and furious Song Huai Chen. His face is a thundercloud of rage as he dangles a disgusting worm right in front of her, the air crackling with his hostility. Her mind races, desperately trying to cook up a believable excuse to get out of this mess. He accuses her mother of being the wretched woman who caused his own mother to lose the emperor's favor and be banished to the desolate cold palace. He leans in, his voice a low growl, questioning if he should make her pay for her sins with her life. But our princess is a master actress. She summons giant crocodile tears that well up in her sparkling eyes, a perfect picture of terrified innocence. "That's ridiculous," he scoffs, not buying her act for a second. He points out the flaw in her story. His mother was sent away long before hers was even imprisoned. Then he offers a dangerous deal. If she helps him escape the suffocating confines of the cold palace, he will investigate the matter and prove her mother's innocence. King Jing's sweet facade hides a chilling thought. This boy is far too clever. Perhaps it would be safer to simply kill him now and be done with it. The scene shifts today, where the royal garden is blanketed in a pristine layer of snow, cherry blossoms frozen in a delicate, icy beauty. King Jing and her maid are admiring the view when the sharp sound of a slap cuts through the serene air. Her maid, ever cautious, suggests they leave immediately, wisely wanting to avoid the notorious drama of the imperial concubines. But our princess, drawn to chaos like a moth to a flame, decides she wants to have a look. They creep closer to find a tense standoff in the snow. Imperial concubine Wu is kneeling, trembling on the frozen ground before a crowd of servants and another, more opulent concubine. This woman is the infamous noble consort Jiang, her expression dripping with arrogance as she berates the poor woman. She sneers, confident in the emperor's favor, but her rival Wu Zhaorong plays the victim card beautifully, whimpering that she's so scared and will just have to tell the emperor all about this mistreatment. With a saccharine smile, Wu Zhaorong coos that elder sister is getting old and will likely die alone and forgotten in the harem. Suddenly, a green snake slithers into view, hiss cutting through the cold air. Zhaorong smirks, ordering her guards to help the drunken noble consort sober up. Eunuchs don't hesitate, grabbing the noble consort's arms. One of them hefts a basin of freezing water. With a cruel splash, he douses the noble consort, soaking her to the bone in the dead of winter. Wu Zhaorong's face is a mask of triumph, promising that today's humiliation will be repaid in full one day. She shouldn't daydream. Wu Zhaorong mocks her with a laugh. Unseen in the snow, the snake grumbles to itself, annoyed that its boss would make it work in this freezing weather. It then lunges forward with a terrifying hiss, causing the entire entourage to scream in panic. A snake? They shriek, scattering in fear as the creature makes a beeline for the arrogant Wu Zhaorong, who can only watch with wide, terrified eyes as it opens its fanged mouth. As the chaos unfolds, our little princess watches with big, teary eyes, the very picture of a frightened child. The shock is too much for Wu Zhaorong, whose eyes roll back into her head as she faints dead away in the snow. Her servants rush to her side, frantically calling for the imperial doctor. The snake, mission accomplished with one target, turns its attention to the next. Now it faces the drenched noble consort Jiang, its head raised, ready to strike again. But just as it lunges, a small hand darts out, grabbing it firmly by the neck. It's King Jing, holding the now docile snake. She turns to the stunned noble consort, her face a mask of sweet apology, explaining that a pet escaped and scared Milady. She bows her head, asking for punishment. Noble Consjong, still shivering, can only stare, asking if the little girl is all right. She recognizes the child as the seventh princess from the Cold Palace, and moved by her bravery, invites her back to her residence for some warm ginger tea. Inside, the room is cozy and warm. Noble Consort Jiang asks if she's feeling better, and King Jing politely replies that she is. But just as the mood settles, a servant bursts through the door in a panic, shouting that Wu Zhaorong has returned with a horde of palace guards. A maid's face is pale with terror as a furious voice from outside bellows for to catch everyone. Wu Zhaorong storms into the room like a vengeful goddess, her face contorted with rage as she points an accusing finger. Her guards immediately begin to seize noble consort Jiang's servants. In the commotion, a teapot is knocked to the floor with a loud clang. Wu Zhaorong screams that it must have been Jiang who set the snake on her, jealous of the emperor's favor. She orders her guards to beat the noble consort until she confesses. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Jiang's loyal maid whispers for another servant to run and find the imperial princess. King Jing watches the scene unfold, her eyes narrowing. This Wu Zhaorong is a bully who has gone too far. Her gaze lands on a nearby brazier, filled with glowing, red-hot charcoal. With a swift, deliberate kick, she sends the brazier flying. Hot coals scatter across the floor, landing right at Wu Zhaorong's feet. "Oh no, I fell down," King Jing cries, immediately collapsing to the ground in a perfect imitation of a clumsy child. Wu Zhaorong lets out a shriek as the embers singe the hem of her priceless silk robe. Where did this little brat come from, she seethes, her face turning purple with rage. Someone beat her up. King Jing wails that it hurts, insisting she didn't do it on purpose. But Wu Zhaorong is past listening. She orders a guard to pick up the charcoal. She's going to teach this brat a lesson she'll never forget. A guard uses a pair of tongs to lift a searing piece of charcoal, presenting it to his furious mistress. "Don't you dare," noble consort Jiang shouts, trying to intervene. Wu Zhaorong's eyes gleam with a terrifying, crazed light. "Why would I not dare?" she hisses, advancing on King Jing with the glowing coal high. The world slows down as noble consort Jiang's maid screams in terror. But at the last second, the noble consort herself throws her body in front of King Jing, and the burning coal is pressed directly at her, the smell of burnt silk and flesh filling the air. "Are you that impatient, eldest sister?" Wu Zhaorong sneers, enjoying the sight of her rival's pain. She then cruelly stomps her boot down on the Hang's kneeling maid. As she raises the tongs for another strike, King Jing slams into her with the force of a tiny cannonball, knocking her off balance. In one fluid motion, she snatches the tongs from the stunned concubine's grasp. The sound of the hot coal scraping against the stone floor sends shivers down everyone's spines. King Jing pins the terrified Wu Zhaorong to the floor, holding the burning brand just inches from her face. "It's better if Milady knows her place," she whispers, her voice devoid of any childish innocence. Wu Zhaorong can only whimper, her arrogance melting away into pure fear. "Ah yeah, my hand hurts," King Jing suddenly cries out, letting the tongs clatter from her grip. The red-hot charcoal lands squarely on Wu Zhaorong's beautiful face. A horrifying scream tears from her throat as her skin sizzles. "Ah!" she shrieks in agony. King Jing then stumbles again, grabbing a fistful of Wu Zhaorong's elaborate hair and yanking with all her might. The room erupts into complete pandemonium. "I want to kill you," Wu Zhaorong screeches, her mind completely lost to rage. Her hands fly to King Jing's throat, squeezing with murderous intent. "I will have you executed," she snarls, her face inches from King Jing's. "I will have you tied to 5 horses and pulled apart." But as the pressure on her neck tightens, a chilling, triumphant spreads across King Jing's face, her eyes now mistily covered by a blindfold. "You have been fooled," she thinks, just a guard's voice rings out loud and clear. "The imperial princess is here!" Wu Zhaorong freezes, her hands still around the child's neck, her eyes widening in absolute horror. She has walked straight into the perfect trap. The drama is only just beginning. A new player has entered the game, and the palace is about to be turned upside down. The consort's face twisted into a mask of pure fury, her nails digging into the servant's throat as she hissed venomously. How dare this lowly creature trick her? How dare she make a scene in front of everyone? But from the sidelines, little King Jing watched the chaos she'd orchestrated with a cheeky glint in her eyes, even sticking her tongue out playfully as Wu Zhaorong's unladylike shriek of "You little bitch!" echoed through the courtyard. The entire palace froze, all eyes drawn to the escalating drama. Suddenly, a slap cut through the tense air. The Empress Dowager stood before Wu Zhaorong, her hand still raised, her voice colder than a winter storm. Who, she demanded, gave her permission to harm the emperor's descendant? Wu Zhaorong stumbled back, her eyes wide with shocked disbelief, the sting on her cheek a brutal reminder of her place. And that was the cue for the real performance to begin. King Jing crumpled to the ground. Holding up her small hand, blood was already welling from a deliberate cut, big crocodile tears streaming down her face. Her maid cried out in alarm, and another consort rushed her side. But King Jing was already deep in character, sobbing that she nearly lost her life. Internally, she gave her co-conspirator a mental thumbs up, not bad. Her performance was almost at King Jing's level. Empress Dowager knelt, gently taking the girl's injured hand, but her expression was unreadable. King Jing felt a chill. This wasn't the doting grandmother she knew. The Empress Dowager's aura was different, sharp and calculating. Rising with a terrifying grace, she advanced on the fallen consort. Wu Zhaorong pointed a trembling finger, her voice cracking with desperation. "It was her," she cried. "She framed me." "Lies!" Another slap, this one from noble consort Jiang, cracked across Wu Zhaorong's face, sending us blood from her lips. Noble consort Jiang inspected her own fingertips, now stained red. For framing an imperial descendant and deceiving her superiors, Wu Zhaorong had clearly forgotten the rules of the palace. Wu Zhaorong collapsed in a pathetic heap, wailing about her ruined face, only to cry out again as a foot stomped down on her hand, the sharp point of an ornate nail guard digging into her flesh. The Empress Dowager then turned to King Jing, her gaze intense. There were some resentments in this palace, she explained, that King would have to learn to settle herself. The imperial palace was a place where people devoured each other to survive. King Jing understood perfectly. This was a lesson not to be soft-hearted. Wu Zhaorong screamed in terror as a servant approached with tongs holding red-hot piece of charcoal. "Don't come near me," she shrieked, begging for the emperor. Her pleas were answered only by a blood-curdling scream that ripped through the air. A sickening sizzle followed as the burning coal was pressed against her skin. Through it all, the Empress Dowager watched, her face serene and utterly unmoved. Not bad, she thought to herself. This child was far better than her mother. King Jing immediately switched back to her role, running to the Empress Dowager with hairy eyes, complaining that her hands still hurt. The Empress Dowager then addressed noble consort Jiang. Although she had helped, she would not get off easily and was now responsible for watching over the disgraced Wu Zhaorong. As the screaming woman was dragged away, her punishment was far from over. Her long, beautiful nail guards, a symbol of her status, were brutally ripped from her fingers. Later that night, a servant reported the day's events to the Empress, who sat hidden behind a screen, a picture of silent grace. After dismissing the servant, she called out into the empty room, musing aloud that the seventh princess and noble consort had grown quite close. A faint, knowing smile played on her lips. Dear Langying's daughter was certainly relentless. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager learned if King Jing would blame her for the brutality she'd witnessed. Her attendant was sure the princess was smart enough to understand her kindness. But the Empress Dowager knew better. She couldn't let the girl's injuries be in vain. It was time to teach her some real survival skills. Back in the cold palace, King Jing was yelping that it hurt as Song Huai Chen clumsily treated her wound, accusing him of kill her. He just scowled, telling her not to be so stupid next time. If she died, who would get him out of this wretched place? He muttered it under his breath, but King Jing heard everything and was ready to pounce. Suddenly, the door slammed open with a loud bump. Wu Zhaorong stood there, her face bandaged but her eyes gleaming with malice. Sneering that the seventh princess looked far too relaxed, she loomed over them, a menacing shadow promising revenge. By decree of the Empress Dowager, her head caretaker announced they were here to teach the unfilial children some respect. Capture them. As the guards lunged, Song Huai Chen whispered for King Jing to stay calm. He would get her out of this. But the guards mid-step, paralyzed by tiny needles that had flown from Wu Zhaorong's fingertips. Song Huai Chen couldn't help but snicker. She was too short to even aim properly. Seizing the moment, King Jing threw a small object that smacked the consort right in the face. The caretaker looked on, horrified that her mistress had lied about having the Empress Dowager's permission. King Jing smirked, asking if they really thought she was a fool. She had just met the Empress Dowager's real attendants. The caretaker's face went pale as she realized she'd been played. How could this little girl be so cunning? King Jing herself was puzzled. Why would the Empress Dowager staple after her? Leaned in, whispering that the caretaker was Eunuch Qin's mistress, a woman who had bullied him for ages. Just then, a coated bird chirp sounded from outside. It was the master's signal. The emperor was here. King Jing's mind raced, putting the pieces together. The bully consort and the powerful eunuch's mistress, trying to punish a princess. What a perfect joke. The caretaker, having had enough, screamed for the guards to get them. Rough hands reached for the children. The woman raised her hand to strike the princess. But before the blow could land, a booming voice filled the room, radiating an authority that froze everyone in place. "Who do make a fuss?" The tyrant emperor himself stood at the door, his presence suffocating. His cold eyes swept over the scene, landing on the two children on the floor. It happened. And King Jing burst into tears, explaining that Madame Wu had brought fake caretakers to hit them under the Empress Dowager's name. Wu Zhaorong shrieked that they had attacked her first, pointing to her own unhealed wounds. The emperor's gaze was chilling. He could barely see a scratch on the consort, yet the children were clearly terrified. He made his decision. Wu Zhaorong was to be confined for 3 months to recover, and the caretaker was to seek punishment from the Empress Dowager. No real punishment? King Jing was furious. Thinking fast, she hid behind the emperor's leg, looking up with her biggest, most pitiful eyes. "Father Emperor," she pleaded, "King Jing needs someone experienced by her side. Could he please give this caretaker her?" The caretaker's blood ran cold, a fate worse than death. The emperor threw his head back and laughed, thoroughly amused. Let it be done according to his daughter's wish. Wu Zhaorong could only stare in disbelief. The terrified caretaker could only bow and thank him. Once the emperor had left, the maid asked what they should do with their new prisoner. King Jing's smile was positively wicked. Of course, she replied, they would let the bug do the job. A few days later, an imperial edict arrived, summoning both 7th princess and 9th prince to a state banquet for a visiting diplomat. A new stage was set, and the game was about to get much more dangerous. Our story reopens on a memory, a crucial piece of King Jing's master plan for survival. She recalls her past life, the cunning of her sister Song Manhwa, who used poisonous insect-derived medicines to feign a decaying face, all to escape a political marriage. It was a desperate, brilliant move, and King Jing knew that if her own plan worked, she's safe from being chosen this time. At the banquet, the air is thick with anticipation as the 6th princess, Song Manhwa, begins her dance. Petals seem to bloom from her very sleeves. Her movement so ethereal she looks less like a woman and more like a celestial being. The court officials murmur in awe. The 6th princess's posture is as graceful as a butterfly, a performance so wonderful it will surely go down in history. They all agree, having her attend a political marriage is a stroke of incredible fortune for their country. As the final note fades, Song Manhwa settles gracefully for the royal guests, her voice like soft bells as she asks the crown prince if the dance suited his taste. The crown prince's brother, Xiang Jinyan, is the first to speak, his praise ringing through the hall. It was truly astounding. The crown prince himself bursts into hearty laughter, and even the queen smiles, remarking on what good fortune this marriage for both countries. But just as the mood settles, Xiang Jinyan's expression twists into a sly, dangerous grin. While the 6th princess is good, he muses, he thinks the 7th princess is also quite fine. His words slice through the air, his predatories landing squarely on King Jing, who freezes in horror. The statement hangs in the air, a blatant trap, and her heart plummets. The queen, ever the opportunist, seizes the moment with a cruel smile. It's not a bad idea, she purrs, to have the younger sister accompany the older one as a dowry. Her eyes, sharp as daggers, pin King Jing in place as she asks what she thinks of the idea. But King Jing was prepared. She addresses her father emperor, her voice calm despite the storm raging inside her. She has recently been infected with a malady that has entirely damaged her appearance, making her unsuitable for marriage. She humbly asks for permission to remain in the cold palace with the Empress Dowager. The emperor's eyes narrow with suspicion. She was fine before, how could she suddenly get infected? He summons the imperial doctor, his voice booming with authority. The doctor, a key player in her scheme, kneels and confirms her story. Her Highness's condition, he explains, caused by the harsh cold of the cold palace and will be difficult to cure. Even the crown prince seems troubled by this, but his brother Xiang Jinyan simply smirks, smoothly suggesting they shouldn't rush the marriage and should allow the princess time to heal. Defeated, the emperor relents, ordering King Jing to return to the Purple Mansion for treatment. The matter of the marriage, he declares, will be discussed later. The next day, in the quiet solitude of Song Huai Chen's residence, he gently applies medicine to the fake sores on her face. He had promised to get her out of that wretched place, and now he looks at her with such worry, hoping this desperate plan won't leave a permanent scar. It's disgusting, she admits, feeling a pang of guilt. Is there any girl in the world not concerned about her appearance? She frets, asking him to help her look at the damage. Suddenly, the doors to the residence are thrown open without ceremony. The Northkin crown prince, Xiang Puyun, strides in, a smug look on his handsome face. He couldn't find the 7th princess anywhere, he announces, his eyes landing on the two of them. He remarks how close they are, almost like childhood lovers. His words are a blatant provocation. Ignoring all decorum, he closes the distance between them, his voice dropping to a possessive murmur. He missed her, he says. Her illness made his heart uneasy. King Jing recoils, telling him to show some respect. But he only leans closer, a wicked glint asking if his little imperial sister is jealous. That's the last straw for Song Huai Chen. He shoves the prince's hand away, his voice cold and sharp. He tells the crown prince to leave this place and never contact his sister again. King Jing stares, momentarily stunned. When did her little brother grow so tall, so capable of shielding her from the world? Standing protectively before her, Song Huai Chen glares at the prince, accusing him of inappropriately flirting with the future empress of his own brother. The crown prince sneers, his contempt palpable. An abandoned kid from the cold palace dares to act like he's on his level. He dismisses the boy and reaches for King Jing again, his voice a silky command. Come here. But with a sharp slap, Song Huai Chen smacks his hand away again. The tension is suffocating. The ninth prince's eyes burn with righteous fury as he tells the crown prince to leave, questioning his very manners. The prince's expression darkens, a dangerous threat in his voice as he asks if the boy isn't worried about being punished. His gaze flicks between them, a sudden, venomous suspicion forming. Don't tell him the ninth prince harbors forbidden feelings towards his own sister. King Jing's heart lures, and she slaps the prince's hand away herself. She tells him to stop his games, but he only laughs, mockingly suggesting the ninth prince will be her future husband. Watch your mouth, she snaps, telling him not to ruin their futures. The prince's smile is pure poison. He warns her about protecting the ninth prince, asking if she isn't afraid of raising an ungrateful wolf. Then he leans in, his voice a chilling whisper that shatters her world. Who killed the 7th and 8th imperial sisters? A cold dread washes over King Jing. What does he mean? Her eyes widen in pure terror. Could it be? Did he know that in her past life, Song Huai Chen was the one who killed her? After the initial shock, King Jing collects herself and follows the crown prince outside. She demands to know why he said such a thing, insisting her brother isn't dangerous. He leans in conspiratorially, offering to tell her if they can speak alone. Internally, she's screaming, but externally, she sees an opportunity. Song Huai Chen tries to intervene, but she smoothly suggests they talk in the garden. The crown prince agrees on the condition that no one interferes. As she walks away with him, she sees Song Huai Chen's hand twitch, his face a storm of confusion and betrayal. He can't understand. Why did she agree after just refusing? Was she tricking him this whole time? Alone in the garden, King Jing's mind races. Could the crown prince have been reborn too? She has to take the risk and find out. He begins by mentioning the Northern National Scholar, the legendary seer whose prophecies never fail. The scholar, he explains, saw a dark omen shrouding the Southern Kingdom's star, a threat that would bring ruin to the North. That threat, he reveals, is none other than Song Huai Chen. King Jing is floored. No way. He's just an unfavored prince. But the crown prince continues, revealing the dark truth about Huai Chen's mother. She didn't die of illness, but was forcibly taken by the Northern Emperor. A flash of memory hits her, a young Huai Chen vowing revenge, his hatred for the Northern Kingdom cemented. It all makes sense now. The massacre in her past life was revenge for his mother. Relieved that the prince isn't reborn but simply acting on a prophecy, she devises a new plan. Since he is so insistent on marrying her, he must first show some sincerity. With a cunning glint in her eyes, she puts forth a shocking proposal. Since Song Huai Chen is destined to be their kingdom's ruin, the crown prince should help her get rid of him. His expression hardens. He can't just kill an imperial family member. A wave of relief washes over King Jing. Huai Chen is safe for now. Feigning frustration, she complains that Huai Chen is the one who will kill her. A wicked smile plays on the crown prince's lips. He can't kill him, but he can make him suffer in a place far worse than the palace. A place where he guarantees the boy won't survive. King Jing has achieved her goal. She's found a way to get her brother out of his current predicament. The rest will be up to him. As the crown prince vanishes, a figure hidden in the shadows clenches his fist. Song Huai Chen has heard everything. The words echo in his mind, twisting into a venomous narrative of betrayal. Get rid of him. Definitely won't survive. His world shatters. Song Qing, all this time she was just playing with his life. A raw, guttural escapes his lips as his eyes blaze with a terrifying, murderous light. He smashes his fist into the stone pillar, blood pouring from his knuckles. If this is how it is, then he has no reason to spare her life either. 7 long years have passed since that day. At the Nanqi city gate, a grand procession makes its way through the bustling streets. Inside a lavishly decorated carriage, the 7th princess, Song Qing Chen, now a poised young woman, is lost in a book, the pages fluttering in the gentle breeze. Her lady-in-waiting gently chides her, telling the princess that reading in a moving carriage will hurt her eyes. Her friend's voice is full of excitement as she urges her to look outside at the throngs of people. But King Jing's expression is one of weary indifference. They come here every year. Could possibly be so interesting about it. Her friend pouts, teasing that for a 15-year-old, she talks like a grumpy old lady. Outside, the sound of galloping hooves grows louder. Her friend gasps, pointing at the sheer number of soldiers flooding the streets. King Jing calmly explains that these are the vanguards her father sent back. He wishes to reward them for their service. Her amethyst eyes hold a deep, knowing sadness as she continues, explaining that one of the soldiers made tremendous contributions, earning an imperial decree and the title of exceptional knight. Her friend is utterly dazzled, remarking that the princess knows so much, proving the rumors that she, not the 6th princess, is the emperor's true favorite. With sparkling eyes, she adds that the imperial father even granted the knight a year of leave to head to his manor, gushing about how much he must dote on King Jing. But the words trigger a dark, chilling memory, and the princess's face pales. It wasn't about the king loving his daughter. It was about the Prince of Northkin favoring the seventh princess. The scene shifts to a bloody memory from 7 years ago, a time of chaos and assassination. She recalls the emperor's cold voice explaining that the Prince of Northkin had made an alliance before he left. The promise was terrifying. He would marry both her and the sixth princess in the future. Her younger self had stood there, small and trembling, only able to his title, imperial father. The memory is so potent it leaves her breathless. Her friend notices her pale face, asking what's wrong. King Jing quickly brushes it off, blaming a headache from thinking about the manor's yearly affairs, a convenient lie to hide the turmoil in her heart. Her thoughts drift to a different man, a ghost from her past. Whatever happened to Song Huai Chen? She hasn't laid eyes on him since he young Jiang Yan to get her out of the desolate cold palace 7 years ago. A grim resolve hardens her features. She has fulfilled her promise to him, and she prays they never cross paths again. Or else, her dark thoughts are shattered by a sudden, violent halt of the carriage and a shout from outside. An alert is called. A coarse voice bellows for them to stop. A bandit, blade at the ready, declares that if they want to pass, they must leave their treasures behind. King Jing's eyes widen. Mountain bandits? She's never heard of any in this area. Her friend covers her mouth, her body trembling in fear. Are they truly just bandits, or is this an act of calculus? The royal guards shout back, but their warnings are met with brutal force. One guard is cut down in a spray of blood, his last words a desperate warning for the others to be careful. A bandit with a lecherous glint in his eye spots the carriage. There are women inside. He roars for his brothers to come out. There are women. A horde of bandits charges their position, a maelstrom of steel and aggression. One shouts for the little beauty to come out and welcome her guests. The silver-haired slashes his way to the carriage, his blade dripping blood. He rips open the curtain, but instead of a cowering press, he's met with a sharp slap that echoes through the chaos. Stands King Jing, her expression cold and defiant, a gleaming sword held firmly in her hand. The bandit stumbles back, but a wicked smirk spreads across his face. How feisty, he growls, I like it. He declares they're bringing the beauties back to their cottage to enjoy together. King Jing answers with a smirk of her own, a silent promise of death. In a flash of fluid motion, she lunges forward, her sword singing through the air as she cuts the man down without a flicker of hesitation. Meanwhile, not far away in the serene forest, a young man complains about the poor hunting as he holds up a limp rabbit. He only found this one pathetic rabbit after walking around for ages. His companion, a handsome and imposing general, raises a hand to silence him. What's wrong, General? His subordinate asks, confused. The general's eyes are sharp and focused. He can hear the distant clash of swords. There's a commotion. Let's go, his subordinate says eagerly, but that the general reminds him to be cautious. This isn't the countryside, it's too close to the capital for comfort. They arrive at the bloody scene, and the general leaps into action without a word. He moves like a phantom, disabling bandits with precise, powerful strikes. He spots a bandit sneaking up behind the fighting princess and intercepts the blow with lightning speed, his hand clamping around the attacker's fist like a vice. King Jing continues her deadly dance, her blade a silver blur, against the dark-clad enemies. Suddenly, the sharp whistle of an arrow cuts through the air, aimed directly at her back. Just as the projectile is about to find its mark, the masked general sweeps in, pulling her into a protective embrace. For a breathtaking moment, time slows. She looks up into his intense eyes, the sunlight creating a halo around his head. His voice is a low rumble. Princess, are you okay? Her mid gasp, staring at the mysterious savior. The general's eyes narrow as he studies her face. She looks just like Song Jing's maid. His gaze then shifts to the princess herself, and a flicker of recognition shocks him. Song Qing, is that you? King Jing is flustered, a blush rising on her cheeks at their sudden intimacy. Mr. Warrior, she stammers, you can let go of me now. He abruptly pushes her away, and her maids immediately swarm her, their voices frantic with worry. As she reassures them she's fine, the general stands frozen, his mind racing. Imperial Watchtower, Song Qing Chen. It really is her. A suffocating, murderous aura radiates from him as his hand tightens on his sword. It's been 7 years. I can finally kill you. Oblivious to his deadly intent, King Jing offers a graceful of gratitude. Thank you, kind warrior, a lifesaver. But as she looks up, a chill runs down her spine. Why does his glare burn with such undisguised killing intent? Her gaze drops and catches on the insignia on his waist, a plate from the front garrison army. Just then, his subordinate finishes tying up the last of the bandits, complaining that they were too weak to even be a proper warm-up. He slings an arm over his general's shoulders, teasing him for being too slow. King Jing connects the dots, a general from the front garrison army, a man accustomed to the battlefield. That explains the murderous aura. But it raises another question. Why wasn't a general like him at the palace awaiting the emperor's decree? The general simply grunts, let's go, and turns to leave. As King Jing watches his retreating figure, a strange sense of familiarity washes over her. Why is it so familiar? Please wait, she calls out, her voice stopping him in his tracks. He turns his head slightly, his tone clipped. What is it? She makes her plea, asking if they would do her the favor of escorting her from this dangerous place. She gestures to her wounded guards and the battered carriage, her voice laced with desperation. Our guards are injured. We'll never make it out alive if we encounter more bandits. The general turns fully to face her, his masked gaze piercing through her. Don't you recognize me? King Jing is taken aback by the strange question. What could he possibly mean? After a moment of careful study, she replies honestly, I don't think we've met before. She doesn't see the flash of relief in his eyes. Good, he thinks she doesn't recognize me. His voice turns to ice. Since you don't know me, your safety has nothing to do with me. Her maid huffs indignantly at his rudeness, but King Jing's mind is working furiously. He wears the tag of the front garrison, yet he hides his face. He doesn't want to be recognized. A sense of unease settles over her. She hopes he is not an enemy. Just then, a guard approaches with a suggestion. He saw an army camp nearby where they can seek help. But the guard's face is troubled. All the garrison troops were supposed to be marching back to the palace. Why would a troop be camped here? Something is off. But with their cavalry injured, they have no other option. They must go to the camp. Upon arrival, the vice-general greets them with a deep bow, apologizing for his earlier failure to recognize her. King Jingjing gracefully accepts, noting that he saved her life and deserves a reward. The vice-general's eyes light up at the prospect, and he eagerly promises to dispatch troops to deal with the bandits. When King Jing asks when they will be dispatched, the vice-general panics. This is bad. That's a matter for the general, he stammers. As if summoned, a commanding voice cuts through the tent. What matters need my approval. The general stands at the entrance, no longer masked, but clad in magnificent golden armor. His devastatingly handsome face is finally revealed, his presence utterly overwhelming. The tension in the tent was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Before her stood a statuesque man in imposing black and gold armor, his presence dominating the entire space. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Song Huai Chen. Why did she have to run into him of all people? Here of all places. Her subordinate couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't expect the legendary princess to be the one who saved them from those wretched mountain bandits. The general simply acknowledged the statement with a clipped, dismissive sound. Her mind raced. What was he doing here? She remembered her brother's chilling words, that the military camp was a fate even worse than the cold palace. Pushing down her fear, she adopted a regal air, asking what she should call the general. His eyes were blank, devoid of recognition. He didn't even remember her. How stupid, thought a vein pulsing at his temple. He told her his humble name was cheap and would only pollute the princess's ears, a clear and biting insult veiled in false humility. But she wasn't one to back down. She shot back that everyone has a name, even if it's as awful as dog poop or rotten eggs. Surely the general's name couldn't be in that, could it? 7 years, she thought with a sigh, and all he'd learned was how to be bizarre. He was practically vibrating with rage. Rotten eggs, dog poop? This infuriating woman was even more of a menace than she was 7 years ago. Breaking the tense silence, his subordinate blurted out that the general's name, Mu Chen, sounded much better than his own name, Tai Zhuang. The general snapped at him for talking too much, his glare sharp enough to kill. So General Mu Chen, she mused, tapping a finger to her lip. She had never heard of a prominent military family with the surname, he sneered internally. Of course she hadn't. A precious princess locked away deep within the palace walls. What a stupid woman, unable to take such an obvious hint. She bristled, sensing his condescension. Was he ridiculing her lack of experience? The air between them crackled with unspoken animosity. His soldiers, sensing the impending storm, quickly intervened. One assured her the general was just too modest, while another explained their garrison was at the border. So it was normal she wouldn't know of General Mu for 43rd Camp. To silence his men, the general immediately sentenced the talkative Tai Zhuang to extra training before turning his icy gaze back to her. The military camp, he stated coldly, doesn't allow women. She should leave. Quickly, her anger flared. He knew she was a princess, yet he was ordering her to leave. He remained impassive. A military order is like a mountain, he said, his voice flat. Surely the princess wouldn't make things difficult for him. She was absolutely fuming, her inner self exploding with rage. This guy got on her nerves more and more every second, but on the outside, she forced a smile. If it was a military order, she wouldn't dream of making things difficult. With a graceful, yet deliberate motion, she pretended to stumble right towards him. But he was too fast. He dodged her with the fluid grace of a shadow, leaving her to gasp as she fell through the empty air where he'd just been. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a strong hand gripped her arm, steadying her. She looked up, her face flushing as she took in his handsome, yet severe features. He was so different from the boy she remembered. He coldly advised her to be careful, as he had no desire to carry the bad name of hurting a princess of imperial descent. Ew! Shoving his hand away as if it were poison. Who even needed his care? She stormed off, her cheeks burning. He watched her go, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. She's become thinner, he thought, before immediately crushing the sentiment. It wasn't his problem. His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. She'd better leave quickly, or else. Just then, Tai Zhuang rushed over, frantic. They had to save her. If the mountain bandits caught the princess, they would all be blamed. Song Huai Chen was unmoved, convinced she was clever enough to avoid trouble. His words had barely left his mouth when another soldier burst in. Yet something had happened to the princess. Later, Taijuang pleaded her to accept the general's tent. He insisted his general was just cold on the outside but warm on the inside, offering his own tent because he was worried she'd neglect her safety. She decided to accept, not for General Mu but to show deference to the kind deputy. She glanced at the shabby tent and muttered, "Was this doghouse supposed to be a tent?" From a distance, Song Huai Chen watched, his jaw tightening. If she disliked it so much, then she should have just followed him. As settled over the camp, she found a paltry meal left for her. A really good one, Song Huai Chen, she thought sarcastically, using any means necessary just to cause her trouble. How utterly childish. With a cry of frustration, she hurled the bowl against the wall with a loud bang. "You white-eyed wolf, you are so annoying." She stormed out, demanding to see General Mu. Taijuang could only report that before the general left, he had ordered him to protect her. The words struck her unexpectedly, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. He had left orders to protect her. He'd gone to kill bandits for her. An image of her younger, more vulnerable self flashed in her mind's eye. Miles away, hidden in the branches of a tree, Song Huai Chen watched the bandits' camp. He overheard them grumbling about one of their own Zhang San who had likely gone to a nearby village to cause trouble for young women again. They complained that the main household had forbidden them from going downhill lately. Main household. His eyes narrowed. This was no ordinary group of thugs. As the bandits decided to turn in for the night, he moved like a whisper of wind, so swift they barely felt the breeze he left in his wake. He slipped into the seemingly quiet village under the moonlight. Back at his own camp, Taijuang was proudly telling the princess all about General Mu's incredible feats. Their garrison had 60 barracks, and the general's was the best. He wasn't even 20, yet he commanded immense respect after single-handedly slaying countless. Aquashed over her. The Song Chen of this life was even more of a terrifying menace than in her last. She had to get away from him as soon as he returned. Meanwhile, Song Huai Chen slipped silently into a building, closing the door behind him. As he descended a staircase, a voice called out, ordering him to stop right there. He was surrounded by torch-wielding thugs. "You look unfamiliar," one sneered. Thinking fast, he claimed he came with Brother Zhang San. The bandit laughed. "So you're slacking with Zhang San? No wonder you look like garbage." They all erupted in laughter. Clutching his stomach, he feigned a sudden illness, saying he needed to find the toilet. They shoved him away, mocking his panicked retreat. Once he was clear, he paused. The sword one of the bandits carried was military issue. Why did mountain bandits have military weapons? And why so many patrols for such a small group? A dark realization dawned on him. There was definitely something terribly wrong here. This bad luck bearer, Song Jing, he thought with a grimace, she was an expert at causing him trouble. In the relative safety of the camp, the princess was digging for information. If Mu Chen was so great, she asked Taijuang, why he never been rewarded by the emperor. The answer was heartbreaking. It was because of his identity problem. All his achievements on the battlefield had been stolen by others. Someone knew he was a prince in disguise. Her mind spun with terrifying possibilities. Was it the North Palace crown prince, or her own father, the emperor? No, Taijuan clarified it was because General Mu was an unregistered resident, his name not even in the census. She was stunned into silence. He didn't have an identity? The deputy recalled how he had simply appeared at the front garrison 6 years ago, a starving child looking for food. In a stark flashback, a soldier yelled at the small, dirty boy, telling him the battlefield shows no mercy to children. But with a flick of his wrist, the young Song Huai Chen disarmed the soldier with a spear, his eyes glinting. Now who's gonna let who off the hook, he had challenged. Taijuang smiled fondly at the memory. He was just a kid then, but now he was far stronger than soldiers who had been there for years. The timeline clicked in her head. He was sent from the Cold Palace 7 years ago and joined the troops 6 years ago. What horrors had he endured in that missing year? Seeing his general's difficult path had changed Taijuang's perspective entirely. And hers too. She had thought being reborn meant repeating a terrible past, but Song Huai Chen had already forged a completely different, much harder path for himself. A chilling memory surfaced, her cruel brother ordering his men him to a place worse than the Cold Palace as her younger self looked on with cold indifference. Where had he been sent? The question haunted her. Her thoughts were shattered when a vice-general reported General Mu was still missing. He'd been gone for a day and a night. Panic seized her. Song Huai Chen, he had to be okay, right? Casting her fear aside, she sprang into action, ordering the men to prepare for a support mission. Without a second thought, she grabbed of a white steed. "I'll go scout to see what happened," she declared, her voice ringing with authority. "Princess!" The soldiers cried out in alarm as she galloped toward the dangerous mountains. A heavy sigh escaped King Jing's lips as she stared at the hopelessly confusing map. She'd been lost for 3 whole days, the forest paths twisting and turning back on themselves in an endless loop. Her heart ached with worry for her brother, and she knew the higher-ups at headquarters were already furious about the delay. But then, through the dense foliage, her eyes lit up with a spark of brilliant determination. It was the mountain bandits' hideout. Finally, she wouldn't wander aimlessly anymore. Patting her loyal steed, she ordered it to be good and go find the vice-general. She was going in alone. As she crept forward, a rustle in the bushes made her freeze. This was all part of her plan. With a practiced grace, she collapsed to the ground, her face a perfect mask of pain. "Help, good people," she cried out to two passing bandits. "My ankle is sprained." Their eyes widened, one of them shamelessly muttering about what a beautiful girl she was. Her big, innocent eyes welled up with tears, lookably helpless and lost. The bandits hesitated, one rightly suspicious and wondering if she was bluffing. But his companion scoffed at his caution. She was just a little girl, what was there to be afraid of? Besides, if they offered her to the head family, they might even get a huge reward. Moments later, she was blindfolded and being carried deeper into the enemy's den, playing the part of a terrified captive perfectly. "Shish, stay down," they cooed, promising her she could eat whatever she wanted once they arrived at the bandit HQ. To the main residence, the two goons bickering about whether they needed an appointment first. The greedier one insisted they just barge in. If they succeeded, they'd be heroes, and if they failed, they could just plead ignorance. As they led her inside, King Jing's mind was racing. What was so special about this place? Was her wretched brother Song Huai Chen actually caught, or was this part of some grander, secret plan of his? Elsewhere, a day before, Song Huai Chen himself let out a sudden sneeze, a chill running down his spine as if someone was talking trash about him. He had been exploring the bandit's storeroom, his eyes widening at the sight before him. An entire arsenal of the military's newest, most refined weaponry was stockpiled here. Not only that, but there were also chests overflowing with tribute money. This was bigger than he thought. He approached a desk covered in ledgers, his fingers tracing the bindings. But the moment he touched the book, the entire room turned into a death trap. Spears shot out from the walls with deadly speed, forcing him to twist and dodge in a breathtaking display of agility, his long ponytail whipping through the air. He landed, his heart pounding. This was bad. He could only hope that springing the trap hadn't alerted the entire mountain bandit crew. Back in the present, Huai Chen sat trapped in the room, his head in his hands in frustration. No one had come to check on the disturbance, but he couldn't stay here forever. He hadn't been able to relay a message outside, and if the vice general made a move now, everything would get infinitely more complicated. Suddenly, the clank of door opening broke the silence. His head snapped up. Finally, someone was here. He watched from the shadows as a lone bandit crept in, greedily stuffing tribute money into a sack. The man froze, a sudden flicker of realization dawning on his face just a second too late. With a single brutal punch, Huai Chen knocked him out cold. He unceremoniously stuffed the unconscious body into an empty chest, took the sack of money for himself, and peered out the window. The security was tight, just walking out was impossible. Going back would only alert the enemy. A wicked, handsome smile spread across his face as he turned to his other captive, the one he'd interrogated earlier. It seemed catching the leader was the only way out. He would spare the man's life, he purred, if he just answered a few questions. The poor bandit was soon found stripped, bound, and gagged, whimpering pathetically. Just as Huai Chen finished his work, the sound of another door sliding open echoed through the building. Someone was in the head family's room. Instantly, a murderous aura surrounded him as he drew his sword, moving with the silence of a predator. He crept towards the bed, where a figure lay sleeping under the covers. Without hesitation, he plunged his sword down, but the blade met no resistance, sinking into soft pillows. He ripped the covers away, his eyes widening in confusion at the decoy. A hand shot out from behind him, grabbing his wrist with surprising strength and yanking him backwards. His world spun as he was pulled onto the bed, coming face to face with none other than Song Qing Chen. The air crackled with shock and fury. "Song Huai Chen?" Pinning her beneath him, his handsome face contorted with rage. "Song, King," he bit out, his voice dangerously low. So she recognized him from the start, but chose to stay quiet, his eyes, sharp as daggers, pierced through her. What was she doing in the headler's room? Was she the mastermind behind these bandits all along? He accused her of being ruthless, of orchestrating the raids just to cover her own tracks. Her silence was all the confirmation he needed. Guilt was that it? The suffocating pressure of his murderous intent was palpable. She could see it in the cold glint of his eyes. He really wanted to kill her. She had to get away. As he moved to strike, she dodged with a desperate whoosh. She scrambled away, putting precious distance between them on the large bed. Leaping to her feet, she held up her tiny insect companion like a weapon. "You made me do this, Song Huai Chen. Bite him," she commanded. As the creature sank its teeth into his hand, she spat her accusation. He wanted to kill her to keep his own secrets buried. With a growl, he ripped his hand away, his patience utterly gone. "Very well," he declared, raising his sword. "Let's end this all today." But just the blade fell, she threw down a smoke bomb, which inexplicably exploded into a cloud of cute, fluffy puppies, knocking his sword from his hand. A voice from outside interrupted the chaos, asking if the head leader was done with his guest. The two of them were frozen in a compromising tangle on the floor. "Be quiet," Huai Chen hissed, threatening to feed any noisy guards to the wolves. "Understood," the guard replied. King Jing's eyes widened. "Wait, so you're not their head leader?" she whispered, confused. He leaned in, their faces so close she could feel his breath. All of this, he murmured, was all your own assumption. Flustered and off balance, she stumbled forward, her lips accidentally pressing against his in a shocking, heart-stopping kiss. Before either could react, the door was shoved open with a creak. The real bandit leader, a mountain of a man with a scarred face and a tiger tattoo, stomped into the room. Huai Chen moved in a blur, slamming his shoulder into the man and sending him stumbling back. "Who's that?" The leader roared in fury. He smashed his fist into the doorframe, the wood splintering under the force. "Who trespass in my barracks?" "Chase him." King Jing was left sitting alone on the bed, seething. That ungrateful bastard. She came all this way to rescue him, and he just abandoned her. Her rage was cut short as the remaining bandits swarmed her. "A one, she must spy's companion. Catch her." But King Jing was no damsel in distress. A cold smirk graced her lips as she raised her hands, golden needles poised between her fingers. "Wanna catch me? Let's see if you have what it takes." With a flick of her wrists, a swarm of enchanted insects shot out, neutralizing the bandits in seconds. She walked calmly out of the building, leaving a trail of unconscious bodies in her wake. Her little bug companion let out a satisfied burp, ready for a nap. "Okay," she whispered. "Leave to me." Was then she noticed the path ahead was suspiciously clear of guards. So Song Huai Chen was clearing the way for her. Her hand went to her temple, a headache forming. No, that couldn't be right. He wanted her dead just moments ago. He wouldn't do that for her. A sudden, sharp pain made her gasp. She looked at her hand, now stained with blood that wasn't hers. Her eyes followed the trail to its source, Song Huai Chen, slumped against a wall, bleeding heavily but still standing. "How come it's you?" She breathed, her heart clenching. He didn't leave her behind. An arrow whizzed past her cheek, and she flinched back. "Song Huai Chen, you..." She started, but he had already thrown a small dagger, felling an enemy hiding in the shadows behind her. He coughed, clutching his wound. "Be quiet," he rasped before his legs gave out, and he collapsed. This was her chance, her perfect opportunity. He was at his weakest. One needle was all it would take to end him. Her hand, holding the golden needle, trembled. Her resolve wavered. With a defiant cry, she flung the needle hard, but towards a hidden enemy. His eyes widened, a flicker of disbelief crossing his handsome, blood-stained face. She came back to help him. A golden object struck him squarely in the forehead, not a weapon, but a tool for healing. A strange, dark fire ignited in his gaze. "Since it has come to this, then let's die together," he vowed, his voice a low and desperate promise. The world tilted as Song Huai Chen staggered, a trickle of blood escaping his lips as his body finally gave out. He stumbled forward, his strength failing him, and collapsed onto the dusty ground in a heap. A golden pin lay beside his bloodied hand, a stark reminder of the battle just fought. Seeing him fall, Song Qing Chen let out an indignant huff, turning her back on the pathetic sight. But she couldn't just leave him. With a frustrated sigh, she pivoted back to face the injured man, who was now weakly propped up against the wall. He looked up at her, his gaze a mixture of pain and something unreadable, the silence between them thick with unspoken tension. Suddenly, the distant sound of panicked voices cut through the air. They were searching for the eldest master, vowing to Demeter into the ground if they had to find that sly person. There was no time. King Jing sprang into action, grabbing the brutish, one-eyed man who had been their captive. Her hand clamped over his mouth, her expression turning menacing. She leaned in close, her voice a low threat, informing him not to worry. She'd only made him lose his voice for a little while. If he cooperated, she'd give him the antidote, but first as the eldest master. He should know exactly where the safest place was, right? With a forceful shove, she commanded him to lead the way, her eyes burning with urgency. The hulking man stumbled forward, guiding them through the compound until they reached an old, unassuming well. Without a moment's hesitation, King Jing grabbed him, intent on throwing him straight down into the darkness. But the man struggled, and a weak voice from behind told her to wait a minute. She whipped her head around, glaring at Song Huai Chen. "What now?" He explained that these barracks were likely riddled with hidden mechanisms, and if they let this scoundrel go down first, he could evade a trap that would be disastrous for them. A smirk played on her lips as she realized he was right. The captive's panicked eyes confirmed their suspicions. Stepping forward, Song Huai Chen declared that he would go. With a swift, powerful kick, he sent the bandit sprawling, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Was the man afraid he'd conspired with the eldest master to harm him? He turned to King Jing, his decision made. He would go down first. This man was too sly and violent. He couldn't leave King Jing alone with him, fearing she'd lose control of the situation. He grabbed the thick rope, his wounded body protesting as he began his descent. A loud bang echoed from the bottom of the well, followed by an unnerving silence. King Jing leaned over the edge, her heart pounding. How was the situation down there? His voice steady and reassuring. From the darkness, she could come down. She gave the order to catch the bandit, and began to lower the rope for him. But in an instant, the rope went taut, yanking her with incredible force. A gasp escaped her lips as she was pulled over the edge, her world turning into a blur as she plummeted into the abyss. Just as she thought she would hit the bottom, strong arms wrapped around her, breaking her fall. It was Song Huai Chen, his face pale and his hands slick with blood as he held her tight. "Let go," he grunted. the strain evident in his voice. The rope snapped and fell away, leaving them untethered. He held her securely in his arms, his dark hair fanning out as they landed with a soft thud on the stone floor below. Or rather, they landed with a comical slam, both of them face-planting into the ground. "Ayo, are you all right?" he groaned, pushing himself up. He looked down at his own blood-soaked hands, a flicker of remorse in his eyes. Before, he shouldn't have misunderstood her. He was sorry. King Jing stared at him, bewildered. So the great General Mu actually knew how to apologize. A groan from the corner of the room their attention. The bandit was awake, his one eye wide with shock and realization. He's a general! They couldn't let him leave this place alive. "What are you trying to do?" King Jing demanded, rushing towards him. But it was too late. With a guttural scream, the man slammed his fist into the stone wall. The entire chamber began to rumble violently. Damn it, he triggered the self-destruct mechanism. The ground them cracked and split apart as they watched in horror. Thinking fast, Song Huai Chen her towards solid ground, but the floor gave way completely. As they both fell into the chasm, his hand shot out, desperately reaching for hers. The world dissolved into a chaotic freefall. Below them, the bandits' maniacal laughter echoed upwards. Nobody would leave here alive. In a heart-stopping moment, Song Huai Chen's fingers locked around hers, a fragile connection in the face of certain doom. The bandit coughed up a final mouthful of blood, his laughter choked off as he disappeared into the darkness. A massive splash consumed them as they plunged into icy cold water. King Jing's eyes flew open, the shock stealing her breath as a horrifying shape emerged from the gloom. A colossal crocodile with glowing red eyes lunged forward, its maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. "There's a huge crocodile in the water." The dark water churned around them. "We'll move individually," Song Huai Chen yelled through the chaos. King Jing was tossed about like a rag doll, kicking desperately until her hand found a jagged rock to cling to. Could this be the legendary huge crocodile of the abyss she'd read about in the ancient books? Gasping for air, she hauled herself onto the small outcrop, so trembling. This water was its home ground. Being it here was a death sentence. With nowhere to hide, she knew she had to risk it all. This was her only chance to live. The beast opened its mouth, ready to swallow her whole. Its skin was like iron, she realized. Its weak point had to be its eyes. Just then, Huai Chen swept past, his blade slashing at the monster's glowing eye. The crocodile roared in agony, its massive tail swinging through the water, creating a wave that slammed King Jing hard against the rock face. She gasped in pain, splashing back into the turbulent water. With renewed determination, she pulled a pin from her hair and flung it with all her might. But the tiny weapon merely clinked off the creature's armored hide, doing nothing. Now the enraged beast turned its full, murderous attention on her. Its jaws lunged forward, and she barely managed to jam her weapon between its teeth, the immense pressure threatening to crush her arm. A silent scream ripped through her mind. "No, I can't die here. Don't come any closer." She held her ground, her eyes narrowed in a final, desperate stand. Suddenly, the crushing pressure vanished. The crocodile froze. Why is it not moving? A figure shot through the water behind the beast. It was Song Huai Chen, his sword plunged deep into the crocodile's skull, twisting the blade with every last ounce of his strength. The monster gave one final, violent thrash, sending him flying. "Song Qing Chen," he cried out, his voice filled with alarm as he saw her being swept away. Then his eyes fluttered closed, and his body went limp, sinking slowly into the deep blue abyss. She watched in horror as he drifted away, a trail of bubbles marking his descent into the silent, unforgiving darkness. The dust settled, revealing an intricate pattern etched into the stone floor, glowing with an otherworldly light. King Jing's eyes widened. This veiny pattern was disturbingly familiar, something straight out of the legends of the Wu clan. Kneeling nearby, Song Huai Chen, blood staining his lips as he wondered how this bizarre symbol had just appeared out of nowhere. King Jing glanced at her own bleeding hand, a single drop of crimson falling towards the sigil. Could it be her blood that triggered this? Her spirit companion materialized, its voice sharp with annoyance. This ignorant fool had stumbled upon a sacred spell formation of the Wu clan. This place was far more significant than she knew, and the spirit urged her to quickly place her hand upon it. Hesitantly, she reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool stone. The moment she made contact, a blinding golden light erupted from the ground, swirling around her in a vortex of power and shimmering butterflies. The energy lifted her off her feet, her body weightless as she floated in the radiant glow. Song Huai Chen watched in utter disbelief, his mind racing. It was her blood interacting with the formation, the cause of all the strange phenomena in this wretched underground palace. For 7 years, he had studied the Wu ancestral records, believing he understood their magic. The concubine mother had never told him the whole truth. This was the other half of the story. In that moment, watching her bathed in ancient power, he finally understood the true, terrifying fundamentals of the Wu clan's cultivation. The golden energy coursed through King Jing, warm and comforting, even sealing the wound on her stomach. Her little spirit companion basked in the glow, sighing in pure bliss at how comfortable it felt. King Jing smirked, holding up the now plump spirit. This disaster could be considered a blessing in disguise. Huai Chen, however, looked on with disgust, thinking the flabby worm looked even more revolting now. He let out a ragged cough, his hand covering his mouth as he tried to steady himself. With both of them injured, they needed to find a way out, and fast. A new confidence settled in King Jing's heart. He could have his doubts, but now that she had absorbed the powers of this place, she no longer had to be afraid of him. He had spared her life many times, so she supposed she would spare his this time. Huai Chen's mind was a tangled mess of questions. The day's events were too bizarre to comprehend. He would have to consult Master Zhao when they got out. Just how many secrets was Song Qing Chen hiding from him? As the spirit creatured about the useless treasures scattered around, an idea sparked in King Jing's mind. She remembered the exit. After a moment of searching, her fingers found a hidden seam in the wall, pressing down with a decisive clack. The stone rumbled and shifted, revealing a dark opening. She had found the door. She turned a triumphant smile on her face as she called out to Song Huai Chen that the exit was here. But her joy turned to ice-cold terror as a skeletal hand shot out from the darkness, its bony fingers clamping her wrist like a vice. A scream tore from her throat as she was yanked backward. Song Huai Chen roared her name, his face a mask of pure panic as he lunged forward, his body slamming against the heavy stone door as it began to close. He strained with all his might, his fingers scrabbling against the unyielding stone. His hands were raw and bleeding, but he refused to let go, pushing with every ounce of his strength. He desperately called out to her, asking if she was all right as the skeleton's grip tightened around her. His muscles screamed in protest, his blood smearing the stone as he fought against the crushing weight. The skeletal hand released her wrist only to wrap its horrifying fingers around her throat, cutting off her air with suffocating pressure. Just as her vision started to fade, her spirit companion exploded with rage. How dare a mere puppet lay a hand on its person? Golden threads of light shot out, wrapping around the skeleton's brittle bones. With a series of sickening cracks, the ancient bones shattered, the skull flying off as the entire puppet disintegrated into dust. King Jing collapsed to the ground, freed from its grasp. Song Huai Chen stared dumbfounded by her sudden release. How on earth had she done that? He called her name again as the door slammed shut with a deafening boom, plunging them into the next chamber. She stumbled forward, crashing directly into his chest with a painful thud. He grunted, his face flushed with a mixture of pain and embarrassment. He was just glad she hadn't died, he muttered awkwardly, refusing to meet her gaze. They should just keep moving. But their moment of awkward silence was shattered by the swoosh of a giant blade swinging down from the ceiling. "Watch out!" In a flash, he grabbed her waist, pulling her into his arms and launching them away from the deadly trap. The massive axe slammed into the floor, missing them by inches. Before they could even catch their breath, a monstrous stone serpent with glowing emerald eyes lunged from the shadows. Her spirit frantically told her to use her blood. Understanding dawned, and she looked at Huai Chen with grim determination, telling him to send her up. Without hesitation, he launched her into the air. She soared towards the stone beast, her hand outstretched. The spirit's voice echoed in her mind, "Take the snake eye." Her fingers closed around the brilliant green gem, yanking it from its socket just as she began to fall, screaming his name. He met her desperate gaze, his voice raw with emotion as he promised to catch her. He caught her securely in his arms, holding her tight against his chest. The entire cavern began to rumble and shake violently around them. He shielded her head with his arm as rocks rained down, his eyes locking onto a sliver of light in the distance. The exit! The spirit termed it, and with a shared look of grim resolve, he told her it was time to go. As he led her towards the light, her heart fluttered in her chest. He was supposed to hate her, to want her dead, so why did he keep saving her life? They burst out of the cave into the blinding sunlight, finally safe. A mischievous glint appeared in her eye as she gave a sly wink. But what about all the treasures from the underground palace? She had a good idea, she chirped. Huai Chen's face paled when he saw her good idea. An entire army of insects, from ants to beetles, diligently carrying jewelry and artifacts out of the cave. This was her brilliant plan. She patted his arm reassuringly, telling him not to worry. They would bring all the items to her mansion. He just wanted the creepy crawlies to get away from him. Back at the military camp, he sighed, noting they had to move. The soldiers be worried. Now that the witch tribe's lair was exposed, they would destroy it, anyone else from finding it. A soldier immediately began fussing over the princess, demanding a doctor give her treatment, completely ignoring the equally injured general. He was a man, the soldier shrugged. As long as he wasn't dead, it was fine. Huai Chen's subordinate Zhao Taizhuang seethed with rage at the disrespect. Before leaving, Huai Chen attached a detailed letter to a carrier pigeon, recounting the strange events of the underground palace for Master Zhao. 3 days later, a maid was carefully dressing King Jing's wounds, insisting she couldn't delay proper treatment any longer. King Jing waved off her concerns, insisting it was nothing. She was leaving today anyway. Just then, Song Huai Chen burst into her tent unannounced, startling them both. He quickly averted his eyes, a deep blush creeping up his neck as he coughed awkwardly. Clearing his throat, he declared that her guards were useless. If she was in such a hurry to leave, he would accompany her himself. King Jing raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on her lips. How strange, just a while ago he wanted her to leave immediately, and now he was offering to be her personal escort? She leaned in closer, her voice a seductive whisper that made his blush deepen. Did he perhaps have something else in mind? His cheeks burned with a faint blush, a stark contrast to his usual cold demeanor as his mind raced. He knew Master Zhao's underground palace was tied to the Wu clan, which meant he had to let Song Qing Chen go, but he couldn't just let her win so easily. He had to give her a reason she couldn't possibly deny, a perfect excuse to keep her under his thumb. Leaning in close, her voice a seductive whisper, the silence, her eyes glinting with amusement. Why wasn't he talking? She purred, a smile gracing her lips. Wasn't he feeling the least bit guilty? He flinched, turning away to hide his turmoil. He was just thinking, he said, his voice strained, about how many bandits had been in her face that day, and whether any insiders were still lurking in the shadows. After all, his injury hadn't healed, and if he were to ambush the thief now, he wouldn't be able to prove his own innocence. It was a perfectly logical excuse, but her sharp instincts told her otherwise. What he said made sense on the surface, but a cold dread washed over her. This thought of his was not as pure as it seemed. His gaze hardened, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous murmur. He softly reminded her not to forget the mountain of gifts she had sent to the princess's residence, a clear and undeniable threat. A furious tick mark appeared on her forehead as his words hit their mark. He was threatening her. Her attendant tried to intervene, begging the princess not to listen to the general's nonsense, insisting he was only worried for her safety. But Song Huai Chen's expression was unyielding. That was exactly his intention, he confirmed, his voice cold as steel. Whatever her motives were, if she wanted to follow him, she would have to obey him. A cunning light sparked in her violet eyes as a new plan formed. She would travel light, she declared, with just her attendant, but she was afraid and would need an errand boy. Her eyes crinkled mischievously as she winked and made a face, shamelessly suggesting the great general for the position. His jaw dropped in utter disbelief. Through gritted teeth, sing the words out, he declared that to serve the princess was his honor, vein throbbing in his temple as he struggled to endure the humiliation. An hour later, as preparations were made, Song Huai Chen pulled his subordinate, Zhao Xuan, aside for a private word. He ordered him to train the others as usual and to wait for his signal. Hidden from view, the princess listened in, her suspicions confirmed. He's indeed avoiding her, and she was determined to find out what he was planning while she tagged along. Zhao Xuan was utterly bewildered. They were supposed to join the garrison soldiers in 10 days, so why was the general suddenly putting them on standby? Soon, their carriage was rumbling down the dusty road, kicking up a cloud of dust behind it. Inside, her attendant leaned in close, her voice a nervous whisper, asking if the person they were meeting was someone the princess knew personally. Instantly, the princess pressed a finger to her lips, her other hand clamping over her attendant's mouth to silence her completely. An aura of dread filled the carriage as both women tensed, their faces pale with anxiety. The princess's heart pounded in her chest. The time she had planned to meet Hiki was already hours ago, and she prayed they hadn't done anything reckless. A sudden jolt of the carriage made her gasp. Her attendant asked if she'd bumped her injury, suggesting they slow down on the rough road. But the princess shook her head, her expression grim. She was fine, she insisted they needed to hurry, the faster the better. Outside, Song Huai Chen's grip on the reins tightened, his mind racing with suspicion. Why was Song Qing Chen in such a desperate hurry? Was she really going to Zhaoxian, or was she secretly meeting someone else? They finally reached a weathered stone marker indicating the border of the Zhaoxian kingdom. The land was barren and desolate, a stark contrast to the stories he'd heard. It was said the princess's land was fertile and her people lived in peace. So why had these once thriving lands become a wasteland? As they ventured further, a horrifying sight met their eyes. The road was lined with starving, desperate refugees. Song Huai Chen's voice grim as he announced their arrival, stating the obvious something was terribly wrong. The princess threw open the curtain, her eyes widening in shock and horror. Why were there so many refugees? She demanded, her voice trembling with a mix of pity and rage as the people begged for help. A frail, wounded hand reached out, its owner pleading for assistance. The horses whinnied and reared back in alarm. The princess leaned out, her heart aching, and asked if they were Zhao Xian's people. A woman with a child confirmed they were refugees from the southwest, forced to flee their homes. Without a second thought, the princess offered her the best jade lotion for her wounds. Overcome with gratitude, the woman fell to her knees, proclaiming the princess as her family's savior and vowing to become her servant. The princess looked on, her expression unreadable, before accepting the woman's pledge. From now on, she would follow her as her mistress. Song Huai Chen leaned in, his voice a low warning, telling her these refugees clearly had bad intentions. She simply replied with a cold, knowing smile, "I know." Peeking through the curtain, a dangerous glint entered her eyes. She just wanted to see who still dared to plot against her. Later, after stopping to rest on the outskirts of Zhaoxian, the princess instructed her attendant, Kuzi, to take food to the refugee father and son. Song Huai Chen approached, his brow furrowed with concern. They were only an hour from her quarters. Why take the risk of stopping here? She met his gaze calmly, a small smile playing on her lips. If they didn't give their enemies a slight chance, how could they possibly expose their weaknesses? He warned her not to play with fire, especially since she hadn't fully recovered. He gently handed her a handkerchief to wipe her hands. She took it, amused. She never imagined that a dignified ninth prince could be so skilled at serving someone. A furious blush crept up his neck. He was still no match for the seventh princess he shot back, who must have lived a life of pure luxury. Just then an attendant called for the princess, and Song Huai Chen, still fuming, curtly excused himself. What a capricious man, she thought, watching him storm off. Ku Ji returned with her report. The man seemed normal, but the child was another story entirely. He had been walking for half a day without a hint of exhaustion, and had even happily chased a rabbit. For a starving child, his energy was unnatural. The princess's eyes narrowed in suspicion. She remembered tales of Sugong wanderers, sorcerers who could shrink their skeletons to look exactly like a child. Her attendant gasped in shock. To command such a person, the mastermind behind the plot had to be someone of extraordinary power. The princess gave a simple order: watch them quietly. The carriage finally arrived at the magnificent princess's quarter. As the princess stepped down from her carriage, her attendants gathering around her, a blur of motion descended from the rooftops. A cheerful voice rang out. "Sister, you're back." Someone shouted a warning to watch out. A boy with striking pink hair landed gracefully in her arms, embracing her tightly. It was Hikiao. Song Huai Chen froze, his eyes locked on the scene, a storm of emotions brewing within him. Hikiao pouted playfully, complaining that she'd made him wait too long and demanded compensation. She pinched his cheek affectionately, asking what he wanted this time. With a cheeky grin, he declared he wanted her kids. She laughed, playfully scolding him before leading him inside the princess manor, leaving a stunned and forgotten Song Huai Chen standing alone on the steps. A servant politely approached him, informing him that Sister Kaji had ordered her to give him a tour of his new quarters. That night, sleep offered him no peace. He tossed and turned, the image of her radiant smile. The smile she gave so freely to Hikiao burned into his mind. A bitter, aching jealousy consumed him. From the moment they were children until now, she had never, not once, smiled him like that. He sat up with a clatter, his thoughts in turmoil, when a sudden shout from outside shattered the silence. Fire! The cry echoed through the night. He rushed to the window just in time to see angry orange flames licking the sky. His blood ran cold as he pinpointed the source of the inferno. It was Song Qing Chen's manor. The night sky, once serene with a sliver of a crescent moon, was now choked with smoke and glowing with a hellish orange light. A prestigious manor was engulfed in flames, and amidst the chaos, a lone figure fought against the inferno with desperate fury. Song Huai Chen's voice was raw as he screamed her name, his eyes with panic. "Song Qing Chen, where are you?" Ignoring the searing heat that licked at his skin, he heaved a massive wooden beam, ramming it against a sealed door, his body screaming in protest. His handsome face, now smudged with soot and grime, was a mask of pure terror. "Please, just make a sound," he begged the roaring flames, anything to let him know she was alive. His mind flashed back to a quieter, happier time, a memory that now felt like a cruel joke. Her sweet voice echoed in his ears, telling him how happy she was that he liked the watermelon they shared under the moonlight. The memory was a dagger to his heart. A dark vein throbbed on his temple, his knuckles turning white as he clenched his fist. How could she have been so carefree, so easily wasting away his worries when he had been so concerned for her? That casual innocence now fueled his suffocating fear as he stood before the blaze powerless. While the manor burned, shadows moved under the cover of the crescent moon. Two figures crept through the estate, noting that with everyone distracted by the fire, their plan had to change, they had to move fast. Sifting through a pile of documents, one of them confirmed that these were just useless papers. Their real target was not here. They needed to search more carefully. Song Qing Chen's fame meant secrets were surely buried within these walls. The younger subordinate grumbled, questioning why they were bothering with this when they could get rid of her. The leader shot him a withering glare, warning him not to be so presumptuous. Interfering with their master's plan was a mistake not even their deaths could atone for. Just then, the younger one's eyes lit up with discovery. He'd found it, but his triumph was short-lived as a hidden trapdoor swung open beneath him, pulling him into the darkness with a terrified scream. Before the leader could react, the heavy door shut, smacking him right in the face with a loud thud. Down below, a long, eerie staircase descended into blackness. The older spy, rubbing his sore face, ordered his shaken subordinate to go down and investigate. As the boy trembled, holding his candle, a menacing hooded figure materialized behind them, silent as the grave, surrounded by an aura of glowing green leaves. Back outside, the chaos continued. The pampered Hikiao was perched on a rooftop, casually explaining to a noble lady that the imperial bodyguards who had stupid Song Huai Chen here had no idea what was truly happening. Below them, Huai Chen was on his knees, bruised and defeated, his eyes burning with a native fire, the fire of betrayal. Was he the only one who didn't know about this plan? The woman, his supposed sister, looked down at him from her perch, a cruel smirk playing on her lips as she noted his anger. With the grace of a celestial being, she leaped from the roof, landing softly before him. She reached out, her delicate fingers gently touching his soot-covered cheek as she asked if he was okay, her voice dripping with fake sympathy. He jerked his head away, his silver eyes flashing with contempt. "Don't act like you care," he snarled, knowing that his well-being meant nothing to her grand ambitions. Up on the roof, Hikiao watched the tense exchange, utterly baffled by their strange, twisted relationship. Huai Chen cleared his throat, changing the subject with cold precision, wanting to know where the two intruders were. Her eyes widened for a fraction of a second before a chillingly calm smile graced her lips. A grotesque, winged insect crawled onto her hand as she revealed they were in her mansion, exactly as she had expected. Huai Chen's face contorted in a comical expression of rage and disbelief. Meanwhile, deep in the secret passage, a pair of pristine blue boots stepped into the dim light. A new player had entered the game, a statuesque man with an intimidating presence, his gaze sharp and cold. He effortlessly located the hidden mechanism on a candlestick, twisting it to reveal the secret entrance with a heavy creak. Inside, he found the two spies, the older one holding the younger hostage. With a flick of his wrist, a chain whip shot out, ensnaring the spy's leg. Blades clashed in the confined space, sparks flying in the darkness. The newcomer ordered the boy to get away now, and with a sharp tug of the chain, he sent the captor stumbling. The fight was over in an instant. The defeated spy lay bleeding on the stone floor as the victor stood over him, his formidable weapon dripping with blood. He calmly held his sword and instructed the younger spy to report to the princess that they would proceed as planned. The boy scrambled away, panting for breath, completely unaware of the tiny glowing bug planted on his collar. Outside, Huai Chen watched the flurry of activity, his heart heavy. It seemed this place, granted to King Jing by the emperor, had truly become hers. A lady-in-waiting approached, informing him that the princess wished to see him. From a nearby tree, Hikya was being quizzed about Princess's relationship with her brother, boasting that he was the perfect person to ask since he'd been watching them for years. But he quickly lost interest, deciding it was more worthwhile to study herbal medicine than explain their complicated bond. In a moonlit pavilion, King Jing tried to dismiss Huai Chen, feigning concern for his duties with the army. He agreed it was time to leave, and a wave of relief washed over her. With him gone, she could finally execute her plan. But she began, a thoughtful look on her face. But what? He pressed. She explained that the fire was unexpected, and that the Empress had assigned officials to monitor her years ago, a political battle that took 7 years to settle. She slammed her cup down, her voice laced with venom. She never imagined that he, Song Huai Chen, would find one of her weaknesses and use it to threaten her. After 7 years, he had climbed the ranks of the army, and she demanded to know why he was meddling in her affairs instead of returning to his post. A dangerous smirk crossed his lips. What was the point of an illegitimate son gaining so many merits? He mused aloud that if his true identity were known, it would cause a massive uproar. His gaze locked onto hers, piercing through her composure. Had she never been told why he was raised in the wretched cold palace? Her eyes widened in shock as the damning truth revealed. He was the product of a forbidden affair. In her past life, she remembered the day he was cast out, sent away at the behest of the Southern Emperor. She had watched him suffer, never lifting a finger to help, never imagining that this disgraced boy would one day rise to become the ruthless Southern Emperor who would slaughter her own people. She had become his victim. In this life, she had tried to befriend him, but she knew so little. To avoid repeating her tragic past, she knew the greatest threat to her survival wasn't the Northern Empire, it was Song Huai Chen himself. Just she was lost in her grim thoughts, Huai Chen's voice cut through the silence. "Are there any news regarding those two?" he asked, referring to the captured spy. She stared at him, utterly stunned. How could he possibly know? His eyes were sharp, knowing. He pointed out that her lady-in-waiting wasn't loyal and that she always handled matters concerning that father and son personally. A faint, triumphant smile touched his lips. Since his dear imperial sister cared so much for them, he suggested, why don't they go and see them together? The story begins under a shower of delicate blossoms, where our princess finds herself in a precarious situation with a blade held close, the title teasing a dramatic confrontation. Royal brother away with the sword. On a moonlit balcony, surrounded by the gentle hum of cicadas, the 7th Princess Song Qing Luo stands with her brother, the 7th Prince. His voice is smooth as silk, but his words are a venomous promise. Once she arrives at the hidden place, she will understand everything. A cruel smile touches his lips as his true thoughts echo in his mind. Her life will be his. He calmly pours tea, the very picture of a doting brother, but a chilling darkness swirls in his handsome eyes. The prince takes a smug smirk playing on his lips. There was no need to rush this game. He mused that apprehending that troublesome father and son would be a piece of cake for his powerful imperial sister, leaving him free to sit back and enjoy the show. The princess, meanwhile, was weaving her own intricate schemes. This uproar from the County Zhou refugees was the perfect opportunity to put the local officials in a bind. Her plan was flawless. If the officials proved incompetent, she could swoop in, return to the capital, and earn favor by putting in a few good words for them with their imperial father. Her brother's sly gaze cut through the quiet night. He leaned forward, his voice a low whisper, asking if she wasn't afraid of. But his question was sliced in two by a sudden, chaotic noise from outside. A guard burst onto the balcony, his face a mask of pure terror, as the little foodie Bao dropped his snacks in utter shock. The news was dire. The entrance had been swarmed by a horde of refugees, and it looked like someone was deliberately inciting them to break in and steal the grain. The prince's blood ran cold. Impossible. It was a half-day's journey from anywhere. How could they have gathered so quickly? Little Bao, trembling with fear, clung to her robes. his small voice pleading for her to leave this dangerous place and come up with a plan from the safety of another location. Her guard echoed the sentiment, but her eyes flashed with steely resolve. Fleeing now would be a disaster. The government would question her competence, and that wretched empress would surely make things worse. Yet if she used force to suppress these refugees, she'd be branded a cruel, compassionless tyrant, destroying the very reputation she'd worked so hard to build. Damn it, she was completely trapped. A smooth voice cut through her turmoil. Her brother, looking entirely too pleased with himself, suggested that since she was so troubled, she might want to listen to his brilliant idea. Why not join forces with him? The suggestion hung in the air, heavy with unspoken conditions. Her widened in disbelief. Did he just try to order her around? He turned away, his silhouette framed by the moonlit leaves. He claimed their meeting was a pure coincidence, this uproar just as unexpected for him. He reminded her that they were both in this mess thanks to that unusual father-son duo. He gestured towards the crowd below, a sea of desperate faces, a mother clutching her child, their expressions ones of pure misery. But his eyes, sharp and cold ice, saw through the facade. He pointed out that while they pretended to be weak, their eyes burned with a hidden, overflowing strength. These were not the wanderers of a famine. The princess gasped, the realization hitting her like a physical blow. He observed her shock with a knowing look. She truly had no idea this was a setup. Her loyal attendant rushed to her defense, insisting that the prince's people were loyal and would never betray her. She speculated that perhaps a new wave of refugees arrived after they had already departed the capital. The attendant explained their compromised route. Bandit attacks had forced them to change course, leading to a breakdown in communication with the capital. As she finished, the prince posed a question that sent a shiver down her spine. Imperial sister, has it ever occurred to you that this entire refugee crisis might be a carefully orchestrated trap designed specifically to lure you here? The air grew thick with tension as the princess bowed and her attendant absorbed his chilling words. Her eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. What exactly was he implying? He poured more tea, his movements infuriatingly calm as he laid out his theory. The father and son they were pursuing were merely taking advantage of a pre-existing plot. If a full-blown refugee revolt were to break out, causing chaos in the southern region, any counterplan she had would be utterly useless. He met her furious glare with a faint, mocking smile, and she could feel a vein throbbing in her temple. As if on cue, the roar of the crowd intensified. A ringleader screamed for them to storm the mansion and seize the grain. Cries for food and survival echoed through the night as the mob pushed forward. The princess slammed her hands on the table, her patience finally snapping. Enough with the sarcasm. Since he clearly knew what was going on, he should just spit out his demands. He leaned in, his face inches from hers, his voice a low, dangerous whisper. He'd help, but on one condition. She must tell him everything he wanted to know, with no secrets. And besides, he added, his eyes glinting, she had already crossed the limit. In a flash, he lunged past her and grabbed little Bao by the collar, hoisting the terrified child into the air. Bao screamed, kicking wildly, begging to be put down. The princess watched in horror as her brother coldly informed her that they were now on the same boat. At that exact moment, a firework exploded in the sky, a brilliant flash of light against the darkness. Below, a troop of imperial soldiers on horseback arrived with disciplined speed, their leader exuding an aura of calm authority. The so-called refugees cried out in confusion and panic. Why were they being arrested? The young commander wasted no time. Arrest these two, he ordered, pointing out the instigators. His soldiers slammed the ringleaders to the ground with brutal efficiency. He then announced that the rest would have their names registered and would receive grain later, a small chibi version of him confirming the mission was complete. Watching from the balcony, the princess saw the smug, self-satisfied look on her brother's face. A cold thought settled in her heart. Perhaps he, Song Huai Chen, had planned all of this from the very beginning. She studied his profile, the boy she once knew, now a stranger. The past 7 years had forged him into someone sharp, dangerous, and utterly unreadable. He turned and opened the doors, his voice cutting through her thoughts. Before the officials arrived, she had a promise to keep. He looked her dead in the eye, reminding her that they could start with behind the underground place. She forced a dazzling smile, her voice dripping with false sweetness. The underground place, didn't they explore it together? She batted her eyelashes, asking if her dear imperial brother wanted those treasures for himself, even as the sound of a blade being drawn clinked softly from beneath her sleeve. His handsome face instantly contorted into a mask of cold fury. Song Qing Chen, he snarled, his voice dropping to a deadly low. This time, he wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. A memory flashed through his mind, him, at a desolate borderland camp under a full moon. A pigeon arrived with a secret message, which he snatched from the air. The note revealed the location of the shaman clan's rare treasure, a secret meant only for the imperial family. His eyes had burned with a fierce, unyielding fire. The shaman clan's rare treasure. Back in the present, his was ironclad. He repeated her name, a solemn vow in his tone. He wouldn't stand by this time. He drew his sword, the polished steel gleaming menacingly as he pointed it directly at her throat. But she didn't even flinch. With an air of complete nonchalance, pushed the deadly blade away with a single, delicate finger. A slow, seductive smile spread across her lips as she brought her finger to her mouth. Why the sudden aggression? She reminded him that she's already agreed to his condition and wouldn't go back on her word. Her eyes narrowed with a warning of her own. He'd better not lie to her. She turned away, muttering about the audacity of that brat to threaten her, while her tiny insect companion buzzed furiously, want to bite him to death. She gently patted the insect, shushing it with a calm finger. He was handling the refugees, she explained patiently. He would be her witness at the palace. If he died, they'd lose their only alibi. The little creature trembled with stress, but she soothed it, promising she didn't need to tell him everything. She paused as a swarm of ethereal, glowing butterflies materialized around them, swirling in the air. She raised her hand, and the butterflies converged on the ground, forming a shimmering, magical seal. The prince watched, his breath caught in his throat. So this was how she revealed the hidden place. She looked back at him, her expression unreadable. "Follow me," she commanded. They descended into a basement lined with ancient scrolls. He lit a candle, the flickering flame illuminating his memory. He remembered seeing her here days ago, her fingers dancing as she expertly commanded a legendary venomous insect. He remarked that it seemed she's already mastered the skill, a legendary and extensive art. She cut him off, tired of the games. People called it an illegal practice, so what? He should just get to the point. His hand rested on a wooden box, his fingers buzzing with anticipation. He revealed what he knew, that only those with the shaman's royal blood could control such insects. However, he also learned of a rare treasure, a key that allowed even ordinary people to command them, granting them power equal to the royal family. He looked at her, his gaze sharp and piercing, and asked the question that had been burning in his mind. Did she find a jewel in this basement last time? Is that jewel the rumored rare treasure? Her eyes widened in pure, unadulterated rage. The betrayal was a bitter taste in her mouth. Her insect companion, Bing Can, shrieked in fury. So he's just another greedy thief after the treasure. The princess glared at him, her heart aching, as Bing Can flew forward to protect her. The prince's hand flew to his sword hilt, his expression grim as he prepared to draw his weapon. Bing Can buzzed, ready to attack. But the princess raised her hand, a vortex of blue energy swirling around it. "Stop it, both of you!" she cried out. She glared at her brother, her voice filled with accusation. "Song Qing Chen, you broke your promise again." The energy lashed out, binding both the prince and the insect in glowing blue tendrils. He struggled, demanding she let him go, but she was resolute. This kid was just like that wretched southern emperor, a bad thing through and through. Her eyes narrowed, a storm brewing in their violet depths as she processed the words she'd just overheard. What in the world did they mean, as bad as the South Region Emperor? Nearby, her little spirit companion Bing Can was practically vibrating with rage, furious that she would side with outsiders over him. But King Jing's mind was racing elsewhere. The spirit's foolish commentary about her losing her mind over a handsome man was just noise. His panicked reaction confirmed it. The rare was real. But she'd never heard Bing Can mention it, not once, not in all of their time at the shaman's residence. What was really going on? Her gaze shifted to the man in question, the handsome and dangerous Song Huai Chen, who was currently ensnared by shimmering, magical threads. With a violent twist, the threads snapped like fragile silk. Huai Chen burst free, his face a mask of cold fury as he summoned his sword in a flash of steel. Song Qing Chen snarled, the tip of the blade aimed directly at her throat. Her heart leaped into her throat, her body reacting on pure instinct. Her slender hand shot up, her palm just inches from the deadly sharp edge. A wave of exhaustion washed over her. Was this déjà vu? This was the second, maybe even the third time he'd pulled a sword on her. His eyes burned with a dangerous light, demanding to know how she knew a secret only his imperial sister was privy to. She held her ground, her voice steady despite the blade at her neck, trying to make him see reason. He had misunderstood completely. She saw him losing control, and she had only acted him from himself. He scoffed, the sword pressing ever so slightly closer, hissing that it was all nonsense. "It's true," she pleaded, her eyes welling up with tears, sparkling with a desperate sincerity that could melt even the coldest heart. She placed a hand over her chest, her voice trembling slightly. She had come to this dangerous place alone with him, just the two of them. Didn't he trust her at all? For a moment, he was stunned into silence, a furious blush creeping up his neck as he stammered, unable to form a coherent thought. Even Bing Can couldn't take the tension, screaming at them to stop flirting like fools and to put him down. In the tense silence, King Jing pulled out a shimmering green gem she had found. This hidden basement, she explained, belonged to the shaman clan. The last time they were here, she had been gravely injured, and a single drop of her blood had dripped onto the floor, causing a strange reaction that revealed this secret place. He had witnessed it all, watching her enter the hidden passage and dismantle the traps within. But as for this so-called rare treasure he was so obsessed with, she truly had no idea what he was talking about. His face hardened, the brief moment of vulnerability gone. If she knew nothing about the treasure, then their agreement was officially over. A cold dread filled King Jing's stomach. She had lied to him once before, and now he wouldn't believe a single word she said. He turned his back on her, his posture rigid and unforgiving. The army was marching back to the capital the day after tomorrow, he stated coldly, so he would no longer be accompanying her. she cried out, her hand darting forward to clutch the sleeve of his blue robes, refusing to let him go. Her eyes were wide and earnest as she met his gaze. Although there was no rare treasure, there was something else she could help him with. A cunning, almost wicked smile graced her lips as she laid her trap. He had worked so hard for all these years. He was still just the general of a small, insignificant army. It seemed he didn't want to prove himself, but rather to have the authority of a general within his own grasp. Her words hung in the air, a tantalizing offer he couldn't refuse. Elsewhere, under the clear sky, a massive crowd of refugees gathered, a sea of desperate faces. A large banner, free porridge for everyone who signed up. A soldier took down names as the line shuffled forward. An old woman spoke to an official, her voice frail. Princess King Jing herself was there, tirelessly serving the steaming porridge, her usual regal demeanor replaced with one of gentle compassion. A small girl, her face beaming with joy, clutched her precious bowl and called out for her mom, but in an instant, her happiness was shattered as she was violently shoved to the ground. The clay bowl exploded on the stone, the precious food spilling into the dirt as a heavy boot stomped down right beside her. "The governor has arrived," a guard bellowed, sending a wave of terror through the crowd. The people fell to their knees, begging for mercy from the arrogant official who strutted in with his entourage. His men immediately moved to seize King Jing's personal guards. "Mr. Governor, what do you want?" she shouted, stepping between them. "They are bodyguards personally invited by me, the princess. Take your hands off them." The governor, with a smug face and a perfectly manicured mustache, looked down at her with disdain. He'd heard a riot was breaking out and came to investigate. He sneered, but it seemed the seventh princess had already solved the matter. "Mind your word," she snapped back, her eyes flashing with anger. "This place has just suffered a catastrophe, and if it wasn't for her..." But he cut her off with a wave of his hand. Okay, if that's how it is," he said dismissively. Then he heard she had also apprehended the masterminds. He wanted to take them for interrogation. "Why?" one of her guards demanded, only to be shoved back by a staff. The governor's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Of course, it's because I am the governor of Zhaoxian." His gaze was cold and absolute. "And I need to deal with anything and everything related to Zhaoxian. What a good governor you are." Her men muttered in disbelief, while King stared, realizing the depths of his corruption. He wasn't finished. He didn't know what crimes this humble princess had committed, but she needed to be taken along as well. His victory seemed absolute. Later, the situation had shifted dramatically. King Jing was now walking alongside the governor, a pleasant smile on her face. "The governor has truly turned Zhaoxian into a magnificent landscape," she praised. "The people here are so lucky." The governor preened, replying that her praise absurd. Zhaoxian was only blessed because the princess had come. Her guards watched from a distance, utterly bewildered. They were complimenting each other. This felt so wrong. The governor, surrounded by his men, finally dropped the act. He was here to take the refugee leader, he announced, but the princess was refusing to hand him over. Could it be, he insinuated with a slimy grin, that she has some shady business with the refugees? She replied, her voice dripping with amusement. Her sweet smile vanished, replaced by a razor-sharp smirk. What a joke. She hadn't seen him at all during the chaos last night. So wasn't it far more suspicious that he was rushing over now to get his hands on one specific person? Furthermore, she added, turning slightly, he shouldn't be coming to her for this. He should be finding General Mu instead. At her side stood the statuesque Song Huai Chen, his presence radiating a quiet authority that instantly silenced the governor. "And who may this person be?" the governor asked, his eyes narrowing. "I am Mu Chen." Huai Chen introduced himself coolly. "The 43rd Palace's garrison commanding general." The governor's face paled. A commanding general was a top 5 rank, while his own position was near the bottom. This was the very soldier who had been recalled and rewarded by the emperor himself. Ken explained calmly that they had passed a fire last night and stopped to help the refugees. To ensure an impartial investigation, he proposed that the governor interrogate the refugees they had caught. Surely Mr. Governor would be fine with that idea. Right, the governor was trapped, speechless, and sweating under Huai Chen's piercing gaze. Now naturally, the general's idea is the best, he stammered. King and Huai Chen exchanged a subtle, victorious glance. Nice work. But that night, a new horror emerged in the refugee camp. A terrible illness was spreading, causing a painful, blistering rash on an old woman's neck and chest. Back in her temporary residence, King Jing received the grim report from her attendant. 34 people were now suffering from a high fever and unconsciousness, and the doctors were clueless. Her face was etched with worry as she gave orders. Quarantine the sick immediately and get more doctors, but they must be careful not to catch this mysterious illness. Huai Chen approached, his brow furrowed with concern. "What's going on?" he asked. She explained the situation, the fever that wouldn't break. Could it be the plague? He wondered aloud, his expression grave as he reached for her. She instinctively pushed his hand away, her heart pounding with fear. "I hope to God that it's not," she whispered. She tried to distract herself, telling him to wait while she finished some accounts. He sat down, blowing softly on his tea, his eyes never leaving her. He watched her work, her focused expression reflected in the depths of his gaze. His mind drifted into a daydream of a sun-drenched lotus pond. He saw them together, wrapped in each other's arms, her lips whispering his name, Song Huai Chen. A soft sigh brought him back to reality. He gently touched her forehead. "How did you even fall asleep while sitting upright?" he murmured, a soft smile on his face. He suddenly jolted, a deep blush spreading across his face as he realized he'd been the one to doze off, sleeping for hours while on watch. "It's a habit from the army," he mumbled, embarrassed. She gave him a gentle, understanding smile. "Our relationship is close now, isn't it?" she asked softly. "Shouldn't you tell me what you went through all those years?" She remembered how Xiang Jinyan had promised to help him with the palace, but never mentioned sending him to the brutal life of a soldier. Wai Chen's blush deepened. "That man is not that kind-hearted," he admitted. "If I hadn't escaped to the garrison, I would have lost my life a long time ago." King gasped, horrified. "Just where did that wretched man send you?" He held up a hand. Wait. "As we agreed, when you help me return to the palace and take over the military, I will tell you everything." His expression turned serious. Imperial sister should prepare for the plan in 3 days. But her mind was still on the present crisis. The refugees aren't settled, and what if this epidemic gets worse? "Let the others handle the refugees," he insisted. "It's because there might be an epidemic that we need to return to the palace and get an imperial doctor." He looked her straight in the eyes. "Song Qing, not everything has to be solved by you alone." She was stunned into silence, his words echoing in her heart. "It's always been me alone. Why did he come here now? Just to say that?" The next morning, a knock echoed through the residence. "General, are you awake?" A soldier called. "The Zhu residence assistant is here to invite you." He called again, but there was only silence. Pushing the door open, the soldier found a horrifying sight. Huai Chen was lying in bed, drenched in a feverish sweat, and across his neck the same ugly, blistering rash was spreading. The mysterious illness had claimed another victim. At the Zhaoxian government office, a subordinate reported to the treacherous Lord Zhu with a wicked gleam in his eye, confirming the news he'd been waiting for. It was definitely true, he'd seen it with his own eyes. The general was so sick, he was completely unconscious. A fact made a manic laugh bubble up from his throat. A cruel, pretty smile spread across Lord Zhu's face, his eyes narrowing with pure malice. This was it, his golden opportunity. Song Qing Chen, he vowed internally, "This is God's will for you to die." He turned to his men, his voice dripping with false righteousness. "Bring people to surround the princess's residence immediately." They couldn't let the 7th princess spread diseases everywhere and endanger the citizens anymore, he declared, the lie tasting sweet on his tongue as he let out a triumphant laugh. Back at the princess's residence, chaos reigned as a frantic maid tried to stop King Jing from entering the sick room. "Princess, you can't," she pleaded. "What would she do if the princess also caught the disease?" King Jing's mind was made up, and she slammed the door open with a resounding bang. Ignoring the pleas, she rushed inside, her voice tight with urgency as she demanded to know the situation. A subordinate looked up, his face pale with exhaustion and despair. No matter how much they tried, the general wouldn't wake up, and his forehead was only getting hotter. On the bed, the handsome General Mu was slick with feverish sweat, a concerning rash spreading across his neck. King Jing's heart sank. "What about the doctor?" she asked. "What did the doctor say?" The news was grim. The maid explained that the doctors who had previously treated the refugees all fell within 2 days. Now, terror had spread through the medical community. Once they heard the patients were from the princess's residence, nobody was willing to come anywhere near them. They had all hidden away, leaving them utterly abandoned. King Jing gazed at the unconscious general, his skin flushed and burning, the angry red rash a testament to the mysterious illness ravaging his body. She reached out, her fingers gently touching his collar, feeling the intense heat radiating from him. "Do we still have any more ice in the residence?" she asked, her mind racing for a solution. After being told there was still some in the cellar, she gave a firm command. "Bring all of it and let General Mu cool down." As her servants rushed to obey, another maid ran in with even more disastrous news. "Princess, there was still one more thing. Just now, the government office had sent people to fence up their entire residence, trapping them inside. Their official reason was to prevent the disease from spreading, but the truth was clear, they weren't allowing anyone to enter or leave." King Jing's hands clenched into fists, her knuckles white with rage. "Zhuruhai, you bastard," she seethed, but a moment later, her expression hardened with resolve. "Let him lock it then." She turned to her attendants, her voice leaving no room for argument. "Where are the sick refugees? Take me to them." Despite her maid's terrified protests that it was too dangerous, King Jing's single command silenced all opposition. "Take me." In the makeshift ward behind a thin veil, King Jing carefully examined a patient, her gloves gently tilting their chin to get a better look at the severe around their neck. Her brow furrowed in deep concentration. There was no trace of toxins at all. This made no sense. The conditions were clearly described in the Wu's family registry, and she couldn't possibly be wrong. A desperate thought flickered through her mind. What if she just gave someone the antidote soup to see what happened? But her tiny spirit companion immediately shot Dia down. How could that work? Without a toxin to neutralize, the antidote would become a deadly poison. What were they supposed to do? Before she could spiral further, the guard burst in. Princess! The nearby locals and the refugees had been fighting, and General Mu's subordinates had arrested them. Did she want to take a look? King Jing let out a frustrated sigh. Mortals were so troublesome, it was just one crisis after another. Outside, a man was on his knees, begging the princess for justice. He pointed an accusing finger at a bound young woman, his voice filled with rage. It's them who caused my mother to be sick. They're clearly ill, but they keep running around, endangering people. The young woman cried out in protest, her voice shaking. I'm not sick! With tears in her eyes, she pleaded her case. She was only going to get medicine for her mistress when this man attacked her for no reason at all. She had been wronged, but the crowd was already turning against her, their fear making them cruel. One man muttered that his son was also sick. They didn't even know where this refugee came from. She should just be locked up. Others agreed, complaining of being locked up with them. That was the last straw. A furious roar erupted from behind King Jing's veil. Her eyes blazed as she confronted the accuser. Is this your excuse for hurting people? His mother was sick, yet instead of caring for her, he was out here using her illness as an excuse to wander around and pick fights. She pressed him relentlessly. Did he have any evidence that this person caused his mother's illness? Did he have any proof at all that they were spreading diseases? He was just unhappy and looking for a scapegoat. Standing tall and radiating an undeniable royal aura, she addressed the entire crowd. Everyone here was a citizen of Nanqi, and she would not see any more of these unreasonable persecutions. She made a solemn vow. She would personally investigate the disease and give everyone an explanation. Until then, all the infected would be taken to her residence for care, and the others would bathe in smoked wood daily as a preventative measure. The guards ordered the crowd to disperse, and under the weight of her authority, they had no choice but to obey. Later that night, King Jing was hunched over an ancient text, her finger tracing over the ominous characters for a poison called Yan Yi Bian, which promised death in 7 days. What exactly was wrong? She was running out of time. Just then, her maid burst into the room, breathless with excitement. Princess! General Mu is awake. She rushed to his side to find him being helped with a bowl of water. She threw the door open with a loud bang, startling everyone inside. How are you feeling? She asked, her voice with worry. Her eyed and frantic as she listed the symptoms she'd read about. Is your chest tight, your head swollen? Do you feel dizzy as your body warms up? The general looked at her in astonishment, clutching his head. That was it exactly. He was amazed she knew. Had she already found the diagnosis? A shadow crossed her face. Her little companion asked what was wrong, and she explained her terrifying discovery. According to the Wu's family registry, there was a toxin called Yan Yi Bian with symptoms that matches perfectly. Fever, rashes, sweating, a weak pulse. But there was a horrifying catch. The antidote, Tugu, was poisonous if the toxin wasn't present. It was a gamble she couldn't take. But the general was unwavering. It's fine, he said calmly, just give me the antidote. King Jing stared at him in horror. But, she protested. He met her gaze, his own burning with an unshakable faith that cut right through her fear. I trust you, Song Qing Chen, he said, his voice firm. You've never messed up before, right? His absolute trust was a heavy, but it solidified her resolve. Her eyes, which had been filled with doubt, now shone with determination. Kuzi, she commanded, go to the storeroom and get the ingredients. As General struggled to move, she cried out his name in alarm, and her maid hurried away to fulfill the order. Several days later, in the Grand Dynasty Hall, Lord Zhu was prostrated before the emperor, spinning his venomous lies. Your Majesty! The 7th princess forcibly rebelled and caused an outbreak. He painted a tragic picture, claiming she was afraid and refused to seek help, leading to a catastrophe where 9 out of 10 residences in Zhaoxian were now empty, its citizens turned into refugees. The emperor's face was a stony, unreadable mask. Lord Zhu pressed on, begging the emperor to please save the citizens of Zhaoxian. In the throne room, the emperor finally spoke, his voice echoing in the tense silence, asking for the Ministry of Justice official. A minister named Shen Xiang stepped forward, bravely stating that the matter was based only on Magistrate Zhu's account. To imprison the princess would be too biased. They should hear her side of the story. Lord Zhu's face contorted in disbelief. What? Impossible! But his denial was cut short by a clear, confident voice from the hall's entrance. 7th princess reporting. There she stood, a vision of righteous fury and regal grace, a silent promise in her eye. You bastard, you're going down today. With a defiant smile, she glided into the hall and greeted her father with formal respect. The emperor's cold gaze shifted to the sweating, trembling Lord Zhu, a vein throbbing in his temple. If the princess was causing trouble in Zhaoxian, he demanded, then why was she standing here in Kyoto now? Explain. King Jing gracefully knelt. Father, please understand, she said, her voice ringing with sincerity. If she hadn't rushed back to the capital, she feared she would never have had the chance to explain herself at all. Another official tried to defend Fan, sneering that the princess was witty and could easily twist the truth, accusing her of causing the epidemic herself. But King Jing was ready. "Father," she began, "you have always loved your people, and as your daughter, she simply followed your example by taking in the refugees. She had arranged for doctors and contained the disease from the very beginning." But Lord Zhu? He had only shown up once to flex his authority and had never once visited the suffering people. Instead of calming the panicked citizens, he abandoned his city to come to the capital and frame her. With a flourish, she presented a massive stack of documents. Everything she said could be supported by the signed testimonies of Zhaoxian's citizens. "Father, please investigate." The emperor's face became a thundercloud of imperial rage. "Ridiculous," he roared. "How dare you deceive the king? Throw Zhu Hai into jail." The pathetic lord was dragged away, his pleas for mercy echoing uselessly in the vast hall as the court was dismissed. As the emperor rubbed his weary temples, King Jing approached again. "Father," there was one more thing she needed to tell him in private. Later, in the tranquility of the royal garden, she saw her father with a man who looked itchingly familiar. It was General Mu Chen, who knelt respectfully before the emperor. King Jing stepped forward, her heart pounding. "Father," she announced, "he is the 9th prince, Song Huai Chen." With a radiant smile, she recounted how she recognized him from their told palace, though he seemed to have lost his memories. The court officials were stunned, and the emperor looked utterly shocked. The empress arrived just then, inquiring about the commotion. A consort recalled that the 9th prince had been sent north to recuperate years ago, a place near the garrison. King Jing's blood ran cold. The empress had sent her own brother, a mere child, to that desolate place, but the empress was skeptical, dismissing it as insufficient proof. The emperor, however, considered it a real possibility, noting that a prince from the cold palace could easily be forgotten or his disappearance covered up. He asked Mu Chen directly if he remembered anything. The young general could only recall his life after being taken in by the garrison. The empress then suggested a simple solution with a sly smile, a blood test to prove his lineage. The emperor agreed, and a tray with a knife and bowl was brought forward. Both the emperor and Mu Chen sliced their fingers, letting their blood drip into the water. The two streams of red merged into one, and the emperor threw his head back with a booming laugh. This child was truly his. What a joke. The empress watched on, a knowings playing on her lips. The emperor turned to his daughter, his voice filled with pride. "Jinger, you did well finding your brother." Tears of joy welled in King Jing's eyes. This was what she should do. But her happiness was short-lived. The emperor continued, telling her to rest, but then dropped a political bombshell. The crown prince of Beitai had sent a letter, and it was time to fulfill their marriage contract. She was to prepare for her wedding to Manhwa. King Jing's world came to a screeching halt, her smile freezing on her face as sheer horror washed over her. "Xiang Jinyan is coming," she thought, a furious scream building inside her. "I'm going to explode." Inside the opulent chambers of the Dowager Empress, the air was thick with playful accusation and the scent of fine tea. The shrewd old matriarch leaned forward, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she looked at King Jing. "Where did that boy come from?" she mused, noting the way he looked at the princess was anything but normal. She cut straight to the heart of the matter. Was he a lover King Jing was keeping hidden? King Jing's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. The Dowager Empress was just joking, she insisted. How could she possibly bring a fake prince to deceive the emperor? But the Dowager's smile was knowing, her gaze sharp as a needle. She knew exactly how affectionate King Jing and the 9th prince were. Hadn't they even come to her personally for help? Just then, a maidservant entered with a wooden letter tray, announcing that Her Highness, the 7th princess, had sent a letter. King Jing took the letter, her expression softening. She explained their deep bond, forged in the desolate cold palace where they grew up together, a relationship far deeper than any other. A radiant, happy bloomed across her face as she thought of him. Now that the prince had returned, it was all thanks to the Dowager Empress and Shen Xiang's care. From this day forward, she vowed, if the prince could be of any use to Her Highness, they would not hesitate for a moment. The Dowager Empress nodded, appreciating the sentiment, but her expression turned serious. It was good that they felt this way, but she had to remind them of the cold, hard truth. Whoever he was, in the official records, he was her blood brother. From now on, they had to avoid any and all gossip, did she understand? King Jing bowed her head in solemn agreement. She would follow Her Highness's words. As they walked along the sun-dappled palace corridors, King Jing's mind was a whirlwind of plots and dangers. Her two tiny spirit companions clung to her, whining about all the troubles that had suddenly appeared, begging her to go pray at the temple for marriage, for peace, for anything at all. But King Jing's thoughts were far heavier. The Shen family hurdle had been cleared, but a greater threat loomed on the horizon. The real trouble was Xiang Jinyan, the Prince of North Qin. He had been there for 7 long years, and his influence was now firmly wrapped around the North Qin court. She had to pay close attention to his every move. A venomous voice cut through the air, shouting her name, Song Qing Chen. It was the sixth princess, Song Manhwa, standing there with her entourage, her face a mask of arrogant fury. She had heard King Jing caused more trouble at the fief, yet she still had the face to rid the palace. King Jing barely looked at her posture relaxed but her mind weary. Tiring, she had no energy to waste on these two idiots. Just go, her little spirit companion whispered, echoing her thoughts. And as if summoned by their collective annoyance, a buzzing sound filled the air. A massive swarm of angry wasps descended upon the sixth princess and her ladies-in-waiting who shrieked in terror. The sixth princess, the guards yelled, flailing uselessly as the insects attacked. King Jing seized the opportunity, her spirit chilly waving goodbye as she slipped away from the chaos. Greetings, sixth sister, her spirit called out, you must be very busy, so I shall take my leave. King Jing watched the pandemonium for a moment before turning away with a sigh. If only all her enemies were as simple-minded as Song Manhwa. Meanwhile, in the suffocating silence of the imperial study room, an official trembled on the floor before the emperor. According to a confession, he stammered the ninth prince went missing 6 years ago. The servant in charge, terrified of punishment, concealed the matter and never reported it. Not only that, he had been embezzling from the emperor's residence all these years. The emperor's face was like thunder. Drag him away, he commanded, his voice cold as ice. The corrupt official was hauled away, screaming for his majesty to spare him, promising to monitor everything next time. The emperor slammed his fist on the table, a vein throbbing in his temple. A bunch of useless trash, he roared. The crown prince stepped forward, his expression calm and placating. Your majesty, father, please don't get angry over such trivial matters. But the emperor's mind was already churning. This kid, the ninth prince, had survived until now, which meant he was capable. He had even forgotten about his own mother's tragic incident, and unlike his brothers, he had no powerful enemies lurking in the shadows. A flicker of interest crossed the emperor's face. He may be used future. Later, the emperor sat before the returned ninth prince, his gazing. He had already heard everything. You're still so young, he began. You have an outstanding military record, far superior to your older brothers. You've been by yourself for so long and finally made it back. Is there anything you wish for? Huai Chen bowed his head respectfully. He had spent many years in the military and was not accustomed to the standard of living in the palace. Besides, thousands of soldiers were under his command, waiting to be trained. He implored his father to allow him to return to the garrison and continue to protect South Qing. The emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. There was no need to go back to military. He could just transfer all his soldiers. As for his living situation, they would build a grand mansion for him outside the palace, just as the older brother had. The emperor wasted no time. Someone come, follow my order, he commanded, taking up his brush. With the power invested in him, he declared that the ninth prince, Song Huai Chen, who was a good, young, and meritorious garrisoner, would now be given the name Ning and enjoy all the benefits of being a prince. The rewards were staggering. 100 taels of 100 brocades and 10 pairs of beautiful jade were presented to him. Huai Chen stood impassively, his handsome face betraying no emotion as he accepted the decree. As he prepared for the celebratory banquet, an attendant approached. Your Majesty, all the guests have arrived, he reported, adding that even the seventh princess was here. Huai Chen's stoic expression shifted, a subtle warmth entering his eyes. She had also brought Shen Xiang's gift. Very well, he decided. He couldn't let his royal sister wait for him. He strode into the hall, commanding presence in his new princely robes, as officials swarmed him, bowing, offering their congratulations to His Highness Ning. He accepted their fawning with a cool, detached grace. At a secluded table near a lotus pond, King Jing sat alone, her cheeks flushed from the wine, looking utterly radiant. When Huai Chen arrived, she pouted at him. Why did you bring me to the front seat first? She complained. You made me drink so much alcohol. He sat opposite her, his gaze soft. The opening banquet needs my royal sister sit in front to calm the scene, he explained smoothly. King Jing scoffed, leaning forward onto the railing with a seductive grace. She was just a small concubine princess. Even a fifth-rank official like Zhou Ru Hai could challenge her authority. She playfully tugged pink lotus petal. Calm what? She murmured, her eyes half-lidded. Huai Chen's eyes narrowed, taking in her flushed face and alluring posture. Did you drink too much? Her hand snaked out, her fingers brushing his as she refilled his cup. And also, she continued, her voice a low purr, doesn't Xiang Jinyan like you a lot? You're about to become Northkin's beloved concubine, so what is there to be afraid of? She was baiting him, and he knew it. She playfully pinched the lotus petal between her fingers. His gaze was intense, cutting straight through. Drunken act. You don't want to marry? She snatched her hand back, flustered. I've never said I wanted to marry, she retorted otherwise. Why would I have pushed that wretched Song Manhwa back at you? In a fit of pique, she threw her cup into the pond with a splash. Stupid Xiang Jinyan, she grumbled. Her cheeks puffed out. So young yet he still wants to enjoy the blessings of the people, the scumbag. The anger only made her look more adorable, her face a fiery red. The playful atmosphere shattered. Huai Chen's voice dropped, becoming a chilling whisper that sent a shiver down her spine. Then, I'll kill him for you. Her eyes opened in shock, the reflection of his deadly serious face captured in their purple depths. "Don't say such nonsense," she hissed, slamming her hand on the table. But he was relentless. "If he is killed, Northkin will have no leader, and there will be chaos. You can get rid of the marriage. Isn't it killing two birds with one stone?" He leaned closer, his voice a dark caress. "So you're still reluctant?" "Oh," she cried out, her denial frantic and breathless as he backed her into a corner. From behind the cover of the lush foliage, a hidden figure watched their intense exchange, a silent witness to the dangerous promise hanging in the air. Days later, at the newly established Prince Ning's residence, whispers followed Huai Chen wherever he went. "That's the 9th prince," they murmured, "the one who just came back from the frontier. He's become the dream lover of countless Kyoto countesses." Suddenly, a figure launched itself at the prince. "Your Highness!" a cheerful voice cried out as a young man with long, dark hair tackled him in a hug. "Now I must call you Prince." It was Master Zhao, finally arrived in Kyoto. Inside, their demeanor shifted from joyous reunion to serious strategy. Zhao was surprised. According to their original plan, there should have been 2 more years before Huai Chen returned. Huai Chen's jaw tightened. "It's Song Qing Chen's marriage plot," he explained. To avoid any risks, he had to return early and make sure everything was ready. Qing Jing, who had joined them, revealed a small, gruesome package. It was Song Manhwa's blood stored in his intestine bag and concealed beneath a layer of human skin. During the blood test, she explained he'd slit the bag and let the blood drip. It would succeed for sure. Zhao agreed the plan was safe, but it didn't solve the mystery of concubine Zhao Yi and her true parentage. Huai Chen's expression was grim. "The fact that my mother was sent to Northkin will never change." King Jing sympathetically. "Concubine Zhao Yi has suffered a lot." Now that Master Zhao is here, she said, changing the subject, "Northkin's prince must be reaching Kyoto soon, right? He'll arrive in 2 days," Zhao confirmed. A murderous glint flashed in Huai Chen's eyes. "Before Xiang Jinyan enters Kyoto, we..." Master Zhao grabbed him, his face pale with shock. "Prince, what are you saying? If Xiang Jinyan dies, the Northkin court will be in chaos, implicating our forces. The prince's envoy will be strict. What if you act rashly and get injured? You've been so careful for years. Why propose such a risky plan now?" Huai Chen looked away, muttering that he was just saying it. "What nonsense!" Zhao cried, knowing full well how reckless he could be when Qing Jing was involved. Far away, in the desolate and abandoned village of Fengxian, Kaji and Zhao Xian serve eerie emptiness. Not a single person was here. The mutated goo worm sounded terrifying, and Qiuji wasn't sure if even the cure her heft would be enough. They decided to head for Yangzhou City, but a plume of smoke from the nearby mountains caught their attention. "Let's go!" They decided, rushing towards the source of the smoke. They found a small settlement, but the sounds they heard were cries of agony. This must be the place where the mutated goo worms come from. The villagers were lamenting the outbreak, which had begun just a few days after they reached Zhaoxian. But the men patrolling the area didn't look like villagers. They were armed and disciplined, their movements sharp and coordinated. This is quite similar to the bandits that the general wiped out before, Qiuji realized with a dawning horror. He turned to his companion, his voice low and urgent. "I'm afraid the 2 of us won't be enough. Let's send a letter back first and wait for the princess." Suddenly, he froze, a question mark appearing in his wide eyes. A searing pain erupted in his back. Pinswap. A sword had pierced straight through him. He looked down to see the blood-soaked blade protruding from his chest. Behind him stood a young boy with silver hair and chillingly beautiful blue eyes, a cruel smirk on his face. "Long time no see," the boy chirped. "I'll take your life as payback for the last time." He was surrounded by a host of masked followers. Kaji collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around him. "Go." He choked out to Zhao Xian, his last ounce of strength spent. Back in the capital city of Kyoto, another grand procession was making its way through the streets. At its head rode a man of ethereal beauty, his long silver hair flowing like a waterfall, his presence commanding the attention of all. The Emperor of South Qi watched from his palace, a grim look on his face. "Northkin, South Qi. So much for strength and weathered. This Xiang Jin Yan is not even the emperor, and he still dares to be on par with me. Your Majesty, don't underestimate yourself," an advisor quickly placated. "The Northkin prince has arrived," a herald announced. The procession stopped before the palace gates. Xiang Jinyan dismounted, his golden-patterned robes in the sun. He bowed gracefully to the emperor. "How dare I let your Majesty personally come and welcome me?" The emperor forced a smile. "Did you have a smooth journey?" "Yes, I did. Thank you for your concern, your Majesty," Xiang Jinyan replied, his voice smooth as silk. Then his gaze swept over to the welcoming party, and his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto one person in the crowd. His polite smile vanished, replaced flicker of intense curiosity. "This is," he asked, his voice suddenly cold. His stare was fixed directly on the handsome, dark-haired figure of Prince Ning, Song Huai Chen, who met his gaze with unyielding intensity. The air crackled with unspoken rivalry as the 2 powerful male leads finally stood face to face. The emperor's voice boomed across the court, a sly glint in his eyes as he gestured towards a cold, statuesque figure. He introduced his youngest son, Prince Ning, asking if a certain silver-haired man had met him before. The man in question, Xiang Jinyan, turned slowly, a simple "oh," escaping his eyes on the prince. He offered a polite greeting to his highness, but inside his mind was reeling. A suffocating pressure filled his chest as he stared at the prince's handsome yet chillingly familiar face. That dark hair, those piercing eyes, it couldn't be. That was Song Huai Chen. The shock was like a physical blow, leaving him breathless. Who in the hells brought that wretched man back? Meanwhile, across the city at the infamous Yanyun brothel, chaos was erupting. A mob of entitled young masters clamored outside, their voices a drunken roar demanding to see the legendary beauty, Lady Shen. The brothel keeper, a small, terrified woman, tried desperately to placate them, her voice trembling as she insisted Lady Shen didn't wish to see anyone. But they were relentless, their faces twisted in arrogant sneers. One of them, a brute named Su Zian, grabbed the old woman by her collar, his voice dripping with menace. Did the old hag really think their little master was afraid this entire place down? He was about to call his men to do just that when a voice, smooth as silk and sharp as glass, floated down from the balcony above. A delicate hand with crimson nails rested on the wooden railing, a silent threat. If they dared to destroy this place, the voice warned they would never see her again. And then she appeared, Shen Mei the beauty of Yangzhou, her silver blue hair shimmering in the lantern light, an ethereal goddess looking down on mere mortals. The rowdy mob instantly fell silent, their anger melting away into pure, slack-jawed adoration, their eyes practically popping out of their heads with heart shapes. The leader, Su Zian, was completely bewitched, stammering her name as if it were a prayer. Mei let out an amused, seductive sigh, fanning herself languidly. While she challenged why hadn't he started destroying the place yet, Su Zian turned beet red, stammering that they were only joking, completely under a spell. She continued to play him like a fiddle, her voice a syrupy sweet poison. She already knew he was causing a ruckus, but she had come to see him despite her splitting headache, only to be stopped by this old hag. The poor man looked utterly heartbroken, his face a mask of concern as he fell for her every word. He quickly changed the subject, reminding her of the poetry club meeting he'd invited her to. Mei gave a sultry wink that sent the entire crowd into a swoon. Promise she remembered. With a flick of her fan, she dismissed them, and they scurried away like obedient puppies. The moment they were gone, the enchanting smile vanished from her face, replaced by a cold fury. She rounded on the trembling brothel keeper, demanding to know why she had to solve every problem. Was she the brothel keeper, or was Mei useless? But before she could finish, a deafening crash ripped through the air. A body flew through the paper screen door, landing in a bloody heap on the floor. Mei's eyes widened in horror as she screamed his name. Yeah, he was horribly injured. Collapsing to the ground and vomiting a mouthful of blood, she rushed to his side, cradling his broken body in her arms as he struggled for breath. He had to tell the princess something, he gasped, his eyes flicking towards the brothel keeper with a hidden meaning. With his last ounce of strength, he uttered a single name Feng Xian before his body went limp. Miles away, Princess Qingjing sat in the quiet solitude of her garden, the cool autumn air swirling around her. Her lady-in-waiting gently draped a cloak over her shoulders, worrying she would catch a chill. But the princess simply smiled, a wistful look in her eyes. What was there to be afraid of? Northkin's nights were colder, she mused, but he was still there. Her maid looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend her mistress's cryptic words. The princess merely gazed at the full moon, explaining that everything in this world follows the wind, and they would just have to see which way it blew. Back in his residence, Xiang Jinyan couldn't shake the image of the returned prince from his mind. Memory loss. The thought was a dangerous spark in the darkness of his plans. He summoned an attendant, his voice cold and sharp as he gave a command. Send a letter to the state teacher immediately. He needed to know when the protectorate would be activated. A dark vow settled in his heart. He would not let Song Huai Chen threaten Northkin this time, no matter the cost. Back in the brothel, the supposedly dead Wu Ye was very much alive, and his eyes fluttered open to the sight of Mei leaning over him, a delicate hand tracing the line of his throat. "Aya, you're awake," she cooed, nuzzling against him and telling him how worried she was. The injured man, however, was completely unimpressed, bluntly telling her she had dropped something. When she asked what, he deadpanned, breast. In a flash of fury and embarrassment, Mei scrambled off him, revealing the shocking truth. The famed beauty was a man in disguise, and Ye was his real name. How had no one figured out he was a man after all these years? The thought was infuriating. He barked at the brothel keeper to bring medicine. The keeper relayed a message from the princess. They were to return to Kyoto to receive her. Wu Ye paused his grooming, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Their seventh princess had finally escaped her marriage. The scene shifts to the royal hunting grounds, where the annual autumn roundup is underway. Prince Ning, Song Huai Chen, sat atop his steed, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. Xiang Jinyan trotted up beside him, a venomous smile on his lips. He asked what the prince was looking at, his own eyes following to where Princess Qingjing stood. He heard Prince Ning and the princess were close. He purred, his words a subtle trap. Song Han's jaw tightened. His royal sister had saved him from an abyss of suffering. Of course he was grateful. Xiang Jinyan widened into a predator's grin. Then surely Prince Ning would object to escorting the two princesses on their dangerous journey to North Qin? Song Huai Chen's blood ran cold. What? Xiang Jinyan explained that he'd already discussed it with the emperor, and his majesty immediately thought of the prince as the most reliable person for the job. To his shock, King Jing stepped forward, agreeing that her brother was the most suitable choice. A muscle twitched in Song Huai Chen's jaw as he clenched his reins, his face a mask of controlled fury. Just then, the hunting horn blew, signaling the start of the hunt. Xiang Jinyan gave him a final, triumphant smirk before riding off. With a sharp cry, Song Huai Chen spurred his horse into the forest. Unleash age on the unsuspecting wildlife, his arrows finding their mark with deadly precision. Later that night, sitting by the warmth of a crackling fire, he confronted his sister, his voice low and urgent. Was she really going to North Qin? Her gaze was unwavering, her violet eyes burning with a fire that had been smoldering for 7 long years. Of course, she replied. She had been waiting for this moment. It was her fault, she explained, her young and foolish actions that had caused their 9th brother to be exiled to the north. Now that he was back, she could finally marry in peace, her duty fulfilled. Song Huai Chen looked down, the weight of her words settling upon him. He understood. A short while later, as King Jing stood alone near her tent, a shadow fell over her. It was Xiang Jinyan. He reached out, his fingers brushing against a strand of her hair, his voice a possessive whisper. It had been 7 years, he murmured, and Jinger had become even more beautiful. Under the silent watch of a full moon, the night was still. Prince Ning made his way through the quiet encampment, his expression a mixture of concern and resolve as he watched a lone figure retreat into the shadows. Inside one of the tents, Song Kang's handsome face was twisted in a furious scowl, his fists clenched at his sides. What did that bastard just do? He stormed into Song Jing's tent, his anger radiating like heat. A tiny spirit creature panicked, wringing its hands. Sire had just left, and now Prince Ning himself had arrived to see the princess in the dead of night. Her reputation would be in tatters. The little spirit felt utterly useless, convinced it had betrayed her trust. But Song Qing Chen was the picture of calm, her voice steady as she explained the situation. Prince Ning had come with a mountain of promises, even dangling the position of a noble concubine. She knew, however, that he wasn't that kind of person. With only a month before their departure, she had to have a plan ready. Song Huai Chen's worried eyes met hers, and he asked if she had one. A small, confident smile graced her lips. Of course she had a plan. He had nothing to worry about. In a fleeting memory, Prince Ning's touch was gentle as he tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, his gaze intense. Would they still meet again? He had asked, his voice low and filled with a desperate hope. Meanwhile, in the opulent palace, Princess Qihuan threw a childish tantrum, clinging to her mother, the Empress. She whined that she absolutely refused to bring that girl, Song Qing Chen, to North Qin. She was just so annoying. The Empress tried to soothe her spoiled daughter, reminding her that this marriage was arranged by the Emperor long ago and couldn't be broken. But the princess was incandescent with rage. If that wretched woman hadn't seduced Prince Qin and insisted on being a concubine, how could a mere concubine's daughter be worthy of marrying into the same family as her, the true princess? The Empress's expression shifted into something cold and calculating. Her child was the true princess of South Qi, the future queen of North Qin. As for Song Qing Chen, she was just a pitiful, disposable pawn. If they were to marry together, she mused with a dark glint in her eyes, the land of Qin might not survive. The princess looked up, utterly confused. Mother? The Empress's smile was chilling. Don't worry, my child, she cooed. Mother has planned everything. Elsewhere, the silver-haired and devastatingly handsome Prince Qin raised a ceremonial cup, a smug smirk playing on his lips as he stood beside the Emperor of South Qi. The Emperor toasted to their new alliance, declaring that with the gods as their witness, their nations would flourish in eternal peace. Watching from the shadows, Song Qing Jing's eyes clouded over with a horrifying memory. The vision was drenched in blood. Her own trembling hands were stained crimson, touching the rich fabric of a wedding gown. In her past life, this very gown had been the beginning of her ruin. The sharp sound of a blade being drawn shattered the memory, and the wedding procession began. Let's go, the command rang out, and the grand carriages began to move through the idyllic, sun-dappled forest. But the peace was shattered in an instant. An ambush, a guard screamed as a blade cut him down. An arrow thudded into a horse's flank, its terrified neigh echoing through the trees as blood sprayed into the air. Attack. The world dissolved in chaos. Assassins swarmed them, their blades reaping a bloody harvest. Song Huai Chen fought back, his mind racing. Could these be Song Qing Jing's people? He blocked a savage blow, his eyes widening in horror at the sheer brutality of the assault. No, he realized. This massacre was too cruel, too indiscriminate. This couldn't be her work. He fought like a cornered beast, his only thought to protect the princess. He parried another blow, his sword clanging against the assassins. These were professionals, wielding deadly chain blades with terrifying skill. He cut down another foe and scanned the chaos frantically. Who's the princess? He spotted her carriage and yelled at his men. Get her on the carriage and bring her away. This was it. The plan was in motion, a desperate gamble that mirrored his worst nightmares. Inside a different carriage, real Princess Kiyuan screamed as she was grabbed. The lead assassin, his face hidden by a demonic mask, realized their mistake. The horse pulling the carriage shrieked in terror, its eyes wide with panic. The carriage hurtled forward, completely out of control. Inside, Song Qing Chen was thrown against the wooden walls, struggling to hold on as the world spun. A sickening crash echoed as the carriage wheel shattered. "What's going on?" she cried out in alarm. A chain blade smashed through the door, and the masked assassin, Wu Ya, yelled for the princess to run. An arrow whizzed past her cheek, and a cold dread washed her. These people, they were after her. The carriage disintegrated around her, and Wu Ya fell coughing up blood. He saw where the runaway carriage was headed. The cliff is right in front. The carriage was careening straight towards the abyss. From a distance, Song Huai Chen knocked an arrow, his voice a desperate cry. Song Qing Chen. He fired, the arrow slicing through the air to sever a rein. The carriage scraped violently against the rocky edge. Song Qing Chen was thrown clear, stumbling on the uneven ground, right at the edge of the precipice. "Stop!" Song Huai Chen fired again, taking out an enemy archer in the trees. He raced to her side, his face pale with fear. "Are you okay?" She nodded, pushing herself up. "I'm fine." "But where are the others?" "They're still inside," he said, his eyes darting around. "That's good. You should go first. Use this opportunity." She looked at him, a flicker of suspicion in her eyes. Something felt deeply wrong about this situation. "We can investigate later," he urged, but his expression was already a mask of grim finality. Suddenly, an arrow flew from the trees. Song Huai Chen's eyes widened. He gasped her name as blubted from his lips. The arrow had pierced his chest. He collapsed towards her, his blood warm against her skin, his life fading before her horrified eyes. With his last breath, he shoved her away from the danger. "Go!" Wu has screamed a warning. "Princess, be careful." Another arrow was already flying towards her back. A chain blade sliced through the air from the opposite direction. "Princess!" Wu Ya screamed again, his voice filled with despair. Her body tilted back, her balance lost. She fell. Like a crimson-robed bird, she plummeted into the endless green abyss below. Far away, Prince Qin watched the entire scene unfold with a cold, detached satisfaction. His appeared, dragging the terrified, real Princess Kwan. "Prince, we brought the person." "Where are my people?" The princess demanded, her voice trembling. "They've all retreated," the guard reported. "The South Qi Empress's people are all sorted out." A slow, cruel smile spread across Prince Qin's face, his eyes gleaming with triumphant malice. "Everyone wants to be the praying mantis catching the cicada," they purred, never knowing the finch is watching from behind. The princess stared in horror. You killed all of my mother's people." "Why?" she sobbed. He leaned in close, his voice a venomous whisper against her ear. "From today onwards, you are Song Qing Chen." Her world shattered. His smile was the last thing she saw, a predator's grin promising a life of torment. "If you still want to live, then you better do as I say." A chilling cold seeped into her bones, a feeling of utter disorientation washed her as bubbles escaped her lips. She was sinking, her long hair fanning out in the clear water as an ethereal, glowing butterfly drifted down toward her. Where was she? The cold was unbearable. The luminous butterfly gently landed on her closed eyelid, a strange and beautiful sight in this watery grave. Her hand reached out weakly through the water, as if to grasp something solid, anything. A quiet echoed in her mind, "Butterfly, don't cause trouble." It fluttered its brilliant blue wings, taking flight from her face. With a delicate touch, her fingers brushed against its wing, a fleeting connection in the deep blue silence. Sunlight filtered down from the surface far above, illuminating the rising bubbles of her last breath. Suddenly, her violet eyes snapped open. She was in a bed, the room simple and unfamiliar, with golden autumn leaves visible just outside the window. What was this place? A gentle voice broke the silence, asking if she was finally awake. Her head turned, her expression a mixture of confusion and alarm. Standing by the doorway was a man of otherworldly beauty, his long hair as white as snow and his smile as warm as the morning sun. In his arms he held a magnificent bouquet of white jasmine flowers. He expressed his delight, saying it was great to see her awake. He hadn't seen a living person in so many years. Her mind was reeling, and she could only ask where this place was. The beautiful man explained that they were deep in a mountain valley, and that he was a dream cultivator who lived there. He gently asked how he should address her. Pushing past her own confusion, she introduced herself as Song Qing Chen, her voice laced with urgency. She had a far more important question. Had he seen a heavily injured man? The cultivator's cheerful expression softened into one of contemplation as he plucked a small white flower from his bouquet. "Him," he murmured, his gaze distant. He confirmed her fears, explaining that the man was very badly injured, and he was afraid he might not be able to hold on. He led her into another room, her heart pounding with dread. There, lying on a simple bed, was Song Huai Chen, unconscious and wrapped in bandages, his face pale as death. Blue butterflies danced around the cultivator's head. He spoke again. Speaking of which, he said, presenting a small wooden box to her, he asked if this little fella belonged to her. Inside, nestled on a soft pillow, was her ice silkworm fast asleep. He began to explain how he found them, his voice calm and melodic. That day, he had been passing by the riverbank when his butterfly heard it for help. The vibrant blue butterflies had led him through the forest, fluttering down a path toward the foot of the mountain. And there, hidden in the bushes, he found both of them. A horrifying flashback showed them lying together, covered in blood and gravely wounded. He continued his story, explaining that a venomous green snake was coiled nearby, hissing menacingly. He couldn't get near them, so it was probably her little silkworm who had called him for aid. The tiny creature, already weak, had somehow worked with the other insects to find anyone, to save them. He told her that if it weren't for the silkworm, they would have perished. This valley was sparsely populated, but full of dangerous beasts. They were incredibly lucky not to have fallen to their deaths. The little fella was probably just exhausted from the ordeal and had fallen into a deep sleep. Nothing serious. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Qing Jing tried to bow properly to thank him for saving their lives, but he quickly stopped her. Don't sit down, he insisted. Her injuries had not healed yet. Just then, one of his brilliant blue butterflies landed gently on her hand, a silent comfort. He told Miss Qing Jing to go back and rest. Her husband wouldn't be awake for a while. Her face exploded in a crimson blush, steam practically coming out of her ears. He's not, she sputtered, utterly flustered. Later that night, the moon hung high in the sky. Qing Jing, now dressed in simple male clothes, sat by candlelight. The cultivator had apologized sheepishly, explaining he only hadn't had anything available. Carefully took a small knife, her expression focused as she tended to her sleeping silkworm. With a sharp prick, drew a single drop of blood from her fingertip. The crimson bead fell onto the silkworm, which instantly jolted awake, its eyed with shock and terror as it screamed her name. The little creature was furious, wiggling in her grasp. Song Qing Jing, you stupid girl, it shrieked telepathically. You'd actually go so far as to jump off a cliff for that boy. I won't have a dumb owner like you, let me go. But she just held it close, a soft, grateful smile on her face. Thank you, ice silkworm, she whispered. The silkworm huffed, demanding to know where that dead boy was. Her smile faded, replaced by a shadow of worry. He's not doing too good, she admitted. The silkworm looked at her, its anger softening into confusion. Is that boy important? Qing Jing's drifted, her violet eyes clouded with uncertainty. I don't know, she confessed quietly. Stupid girl, the silkworm grumbled, resting against her finger. Outside, under the vast, starry sky, the cultivator stood amongst the glowing leaves. He mused to his butterfly that the road is not permanent, the world is ruthless, and everything flows in Dao. His gaze was knowing, his words heavy with ancient wisdom. He remarked that Miss Qing Jing was already living her second life, yet she still couldn't let it go. His words hung in the air, a shocking revelation that froze Qing Jing in her tracks. He knew. This man somehow knew about her reincarnation. She stormed outside, her heart hammering in her chest. Dao Hong, what are you saying? She demanded, her voice trembling. I don't understand. He simply looked at her with an unreadable expression, calling her a dumb child. Go to sleep, he commanded softly. A dream butterfly fluttered from his hand and landed right between her brows. Her eyes widened, a brilliant blue light reflecting in them as her consciousness began to slip away. The world dissolved around her. What's happening? She thought in a panic. Suddenly, she was back in the water, drowning, the weight pressing down on her. A calm voice echoed abyss. Why fight it? The cultivator appeared before her in the vision, his long white flowing around him like a celestial being. Have you forgotten? He asked, his voice echoing with power. His words were a frozen dagger, reminding her of a past she'd tried to forget. You died in this river in the year 364 of North Kin. The memories crashed over her, the pain, the cold, the despair. That's right. But not right. Her eyes flew open with sudden realization. I've reincarnated. As the thought formed, the water around her began to freeze, cracking and crystallizing into jagged shards of ice. With a gasp, she was back in the moonlit clearing, collapsed on the ground, panting and covered in a cold sweat. She looked up at the serene man before her, shaking with fear and awe. Who exactly are you? He gave her a small, enigmatic smile, the blue butterfly resting on his finger. I am a cultivator in this mountain, he repeated calmly. But he added, his eyes twinkling, though I've come across many people, I've never seen one as strange as you. So what were you expecting? He asked, his tone shifting to something lighter, almost teasing. Before she could even process the question, he dropped a bombshell. I want you to be my disciple. His handsome face was completely serious, a faint smile playing on his lips. Qing Jing could only stare, her jaw dropping in utter disbelief. What? He launched into his sales pitch, explaining that his sect Yunzhou Qianji Pavilion cultivates the past and future, and that her situation with 2 lives was perfect for them. She looked utterly unimpressed, giving him a deadpan stare. Thank you, Master Rumeng, she said politely, but I do not intend to practice cultivation. The man looked positively delighted. Master? Are you calling me master? She facepalmed in exasperation. That's not what I meant. He pressed on, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Even if you get married to that Song Huai Chen, you can still practice cultivation. We have no rules against it. That's not it. She yelled, completely flustered. He then adopted a pitiable, pouty expression, delivering the final blow. Though he is already dying, so you can't marry him. That was the last straw. She screamed, slamming the door shut in his shocked face. Outside, Rumeng sighed dramatically. Aya, this disciple's temper is so bad. Inside the room, King Jing sat by Huai Chen's bedside, her anger giving way to somber worry. A moment later, Rumeng appeared at the doorway holding a bowl. Her ice silkworm immediately flew into a rage, pointing an accusatory leg at him. Was it you who bullied King Jing yesterday? Demanded. The butterflies fluttered defensively around Meng, who held up his hands in surrender. I don't fight, he played. He entered with a serene smile, ignoring the tense atmosphere. What's the matter, Daozhong? King Jing asked, still wary. He explained that he had made some herbal medicine to help with her recovery, offering the bowl to her. She took it, but her mind was elsewhere. How's the situation? Did he wake up today? She asked, her gaze fixed on Huai Chen. He replied, his gentle facade falling away. His expression became grave. It's been more than a month here at the foot of the mountain, he said. He was hit by 2 arrows and has severe internal injuries. It will be a miracle if he wakes up. Her eyes narrowed, filled with a desperate resolve. He saw his opening. If you want to save him, he said, his voice low and serious, the most useful thing you can do is to take me as your master. He held up, his blue eyes sparkling with cunning. She was immediately suspicious. What do you mean? Does Tianji Pavilion have medicinal skills? He explained his unique power, thought of life and death, channeled through his dream butterfly. It will enter his subconscious and awaken his will to live. And he'll survive. But why must she take him as her master? She already felt the profundity of his powers last night. No, he corrected her. Although he can forcefully enter, he will inevitably be resisted. And for a dying person whose spirit is already fluctuating, that resistance would kill him faster. Therefore, you should do it. With your relationship, his subconscious will not resist you. The weight of his words settled on her, the logic undeniable. Her expression hardened with grim determination. It's only one choice. Fine, she declared, her voice ringing with resolve. I'll do it. 3 days have passed since our heroine fell into this treacherous dream state. Her ethereal silver-haired master appears within the illusion, his expression serene yet stern, reminding his disciple that the beauty she's clinging to is nothing more than a fleeting mirage. Her mission, he declares, is to convince Song Huai Chen to escape this fantasy and return his spirit to the real world. Her own dream techniques were still far too weak, barely scratching the surface of true mastery, so he would summon a dream butterfly to guide her path. She sat in quiet meditation, absorbing his every word. He stressed the importance of the task. She must follow the butterfly at the most critical moment. With a flicker of determination in her eyes, she agreed, her resolve hardening. From the ether, a magnificent blue butterfly materialized, its wings shimmering with cosmic light as it began its journey through the dreamscape. It dipped low, its touch sending ripples across an invisible surface, a beacon in the surreal blue void. It fluttered past idyllic scenery, a silent guide leading her deeper into the labyrinth of memory. Meanwhile, in the physical world, King Jing was fast asleep, lost to the world. Her master's voice echoed with a hint of exasperation. Seriously, she was sleeping again. In her dream, a beautiful memory bloomed. She saw her mother, alive and well, standing in a sunlit courtyard. Her eyes flew open as she gasped out the word she longed to say, "Mother." She scrambled towards the vision, her small hand lifting the edge of her mother's sleeve. The woman scooped her up in a warm, loving hug, a feeling she had missed so dearly. Her mother's voice was like honey. Asking her little Jinger was being so clingy all of a sudden. Had she suffered a nightmare during her nap? Just then, 2 more figures appeared, the elegant Lady P and a young Song Huai Chen. King Jing's mother smiled, announcing their arrival. King Jing's face lit up, and she called out to Lady Pei with pure joy. Lady Pei chuckled, explaining that Huai Chen had been pestering her to come. He missed King Jing so much. The little boy, blushing furiously, hid behind his mother's robes and denied it with all his might. No, I don't. But then he peeked out, his cheeks a delightful shade of crimson, and mumbled that he missed her. Okay. He quickly changed the subject, puffing out his chest and suggesting they go catch butterflies. He grabbed her hand, his small fingers wrapping around hers. His face turned an even deeper shade of red as he looked away, too shy to meet her gaze. She simply said, okay, her heart feeling light and carefree. The 2 children ran through a vibrant garden, nets in hand, chasing after butterflies under a brilliant blue sky, a perfect picture of innocence. Later, they sat together in a pavilion, but the mood had soured. King Jing was sobbing uncontrollably. What was she going to do? She wailed. She didn't want to marry that prince from Northkin, Huai Chen, ever the little protector. Tried to comfort her by suggesting maybe the prince wouldn't live long enough to marry her. Her eyes widened in tear-filled horror. But the husband. No way. Thinking quickly, he offered a new, even more dramatic solution. Just wait for him to grow up, and he would exterminate the entire nation of North so she wouldn't have to marry anyone. She stared at him, completely exasperated. Did he have any ideas that didn't involve mass murder? He just looked at her, flustered as she wiped her tears away, a small, sad smile on her face. The dream butterfly watched them from a distance, a silent omen. If only she wasn't a princess, she sighed with all the weight of the world on her small shoulders. The moment the words left her lips, the sky cracked open with a violence of lightning. The idyllic dream began to crumble, rain pouring down as the butterflies scattered in terror. The beautiful memory was washed away by a torrential downpour. A eunuch's shrill voice cut through the storm, reading a damning imperial decree. The seventh princess, Song Qing Chen, was not the emperor's biological child. While noble consort Lan Ying would be spared death for her years of service, they were both to be stripped of their titles, demoted to commoners, and cast out from the palace immediately. Just as their simple carriage was departing, a horse thundered through the palace gates. It was Huai Chen, his face etched with panic. King Jing cried out his name in shock, wondering how he could be here when he was supposed to be at Musun camp. He stood before her, blocking her path, his voice tight with desperation as he asked where she was going. She explained that the crown prince had mercifully allowed them to return to the Wu clan's ancestral lands. There were still people there who could take care of them. He told her to go on ahead and settle in. He would catch up with her later. Her heart ached as she looked at him. She pressed a beautiful jade token into his palm, telling him it would prove his identity to her clan when he arrived. Confused. "Take it," she insisted, her face flushing as she turned away. The dream butterfly landed softly on her hand, a silent witness to their painful farewell. She looked down at it, her heart twisting. It was his butterfly. A strange feeling passed through him as their hands touched. He urged her not to keep her mother waiting. And just like that, the illusion shattered. The dream butterfly returned to its master, flitting around him before landing gently asleep, then his outstretched finger conveying all it had seen. The master considered the vision with a heavy heart. In that case, saving one was better than losing them both. He glanced at the two unconscious figures, one sweating and trapped, the other fading. He only hoped his disciple wouldn't blame him for what he was about to do. The butterfly took flight once more, a thread of crimson magic trailing behind it as it flew towards Huai Chen's still form, landing on his forehead in a soft, ethereal glow. From high above, the master watched the butterfly descend upon a peaceful town. It navigated the bustling streets, its magical form invisible to the mortals below. His sharp, celestial eyes followed its path to a carriage that had just stopped. A servant announced Lady Lan's return, and as the women disembarked, a now older Wei gently helped King Jing down, telling her to be careful. From a nearby rooftop, the master watched the happy family enter their home. A small, sad smile touched his lips. It was such a pleasant dream. No wonder she refused to wake up. Surrounded by a swirling vortex of butterflies, he murmured to his lost disciple that after 2 lifetimes of tragedy, she should know that some people just have to be let go. Back in the dream, a gust of wind swept through the courtyard. "That wind is annoying," King Jing said. "Let's go inside." But as she turned to call for Huai Chen, she froze. Reflected in her eye was the iridescent blue of the dream butterfly. She cried out for her mother, but instead, the ethereal form of her master stood for them. She and Huai Chen spun around to face the intruder. "Master," Huai Chen asked, his hand instinctively moving to protect her. "Who are you?" The master's gaze was fixed on King Jing. He had told her to follow the butterfly, so why did she always choose this boy? This world, no matter how perfect, was just an illusion he had created for her. A single, glistening tear rolled down her cheek. "But the things he wishes he could give me, they are good," she whispered, her voice trembling. The masters grew grim. Huai Chen's spirit was already fluctuating dangerously. His subconscious was on the verge of collapse, and if she didn't leave now, hers would be dragged down with him. What did he mean? They both thawfied. She clutched Huai Chen's arm, her resolve unshakable. "I want to bring him with me." "Dumb kid," the master sighed as the world around them began to dissolve into static. He could only delay the collapse for another 5 minutes. "Disciple King Jing, take care," were his final words as the dream shattered into oblivion. Huai Chen reached for her, his face a mask of terror as reality dissolved around them. "What's going on?" "Huai Chen," she breathed, watching in horror as his hand began to fade into nothingness. He turned to her, his smile heartbreakingly sad. "My mother passed a long time ago." She stared at him, utterly confused. "Nonsense. What about Lady Lan?" His eyes, filled with a sorrow that transcended lifetimes, told the true story. Lady Pei was sent to Northkin. A flash of a bloody, tragic scene seared itself into her mind. "And I," he continued, "could not escape my marriage to Xiang Jinyan." An image of all the women she loved appeared, smiling yet trapped. "We are all still struggling in the real world," he told her. "Your dream is a beautiful escape. Life is hard, I know, everything is so hard." A thick, white tear dripped from his fading form, but being alive means there's hope. He looked at her, his expression resolute despite his pain. "We still have time to plan for the future." He took her trembling fingers and pressed a gentle kiss to them. "It's not over yet. You should go." Tears streamed down her face as he cupped her cheek, his touch both tender and fleeting. "Song Qing Chen," he whispered, his voice cracking with emotion. "Why can't you ever just listen to instructions?" And then he leaned in, his lips meeting hers in a kiss filled with desperation, love, and a final, heartbreaking goodbye. He held her tightly as their world disintegrated into fragments of light and shadow. "Fool," his last thought echoed into the void as she was ripped away from him. In the quiet solitude of the forest, a tiny moth-like creature wept inconsolably before a makeshift grave. The little ice silkworm's sobs echoed through the trees as it mourned its fallen friend, its heart utterly broken. The ethereal and handsome Rumeng approached, his long silver hair flowing like moonlight. He knelt beside the grieving creature, trying to soothe its sorrow, reminding the little fella that everyone has their own destiny. But the silkworm was inconsolable, its tiny body trembling with grief atop the wooden tombstone. Ru Meng sighed, a flicker of exasperation in his otherwise serene eyes. Why was this little thing so stubborn? It was a truly ridiculous reason to die, after a creature had swallowed an entire pig's head. The tombstone read Tomb of Xiao Dai the Boa, a testament to the snake's legendary gluttony. The silkworm wailed that Xiao Dai was its best brother ever. A flashback painted a grim picture, the massive boa eyes out in death, having clearly choked on its ridiculously large meal. The silkworm screamed in frustration. Hadn't it told him not to be so greedy? A heartbroken wash filled the air. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the mountains, Ru Meng's expression softened. He gently petted the tiny, trembling creature, his touch a comforting balm on its sorrow. In the distance, King Jing hurried towards their humble abode, her silhouette a beacon of warmth in the fading light. A single, vibrant blue butterfly danced on the wind, a silent observer to the quiet scene. King Jing waved cheerfully, her face bright with a smile. She carried a tray filled with fresh-licked green herbs, the bounty of the forest floor. The golden leaves of the ginkgo trees rustled in the breeze, heralding the arrival of autumn. Ru Meng stood by a table laden with a delicious-looking meal, calling out that it was time to eat. The door to the house creaked open slowly. Song Huai Chen emerged, looking pale but resolute, with a concerned King Jing right by his side. Ru Meng greeted them with a warm, inviting smile, beckoning them to sit down. King Jing fussed over Song Huai Chen, insisting that he was too heavily injured to come out. She could have brought the food to him. Ru Meng froze, a nervous sweat beading on his brow as he remembered. He was the one who had a Song Huai Chen in his subconscious, the one who had tried to kill him. The disciples looked confused by the sudden tension in the air. They all sat at the table, a fragile peace settling over them. Song Huai Chen formally addressed Ru Meng, thanking him for his care. Ru Meng waved it off with a nervous laugh, insisting it was nothing. Then Song Huai Chen dropped a bombshell, his voice firm and serious. He and King Jing had decided to leave this place as soon as he was healed. Ru Meng screeched to a halt, his chopsticks hovering in midair. What? His eyes were wide with shock and disbelief. He stammered, pointing out that King Jing hadn't even learned anything yet. That's precisely the point, Song Huai Chen replied, his gaze intense. That's why Master Ru Meng should come with them. He explained the grave danger they were in. This hidden valley was not an impenetrable fortress. Sooner or later, the people hunting them would find this place. His expression was grim as he warned that disaster would surely befall Ru Meng if he remained here alone. Ru Meng's face was a mask of conflict, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. Song Huai Chen laid out his plan. They would go to Yangzhou first. While he had to handle some personal matters in North Qin, he would meet them afterwards. King Jing's eye sharpened. Was he going to North Qin to save his mother? The air grew heavy with unspoken history as they stood facing each other. He confirmed it with a single, unwavering word. Yes. His voice laced with a deep, simmering anger. King Jing had told him about her abilities, so she should understand how important this was. South Qi had been incompetent, sending his mother to North Qin like a bargaining chip for peace. His hand clenched his robe, the fabric twisting in his grip. From the moment he was a child, not a single day had passed where he didn't dream of rescuing her. King Jing leaned forward, asking the crucial question. Why did they specifically need Lady Pei? It was because North Qin also coveted the Wu clan's secret weapon. The weapon itself was a stunning, deadly piece of silver craftsmanship. Named the second bombshell, a secret that changed everything. His mother was also from the Wu clan. In fact, she was its saintess, which was why she entered the palace. King Jing and the little silkworm gasped in unison. That meant he was Qian's son. Relation too much for Song Huai Chen, who leaped back in terror at the sight of the bugs, screaming for it to get away. King Jing held the now furious silkworm, which buzzed with indignation. How could the great Qian have a son so terrified of bugs? It was utterly embarrassing. Ru Meng watched the chaotic scene unfold, a single bead of sweat trickling down his face. It seemed they were all old acquaintances, in a way. A small, amused smile played on his lips. King Jing decided to shelve the drama for now, remarking that it was a commendable goal, but they could hear the full story later. Ru Meng's expression turned somber. He understood their need to leave, but he could not follow them to Yangzhou. A butterfly landed delicately on his finger as King Jing looked at him, her eyes wide with confusion. Why, master? He explained to his dear disciple that the valley itself was special, possessing a strange and powerful feng shui pattern. It created a natural barrier, a sanctuary that hid them from the outside world. But if he were to leave this sanctuary, a horrifying vision flashed before his eyes of his body surrounded by energy and splattered with blood. He would not be able to live for more than half a month. King Jing's eyes filled with tears, her heart aching at the devastating truth. The weight of his confession hung in the air. Did Master Ru Meng also have enemies? He looked away, his gaze distant. They weren't exactly enemies. It was more complicated than that. With a sigh of resignation, he stated plainly that he simply could not leave this place. That settled it for King Jing. Her eyes flashed with fiery determination as she slammed her hands on the table. Then she wouldn't leave either. Song Huai Chen was stunned. She declared that she would stay here and protect her master no matter what. Song Huai Chen immediately shot her down. How could she possibly protect him alone? Xiang Jinyan could send an entire army. It was far too risky, but she had a plan. The ice silkworm was going to bring Wu Yan and the others here, and with more people, they would be stronger. He disagreed vehemently. It would take days to travel to Yangzhou and back, leaving them vulnerable. King Jing's stubbornness flared. Even if he disagreed, did she agree with his disagreement? The two devolved into a childish shouting match. He didn't care if she agreed, he still disagreed. Well, she disagreed with his disagreement. The words echoed around them, making Ru Meng's head spin. Finally, Ru Meng had enough. Okay, he said, you two can stop fighting like a married couple. The words hung in the air, and both of them instantly blushed a furious shade of red. Song Huai Chen coughed awkwardly, trying to recover. He hoped and he hadn't made a scene. King Jing looked like she was about to explode. Hi, he covered his mouth, realizing his Freudian slip. He sometimes forgot the illusion was just a dream and offered his apologies. Ru Meng just chuckled knowingly. It wasn't a dream, he teased, it was the heart's true desire. He steered back to their meal, urging them to eat. Healing was a long process after all. An uneasy truce settled as they ate in silence. Later that night, as King Jing tended to Song Huai Chen's wounds, her mind raced. If this place wasn't safe, then she would just have to kidnap her master. She knew he wasn't hiding from ordinary people, and this valley might be the safest place for him. After all, a man like Xiang Jinyan would never give until he saw their corpses with his own eyes. Her movements became rougher as she thought of that vicious man. What horrors would unfold if he ever met her gentle master? As she reached for his arm, she muttered that it wasn't that she didn't care about Master Ru Meng, but then she slapped his hand away. He looked up, completely dazed and startled by her sudden aggression. He stared at his hand, utterly speechless. His voice was quiet, filled with a raw vulnerability that cut through her anger. Those 12 years in the illusion, he confessed, were the happiest days of his life. That was fake, she shot back coldly. His eyes locked onto hers, burning with intensity. Really? Before she could react, he leaned forward and pressed a soft kiss to the back of her hand. The shock sent her stumbling backward, knocking over a vase with a loud crash as her face crimsoned. She scrambled away from him, completely flustered. He watched her go, a ghost of a confident smile playing on his lips, his chiseled abs a stark silhouette in the dim light. She fled the room as if escaping a fire. Outside, she clutched her burning cheeks, her heart pounding in her chest. That man was crazy. Elsewhere, the ice silkworm slept soundly, a blue butterfly resting gently upon it. Ru Meng watched it for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. He poked at a nearby steamed bun, lost in thought. Maybe he should go out after all. Perhaps his senior brother Rushi had finally given up the search. A deep secret weighed on his mind. Should he tell them the truth? A single bead of sweat traced a path down his temple. He knew he had to. He had to tell them that his senior brother was the national advisor of North Qin. A mysterious, ethereal man with hair like spun moonlight stood cloaked in shadow, a dark cloth obscuring his eyes. A chilling voice echoed in the darkness, commanding him to take a look with his dais. The silver-haired man's lips parted, a name whispered in disbelief, senior brother. The voice was insistent, ordering him to look at the person who had been brought before them. A black-gloved hand suddenly cupped his jaw, forcing his head to turn towards the unseen captive. A single, perfect tear welled in the man's crystal and blue eye as a metallic clang resounded. The esteemed Grand Tutor had brought the person here. The voice was devoid of all warmth, ordering him to look into the person's past and tell him their secret. A horrifying vision flooded his senses, a mangled, bloody body on the ground, a desperate hand reaching out, pleading to be saved. He was to tell him the secret. The silver-haired man trembled, sweat beading on his pale skin, unable to form a single word. A choked scream escaped his lips as his power erupted from his control, manifesting as a swarm of brilliant blue butterflies. He gasped, snapping back to reality, the last of the illusory flies fluttering around him as he slowly regained his composure in a sunlit room. The traumatic vision faded, replaced by the peaceful scenery of a tranquil mountain valley. In the present, he was instructing his disciple King Jing, telling her to hold her breath and remain focused. Her task was to pierce through the true Kai in her mind, splitting the threads and stretching it beyond her consciousness. But she was clearly distracted, sweat dripping from her brow. Her master, Ru Meng, watched her with gentle eyes, a single butterfly resting on his shoulder. He asked his disciple why she wouldn't share what was on her mind. King Jing stood in surprise. How could her master know everything? She sighed, admitting that she didn't want to be like this either. Since her cultivation wasn't progressing, she decided to finally ask for help, pouring them both tea. She looked at him with troubled eyes, finally voicing the question that haunted her. Master, what is going on with my memories? She confessed that she had 3 entirely different sets of memories swirling in her mind, making it impossible to distinguish what had actually happened from what had not. Ru Meng simply smiled, a serene butterfly resting on his finger, assuring her that the matter was quite simple, all of them were real. He placed his hand near hers in a comforting gesture, explaining that whether it was a past life or the present, reality or illusion, these were all things she had personally experienced and were therefore undeniably real. King Jing's amethyst eyes widened in confusion. He pressed on, his gaze intense, asking if her heart and her emotions were untrue. She looked down, unable to answer. He theorized that she clung to the idea of false memories as a way to escape from the real ones, but was it truly a good thing to escape from her true self? Sparkled, a profound realization dawning on her. Later, in the kitchen, the tranquil atmosphere was shattered by an unexpected scene. The ethereal master Ru Meng was clumsily chopping meat with a giant cleaver. Xiang Jinyan entered carrying a bundle of firewood, stopping in his tracks at the sight. He insisted he couldn't let his master do such menial work, and in his haste to help, stumbled forward, accidentally trapping Ru Meng against the counter in a tight back hug. Ru Meng froze, cleaver in hand, his flushing a brilliant red. A suffocating silence descended upon the room as both men stood frozen, sweating profusely from the sheer awkwardness of it all. Attempting to break the tension, Ru Meng cleared his throat and commented that Xiang Jinyan's wounds seemed to have healed. Xiang Jinyan confirmed they were pretty much healed. The silence returned, thick and heavy, as Ru Meng went back to nervously chopping while his disciple watched the fire. Finally, Xiang Jinyan spoke up, formally thanking Master Ru Meng for rescuing King Jing from the illusion. Internally, he was stunned that the master hadn't condemned him for invading his mind. Ru Meng just offered a kind smile, saying he should be thanking Xiang Jinyan for not blaming him, before cheerfully announcing it was time to eat. Meanwhile, in the decadent Yanyun brothel of Yangzhou City, a stunning woman with flowing blue hair lounged amongst a group of fawning men. An attendant announced the arrival of her new clothes from the tailor. The woman yawned dramatically, asking to see them. The man beside her, his face a grim mask of impatience, questioned how she could be in the mood for new clothes at a time like this. He looked deeply troubled. She scoffed, retorting that if she had to wear a sullen face like his, there would be no point in living at all. She complained that she only came because he promised good news, and his brooding was tiring her out. Patting the spot beside her, she beckoned him closer. He sat down reluctantly, and she immediately draped herself over him, her playful demeanor vanishing. She got straight to the point, reminding him of last month's report. The North Qin Crown Prince's residence was on lockdown, and no one had seen the prince or princess. Her expression turned serious as she gripped his hand, revealing that their scouts had returned with two crucial pieces of information about Xiang Jinyan. Firstly, a very unusual guest had arrived at the prince's residence. North Qin's first duke, Xiang Shujiu. This duke was the backbone of the imperial party and had famously remained neutral during the war for the throne between Jinyan and the Dowager Empress. For him to visit now meant Xiang Jinyan held a bargaining chip so powerful it could sway even him. And who, she purred, did he think the other guest, the one being hidden away from prying eyes? His eyes narrowed dangerously. Could it be Song Manhwa? No, she corrected him. Her own theory pointed towards the South Key Princess Song Qing Chen. Her speculation was that because Duke Xiang Shuji had never met the real princess, it would be far easier for Xiang Jinyan to control a fake. The man was aghast. This was too ridiculous. He shot back, then why did Song Mao announce that was the one killed, and that King Jing was the one who went to North Qin? He had been the princess's subordinate for years, and had never heard of her having any contact with North Qin. The blue-haired woman gently caressed his face, reminding him it was only a theory. Then, holding up two fingers, she moved on to the second piece of information. Did he know North Qin's grand tutor, Ru Shi? Before he could answer, the scene snapped back to the valley, where both King Jing and Xiang Jinyan were shouting in unison, "What? North Qin's grand tutor is your senior brother." Ru Meng looked flustered, explaining that he decided to tell them to prevent any future misunderstandings. Xiang Jinyan immediately connected the dots. Was Master Ru Meng hiding in this valley because of him? Ru Meng shook his head, explaining that his senior brother simply lacks normal human emotions and lost control after leaving their sect. He confessed with fidgeting hands that they were traveling together, but he grew terrified of his brother's actions and fled. This man was the future leader of their sect, a master of divination and battle formations. It took him 4 attempts to finally escape and find a few years of peace. King Jing listened with deep concern for her master. Then, Meng added one last, chilling detail. Although he had no proof, he had a strong feeling that the strange memory phenomena King Jing was experiencing was most likely caused by his senior brother's intervention. The memories of 20 years ago were still so clear, a haunting silhouette of 2 figures beneath the blooming trees. A younger Ru Meng had innocently asked his master's age, only to be met with a flustered dismissal that it was not important. His senior brother, even then, carried an aura of something far beyond mortal concerns. He spoke of mastering the ability to control both past and future, his words laced with a terrifying arrogance. In his twisted mind, this power was the heavenly law to ordinary people. And so began his descent to madness, performing heinous experiments on people to amass immense wealth. He played God, granting miracle cures to those fated to die young while ruthlessly destroying the livelihoods of others. Rumeng, his heart shattering, had pleaded with him, begging his senior brother to abandon this wretched path and return to Yunzu with him. But his pleas fell on deaf ears. The man was too far gone, declaring his desire to use the entire world as his experimental subject under the banner of the rising Qin Empire. He chose Qin as the sword to defy the heavens, its strength growing rapidly under his dark guidance. It was only because not everyone trusted this self-proclaimed god that a desperate Rumeng found an opportunity to escape. Back in the present, King Jing's voice was filled with confusion. She couldn't understand why Young Jinyan, a man they had no conflict with, would suddenly try to kill them both. She and Huai Chen looked their master for answers, their faces etched with worry. Rumeng explained with a heavy heart that the only logical reason was that his senior brother had whispered something poisonous in the man's ear. He gently took both their hands, his touch a small comfort against the storm brewing. Their strange fate was no coincidence, he told them, especially Huai Chen's uncanny ability to always cheat death. It was a blessing from heaven, a sign of a great mission that lay ahead of him. King Jing could only whisper his name, her heart sinking with the weight of his words. Even without his divination abilities, Rumeng knew his senior brother's cruel character all too well. His gaze was piercingly serious, his beautiful face grim. For his senior brother to finally take action meant only one thing: he saw them as a grave threat to his future plans. A silent, fearful understanding between King Jing and Huai Chen. A few days later, the scene shifted to the bustling border town of Wangchun. The streets were teeming with life, a picture of blissful ignorance. From a window above, a sharp-eyed man watched the crowds below, a teacup held delicately in his hand. His gaze locked onto his targets. They were the ones they were looking for. He spotted a woman with ethereal light blue hair, her face hidden by a veil as she was held close by her companion. Below them, the street, a procession led by a figure in a wide bamboo hat, several large chests. The watcher's eyes narrowed with recognition. It was Xiang Rushi, the renowned tutor of North Qin. The veiled woman wondered aloud what his purpose was in coming here. Her companion murmured that rumors were flying upon leaving seclusion. The Grand Tutor had immediately sent a letter to Xiang Jinyan, demanding to know his location. He pulled her closer, his voice low, asking if she had any guesses where the Grand Tutor was headed. Where, she breathed. His answer sent a chill down her spine. 20 miles outside of town, the very same unnamed cliff where she was attacked. Her eyes widened in shock behind the thin fabric. The man's hand clenched, his expression turning grim. She asked if he knew the reason, but he shook his head. No one knew, and no one dared to ask. Shuang was a figure of immense power in North Qin, even granted the royal surname by the previous emperor. His gaze turned predatory as he asked about their own people. She assured him that everything was arranged. They would follow the Grand Tutor the moment he left town. Down on the street, the man in the wide hat paused, his keen eyes glanced up as if sensing he was being watched. His subordinate leaned in, asking his lord what was the matter. The man remained silent, a calculating stillness about him. The scene transitions to a peaceful mountain valley, light filtering through the leaves outside a secluded cottage. Rumeng was seeing his disciples off, reminding them to be careful and to remember the way out of the valley. King Jing looked back at him, her expression full of concern, asking if his master's head still hurt. A comical flashback showed her accidentally whacking him with a plank of wood, his face a mask of shock. Huai Chen chimed in, telling Master Rumeng to be careful as well, promising to send people to protect him in 5 days. Rumeng offered a gentle, reassuring smile, telling them to be on their way now. A beautiful blue butterfly fluttered past as they turned to leave. He watched their silhouette fade into the dense forest. Standing alone on the veranda, the butterfly landed gracefully on his finger. It was peaceful again, he mused, a quietness he was no longer accustomed to. Suddenly, the air grew tense. The blue butterflies around him began to flutter erratically, their movements frantic and unnatural. A cold dread washed over him. His eyes shot wide with alarm. What was happening? Had they returned? And then a figure emerged from the sunlight at the edge of his sanctuary. It was him, his senior brother. He greeted him with a chillingly pleasant smile, remarking how difficult it had been to find his junior brother these past few years. Rumeng's mind flashed back to a chibi version of King Jing crying. He'd often wondered what it would be like to meet his brother again. Perhaps one would be burning incense at the other's grave, or perhaps they just pass on the street. But the most likely scenario was him being miserably dragged before his brother. His chibi self clutched his head in agony. Couldn't his brother have delayed his arrival? Just for a little while. At least let the embarrassing bump on his head go down first. His mind spun with fear. Back in reality, Rumeng stumbled backward, his voice a choked whisper. Senior brother. A flash of a terrifying, swirling eye filled his vision. He let out a cry of pure terror, tumbling backward down the wooden steps. Sprawled on the ground, he stared up at the man who haunted his nightmares. So it was you, he gasped, his voice trembling with rage. You've gone completely crazy. His brother stood over him, the glowing blue butterflies dancing around him like malevolent spirits. You've seen it all, he stated calmly. He began to explain his deductions with terrifying clarity how Jin Yan reported Song Huai Chen's body had vanished. But when he used his divination, he found something interesting. No matter how many times he tried, he couldn't locate Huai Chen, the same way he could never locate Rumeng. The same interference blocked them both from the hexagram, leading to one simple conclusion. His junior brother was hiding the boy. Rumeng's blood ran cold. Oh no! Little King Jing and Huai Chen were in danger. The senior brother's smile was pure poison. This valley, he explained, had a natural barrier that blocked all spells, a perfect hiding spot. He called it a coincidence, one of heaven's little antics that had led him right to his prey. He leaned down, his fingers gripping Rumeng's chin, forcing their eyes to meet. He had to thank heaven for this fortunate reunion. His gaze was intense, praising his junior brother's unique eyes. But his voice dropped to a menacing whisper. However, that little king you mentioned earlier, right? A suffocating pressure filled the air as Rumeng stared back, paralyzed with terror. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, King Jing and Huai Chen walked on. Suddenly, King Jing stopped dead in her tracks. Did you hear that? Her spirit pointed frantically, crying out that something was over there. Aflasins swarmed from the trees, their chain blades slicing through the air. Huai Chen reacted instantly, shoving King Jing out of harm's way. With a loud pang, he deflected an attack with his sword. An assassin shouted a name. King Jing was thrown to the ground, the world spinning around her. "Princess!" Huai Chen screamed, his voice filled with panic. "What's happening?" she cried, completely bewildered. Before it bleached her, another sword intercepted it with a sharp clang. A man in regal blue robes stood over her, his expression furious. He gritted his teeth, explaining they'd been ambushed while following their targets. Blood splattered as he fought, the forest floor already littered with the dead. "Who are these people?" he roared, cutting down another foe. "Eyes like ice." They were the subordinates of Northkin's Grand Tutor, he snarled, and they fought as they could predict their every move. Huai Chen's face went pale. Northkin's. The horrifying realization dawned on King Jing, her face a mask of utter dread. "Oh no! Master Rumeng." "Careful," Huai Chen yelled, his eyes wide with terror. The world exploded in a spray of crimson blood. Silence. Back at the cottage, an unnerving calm had settled. Rumeng sat opposite his senior brother, a tea set between them. His hands trembled as he clutched his cup. "I will not go back with you," he stated, his voice quiet but firm. His brother Mir looked at him, unfazed. "Don't be ridiculous," he replied, before his expression softened into a mockery of concern. "Senior brother, let's go back to Yunzu. I'm begging you." Rumeng's face was a portrait of desperation, his eyes pleading, but his brother simply took a sip of tea, ignoring his anguish as a subordinate appeared. "How is it?" he asked the newcomer. "One has been captured," the soldier reported, "the others have escaped." And there, held by 2 guards, was Huai Chen, beaten, bruised, and bleeding from his mouth, but his eyes still defiant. Rumeng's composure shattered completely. His eyes flew wide with fury and horror. "Yuan!" he screamed, his voice tearing through the deceptive tranquility. The air crackled with tension as Song Huai Chen's sharp eyes darted around, warning his companion to be careful. Suddenly, the forest erupted in a cacophony of violence. The piercing clang of steel on steel echoed through the trees as a blood-stained blade swung through the air. Assassins moved like shadows, a whirlwind of flashing steel and murderous intent, but Song Huai Chen met them head-on, his own sword a blur of defensive maneuvers. The battle was a desperate dance of life and death, with bodies being thrown back by the force of the blows. Amidst the chaos, an assassin uncorked a small vial, a sinister green gas fizzing into the air. Jiu's heart plummeted. Poisonous insects. She frantically urged her little ice silkworm to get to work. But the tiny creature on her shoulder trembled, chirping in distress. It couldn't control them. Jiu's violet eyes widened in sheer horror. What? This was her ultimate weapon, and it was useless. The assassins, sensing their advantage, roared for their men to advance. A firm hand grabbed hers, and Song Huai Chen pulled her back from the fray. Her mind was reeling. Her precious ice silkworm was powerless against these cursed insects. He shoved her behind his own body, a human shield against the onslaught, telling her and the other girl to leave first. He would hold the line, a lone warrior against a tide of death. But Jiu refused to abandon him, her expression hardening with resolve. He pleaded with her, his voice tight with urgency. "Princess, please forgive him," but she had to go. If he survived this hell, he swore he would meet them all in Yangzhou. With a final, desperate shove, he pushed her towards safety, turning to face the enemy alone, his small silkworm companions clinging to him bravely. His last words to her were a simple, heartfelt thank you. Jiu, however, was having none of it. She grabbed his arm, her grip like iron, demanding he let her go. Couldn't he just fly away by himself? The enemy was closing in, their swords glinting menacingly in the dim light. Another brutal clang of swords vibrated through the air as he parried a deadly strike. Miles away, an ethereal man with a fiery sigil on his forehead watched the entire scene unfold, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. What a loyal kid, he mused with detached amusement. His expression turned colder than ice as he gave a single, chilling command. Kill him. Back in the forest, the inevitable happened. Song Huai Chen was on his knees, bloodied and defeated, held captive by 2 guards. Just as a sword was raised for the final blow, a frantic voice screamed for them to wait. Don't kill him. It was Rumeng, his face pale with panic. He turned to his statuesque senior brother, begging him he couldn't kill him. The brother mere raised an eyebrow, his voice brimming with condescension. Oh, and why ever not? Rumeng scrambled for an excuse, his mind racing. Because if he dies, another of God's chosen ones might appear. It was far better to keep him alive and just observe him for now. Then he played his final card, his voice trembling with a desperate threat. And if his brother was always killing people, then he wouldn't go back with him. He would go back to Yunzhou all by himself. He grabbed his brother's arm, his eyes pleading. The man's gaze was unreadable, but his voice was laced with annoyance. He was only a mere mortal, so why was Rumeng always making such a fuss over him? Rumeng was defiant. He didn't care. He was going back with his master. His brother shot back, reminding him that Yunzhou was over 1,000 miles from here. Did he even know how to get there? Throwing a full-blown tantrum, Rumeng stomped his feet and screamed that he didn't care. The guards holding Song Huai Chen could only stare, completely baffled by this bizarre, high-stakes sibling squabble. Finally, the brother snapped, "Fine." An angry vein pulsed on his temple as he ordered his men to take prisoner back to the Heavenly Star Palace for now. They would discuss it later. Rumeng cheered in victory, his tantrum vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. His brother sighed in resignation. They had been delayed long enough. It was time to set off. Later, on the outskirts of the North Qin imperial capital, a convoy of carriages clattered down a dusty road, making its way towards a sprawling estate. Inside one carriage, Song Huai Chen lay on the floor, his hand tightly behind his back, his clothes stained dark with his own blood. A deep wound on his side gaped ominously. He was barely conscious, the little ice silkworm nuzzling his cheek as he weakly shook his head. As the carriage shuddered to a halt, a guard asked where they should put the prisoner. The cold order came back immediately. Lock him up with the others from South Qi. Meanwhile, Rumeng stood before a grand palace, a wave of melancholy washing over him. In the end, he still came back to this place. Far away in a peaceful southern home in Yangzhou, a cheerful voice called out for Big Sister. The pink-haired He burst through the door, his face a beacon of pure joy. He was here. Ah Jiu and her maid turned, startled by the sudden intrusion. He ran towards her, his arms outstretched, a playful pout on his face as he demanded the kisses and hugs he was promised. Ah Jiu stared in disbelief. How on earth did he get here? He crashed into her embrace, burying his tear-streaked face in her shoulder. Sister, he whimpered. She had promised to come back soon, but she broke her promise. A pang of guilt shot through Jiu's heart as she hugged him tightly. It was her fault, she whispered, stroking his soft hair. Her maid tried to gently separate them, suggesting the princess needed her rest. But Jiu only held him closer, her gaze softening. How did he travel all the way from Zhaoxian? It was such a long journey. He looked up, his big eyes shining, and explained that Uncle Wuya had brought him. Jiu's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Really? Elsewhere, a guard idly asked if the princess was still ignoring the 9th prince. The beautiful Lady Shen let out a sly laugh, since he left her precious lover on the verge of death. She couldn't exactly blame the princess for being angry, could she? The guard was shocked. They were siblings. He insisted she stop speaking such nonsense. Lady Shen just smirked, popping a nut in her mouth. Siblings. Everyone in the palace knew the 9th prince had no royal blood. If that wasn't the truth, she purred, then why did he think Pai Zhaoyi died all those years ago? The guard was speechless. Then why would the emperor let him grow up in the palace? Lady Shen just shrugged, offering him some snacks with a disarming smile. She had no idea. Perhaps the emperor had simply gone mad. She urged him to just be happy. That night, Lady Shen was announced at the princess's residence. She entered lantern in hand to find Jiu waiting for her. Jiu's face was grim as she sat in the dimly lit room. Lady Shen cut straight to the point. They didn't know if Song Huai Chen was dead or alive. Their only choice was to go to North Qin and try to save him. The two women faced each other, the air thick with unspoken fears. Jiu's eyes blazed with a terrifying resolve. That was for sure. If he was alive, she had to see him. If he was dead, she had to see his corpse. Lady Shen nodded, revealing she'd already sent spies to gather information on the Grand Tutor's residence, promising to turn the place upside down. But Jiu held up a hand, her voice firm. No, tell your people to stop what they're doing. Lady Shen stared, utterly confused. There was something she needed to tell her first, Jiu said, her expression deadly serious. They would come up with a proper plan after that. The night was thick with secrets and the heady scent of incense, where a princess held a man not in passion, but in a delicate, dangerous dance of power and trust. In the heart of the palace, a new chapter of intrigue was about to unfold. The saint of the witch clan's face was etched with worry, his ethereal beauty marred by the gravity of their situation. The Grand Tutor could predict the future, a terrifying thought that made him question if all their movements were already trapped within the man's foresight. But Qian, her expression calm and collected, explained that it wasn't so simple. She recalled a conversation with her own master, a memory that now served as their only hope. The extent of a divination, he had told her, depends entirely on the person casting it. He posed a question to her younger self as they walked through a sun-dappled forest, a vibrant blue butterfly resting on his finger. If you wanted to predict a person's fate in 20 years, but could only divine one thing, what would you choose? Her younger self was stumped, her mind racing through the possibilities: kinship, wealth, friendship, achievements, all the things that make up a life. Her master smiled gently, his eyes as serene as a calm lake. A person's situation is far too complicated to be captured by a single aspect. You can't rely on one thing to determine their well-being. He then asked if she knew which aspect Zone's senior brother, the infamous Xiang Rushi, would choose. She didn't know, of course. With an almost chilling certainty in his eyes, her master revealed the answer. Xiang Rushi would only divine one thing: what their residence would look like in 20 years. Because no matter what, a person must have a roof over their head. The size of the residence, its state of repair, its atmosphere, all these seemingly small details could reflect a person's entire character and journey. Her mind reeled at the profound simplicity of it. It was like a single falling leaf heralding the coming of autumn. That was the reason she was so wary of Xiang Rushi. He wasn't just capable of divination. He was a master strategist who could read the world in a single detail. The saint paled, understanding the full weight of her words. Xiang Rushi was indeed a terrifyingly strategic person. His ability to see the future gave him an almost insurmountable advantage. That's right, Qian confirmed, her eyes hardening with resolve, which is why they had to be exceptionally careful. The saint leaned forward, his expression tense, wanting to know her plan. A sly, confident smile played on Qian's lips. She intended to go to North Qin to meet with Song Manhwa herself. The saint was so shocked he nearly left his seat. Hadn't she just said they needed to be extremely careful? But Qian's grin was sharp, mischievous, and utterly brilliant. Even when being careful, she explained, you must be able to catch your enemies off guard. Only by doing the unexpected could they truly control their foe. Understanding dawned on the saint's face, his shock turning to admiration as he looked at the clever princess. He leaned in, a dangerous glint in his own eyes, ready to play his part. What, then, would the princess like him to do? Meanwhile, in the cold, unforgiving darkness of the North Qin prison, Song Huai Chen lay on a bed of straw, bound and bleeding. A tiny, fluffy creature buzzed near his ear, demanding he wake up, uncertain if he was pretending or truly unconscious. The little insect, filled with a surprising amount of fury, zipped around his head. It suddenly backed away, terrified, as Song Huai Chen remained motionless. It couldn't believe this pathetic human was truly Qian's son. Of course he was, he grumbled internally, his spirit utterly broken. The bug paused, its antennae twitching. Wait, something was off. It pointed a tiny leg at him, sweat beading on its fluffy head. He could understand what it was saying. Song Huai Chen shot up, a look of pure agony on his face. He'd always been able to understand, he growled, telling the creature to stay put and stop moving. The bug shrank back, meekly agreeing. A single tear of despair rolled down Song Huai Chen's cheek. There was no reason left to live for. This was not right. He begged the creature to stop flying around and making him dizzy. There shouldn't be anyone else who could communicate with him, other than Song Qing Chen, who regarded him as her little poisonous insect. A light bulb went off above the bug's head. It zipped closer, asking if Qian had given him anything to eat. A golden silkworm chrysalis, perhaps. Song Huai Chen scrunched up in disgust as he recalled the memory. The little bug beamed, its chest puffing out with pride. It explained that back when they were in the clan, and Qian was the saintess, it was always with her. So when she got married, it gave her its chrysalis as a protective talisman. A wave of nostalgia washed over the little creature, its eyes sparkling with unshed tears. Thinking of the past, feel like Qian was right there with them. But the sentimental moment was shattered by the clatter of the prison door opening. Footsteps were approaching. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Spirit Palace, autumn leaves danced in the wind. The ethereal Meng Rumeng, with his long silver hair and serene blue eyes, walked along a veranda, his attendants trailing behind him nervously. He paused, his gaze distant and troubled. He was just going for a walk outside, he said, a placid smile, a blue butterfly resting on his shoulder. His guards begged him not to put them in a difficult position. If the Grand Tutor were to blame them, their lives would be at risk. Meng Rumeng's smile faded. He simply wanted to know where his senior brother was. At that very moment, the Grand Tutor himself, the handsome and intimidating Xiang Rushi, sat before a divination board. The coins clattered, settling into a pattern only he could read. He calmly picked up a coin, his expression unreadable. "Where is Song Huai Chen?" he asked an attendant without even looking up. The attendant bowed low, reporting that he was currently being held in the dungeon, and asked if he should be brought here. The dungeon? Xiang Rushi's eyes narrowed slightly. That was good. He ordered for him to be kept locked up for now. Just then, another attendant announced Lord Rumeng's arrival. Xiang Rushi looked up as his junior brother entered, a faint, almost condescending smile on his lips. Why wasn't he resting more? He noted that Meng Rumeng had lost weight after being in that shabby veil for so many years. Meng Rumeng insisted he'd been quite well. Xiang Rushi's tone became firm, an order disguised as a suggestion. Now that he was back, he should just listen to his words and stay. Meng tried to protest, to explain that he wanted to meet his disciple, but he was cut off. With a smug flick of a coin, Xiang Ruxi's eyes glowed with power. He already knew. His disciple would be here soon. Meng's jaw dropped in utter disbelief at his terrifying omniscience. Back in the suffocating darkness of the dungeon, the door clanged shut. The little bug peeked out from the cell bars, watching the guards leave. Song Huai Chen was a mess of tears and snot, wanting to pretend the terrifying little creature didn't exist. The bug twisted and contorted its way back through the bars. The guards roughly dragged another prisoner, chaining them up. With a final brutal shove, they threw Song Huai Chen back into his own cell. He landed hard on the filthy straw. He let out a ragged cough, blood dotting his lips, thankful that the guards were finally gone. But then a weak voice echoed from the darkness. Was there someone here? Song Huai Chen, startled. The little bug on his shoulder shook its head, just as confused. He asked if the voice belonged to another person captured from the witch clan. A hand, frail, reached through the straw from an adjacent cell. The voice belonged to a haggard old man, his face a mask of suffering. The witch clan? No, he wasn't one of them. Song Huai Chen replied. The bug sniffed the air curiously. The old man seemed relieved. It was good that he wasn't. After so long, there was finally someone he could talk to. He slumped against the bars, a ghost of a man wrapped in chains and despair. He asked why a young man like him had been taken to a place like this. Song Huai Chen answered grimly, his gaze fixed on the floor. He had displeased the Grand Tutor. The old man let out a driving laugh. That lunatic? Then he was in for a rough ride indeed. Song Huai Chen then turned the question back on him. What about him? Was he here because he was part of the witch clan? The old man's eyes filled with a deep ancient sorrow. That's right, he whispered. He's innocent, but it is a crime to possess a jade, a metaphor for being punished simply for having something others coveted. He asked how old Song Huai Chen was, noting he sounded young, and wondered if he had ever heard of South Key's witch clan. Never, he replied, asking the old man to explain. The old man's gaze drifted to a time long past. Their witch clan, he began, was once prosperous and powerful, that is, until 17 years ago, when the South Qing Emperor suddenly launched a brutal campaign to wipe their entire clan from existence. Song Huai Chen's eyes widened, realizing he had just stumbled upon a dark and bloody secret of the empire. A memory of a nightmarish past begins to unfold, a story of love, betrayal, and a desperate fight for survival. 17 long years ago, the sky itself wept tears of fire. The witch clan was engulfed in flames, a scene of pure chaos. A soldier on horseback descended upon them like demons from the abyss, their expressions merciless. It was a slaughter. A woman's scream was cut short as a soldier's spear pierced through her, a geyser of blood painting the night sky red. Her child could only watch in wide-eyed horror, a silent scream trapped in their throat. The terrified neigh of a warhorse filled the air as it reared up, its hooves coming down with crushing force upon a fallen clan member. Blood splattered as a young boy's face, the warmth of it a horrifying reminder of the life just extinguished before his eyes. Amidst the carnage, a man named Lord Yan roared with desperate fury, his voice a beacon in the darkness. He commanded his people to run, to flee towards the mountains, to escape this living hell. He summoned his insect companions, buzzing angrily as they swarmed the enemy, a last-ditch effort to protect their own. But the commander of the opposing army was ruthless, ordering his men to release the arrows. Lord Yan could only urge his people to hang on, to tell a boy named Xuan Feng to stay strong even as his own strength failed him. An arrow mark, piercing his shoulder with a sickening thud. The giant wasp beside him buzzing in distress. He collapsed to the ground, his body giving out. He struggled, his hands clawing at the dirt as daggers were pointed at his throat, his fight nearly over. A polished leather boot stomped down, mercilessly crushing his loyal insect companion. The boot belonged to a man of immense and terrifying power, the South Qing Emperor himself, looking down from his steed with eyes colder than a winter storm. With his last breath, the captured man grabbed the Emperor's horse, demanding to know why must he wipe them out, his voice filled with anguish and disbelief. The Emperor's gaze was void of any emotion, a true tyrant's stare. Back in the present, Xuan Feng, now a man, sits chained and bloodied, recounting this horrific tale. He explains the motive behind the massacre. The South Qing Emperor went to such unimaginable lengths, just to obtain their clan's secret treasure. A broken, maniacal laugh escaped his lips, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. It was a pity, he spat, because their secret treasure had already been spirited away by the princess, and the Emperor would never lay his hands on it. The Emperor's eyes widened at the mention of a secret treasure, a sudden realization dawning on him. Of course, that explained everything. No wonder the silkworm had reacted so fiercely whenever the treasure was mentioned back in Zhao. Just then, the little creature itself appeared, looking intently at the captive. A small voice echoed in Xuan Feng's mind, the silkworm recognizing him, telling him it knew him. The Emperor's brother was stunned. He couldn't help but wonder if not for this coveted treasure, would the witch clan have ever met such a tragic end? An older captive, his face a canvas of despair, murmured that if they didn't have the power to control insects, they wouldn't have been captured, traded, and treated like objects for 17 agonizing years. His eyes, filled with unshed tears, looked up with a sliver of hope. He asked the one person he believed in, the Santis, if they could truly be saved. The word echoed in the dungeon, hitting the Emperor's brother like a physical blow. What did he just say? Santis? Xuanfeng shot up, his body trembling with a mixture of shock and renewed hope. He desperately asked if their Santis was here as well. He turned to the old man, his uncle, whose weary eyes met his, a silent understanding between them. The little ice silkworm hovered the broken old man, a symbol of their dwindling hope. The scene shifts to the bustling city of Dahan in North Qin. A carriage is stopped at the city gates, and a guard questions an elderly servant, confirming they are from South Qi. The servant explains her master is here on a business deal. The guard, however, unmoved, demanding to inspect the carriage. The servants paled, stammering that her lady was inside and such an intrusion would be highly inappropriate. The guard his ground, his expression stern, causing the servant to sweat with anxiety. Suddenly, a voice from within the carriage, sharp and commanding, told her to shut up. A slender hand parted the curtains. The servant's heart leaped into her throat, pleading for them not to reveal themselves. But it was too late. Inside, an ethereally handsome man, silvery blue hair lounged with an air of casual arrogance. A veiled woman held possessively in his lap. He was a vision of dangerous beauty. He smirked at the guard, a silent challenge in his mesmerizing eyes, and asked if he had seen enough. With a dismissive wave, he told the guard to just go. Utterly captivated, or perhaps intimidated, the guard immediately relented, allowing them to pass. As the carriage rolled into the city, the blue-haired man turned to his companion, asking what their next move was now that they had arrived in Dan. The veiled woman, our determined princess, gazed out at the city, a plan already forming in her brilliant mind. Her partner looked at her, a flicker of surprise on his handsome face as she revealed her intentions. A confident, knowing smile played on her lips from behind her veil. The game was just beginning. In a sweet, forgotten memory, we see a young boy arriving at the witch clan's village. A fiery red-headed child stops him, boldly asking who he is. The boy proudly presents a gift, and the village children gather around him, their eyes wide with curiosity. They're all charmed by this newcomer. The boy asks what this place is and if he can come in. A little blue-haired witch boy tells him he can, but he's a little late for the party. The children then excitedly drag him deeper into the village. A little girl, our princess in her youth, peeks out from behind a door, flower petals swirling around her like confetti. She opens the door, and the children all shout in unison, "Dragonfly Princess, your groom is here." The other kids are in an uproar, complaining that she never told them, and now they won't have time to prepare. The red-headed boy points an accusatory finger, reminding her that she gave the boy a betrothal butterfly, and according to their rules, that means they must enter the bridal chamber tonight. Mortified, the little princess is the door shut in a flurry of red-faced embarrassment. The children outside are baffled. They haven't even married and he's already been kicked out. They grab the poor, confused groom and shove him against the door. The door slams open again. The kids realize their mistake. This was not how things were supposed to go. Inside, both the little groom and the princess are blushing furiously, their faces as red as peonies. He takes her hand gently, his voice soft as he asks what she intended then. She looks up at him, her purple eyes wide with surprise. He holds her small hand in his, a silent promise in his touch. Her heart flutters in her chest, a blush creeping up her neck. She tries to pull away, her hand trembling in his grasp. "What do you want?" she stammers, completely flustered. He looks at her with an intensity far beyond his years and declares that he wants her to take responsibility. She practically explodes, calling him shameless and demanding he let her go. But he only leans closer, his breath warm against her cheek. He confesses how happy he was for the last 6 months, believing she was his sister, and how he thought of her every single day, finally mustering the courage to come see her. Their faces are inches apart, the air crackling with an innocent yet palpable tension. She panics, pushing him away slightly, whispering that they can't, her mother will be back soon. He reluctantly lets go of her hand, but leans in to whisper a promise that he'll come find her at night. "You must keep your promise," he insists, his eyes pleading with hers. As he turns to leave, he peeks back from behind a bush, calling out her name, Song Qing Chen. When she looks, his voice is barely a whisper, but his words are clear as day. "I like you." In his hand, he clutches the betrothal butterfly, the symbol of his heartfelt confession. In the suffocating darkness of his prison cell, a broken man listened as the tiny, ethereal creature spoke, its voice a soft whisper against the crushing silence. It knew the creature confessed, its voice filled with an ancient sorrow. Back then, when his world was consumed by fire and blood, it had been lost in a deep, magical slumber, curled into a helpless ball of iridescent light. The Lord Venom God, the name echoed in the creature's memory, a phantom of a time when its power was absolute. But now, all it could offer was regret. It remembered desperate pleas of its people, the final, agonized prayer from a man whose eyes blazed with defiance even as his world crumbled around him, begging for salvation for his people. A flashback seared through his mind a memory of a pompous prince on a magnificent steed, his voice dripping with condescension as he demanded the clan's secret treasure. In exchange for their worthless lives, Xuan Feng remembered the cold steel of the blades at his throat, the prince's cruel laughter echoing in his ears. But he had not bowed. He had screamed his defiance into the heavens, his voice raw with grief and fury. They could kill him, they could slaughter his entire clan, but they would never lay their wretched hands on the secret treasure. The South Qing royal family would never again receive the venom god's favor. A curse spat with his last breath as the prince looked on, surrounded by a forest of merciless spears. His head pierced through the layers of its slumber, faint but desperate. "My lord, please save my dragonfly master. Save the witch clan, please wake up." But it could not. It was trapped, a tiny buzzing thing inside a wooden box, held by a woman with painted the color of blood. A soft voice had murmured to it, full of despair. "Sister Land, the ice silkworm is like this because our clan has met with misfortune, and we are prisoners in this gilded cage." A single drop of blood fell, a sacrifice to keep it sleeping. "Sleep, ice silkworm," she had whispered, a promise laced with the thirst for vengeance. "There will be a day when you wake, and on that day, all our grievances will be settled, one by one." Even though it had received Xuan Feng's final message, it had been powerless to help trapped in that deep sleep. The tiny creature looked up at the broken man, its wing trembling with guilt. "I let you all down." Xuan Feng's voice was a rasp, shaking with emotion as he gently cradled the silkworm in his chained hands. "No, it wasn't your fault." His eyes, however, were wide with a dawning horror. "But why are you here?" A terrible thought struck him, making his blood run cold. Does this Princess Firefly has also been caught? The ice silkworm delivered the devastating news. She passed away over 10 years ago. What? The world tilted on its axis for Xuan Feng. The creature explained that many years ago, her daughter Song Qing Chen had woken it up, and through a strange twist of fate, it had followed Qian's son here. Behind her, a young man gasped, his hand flying to his mouth in shock and a flicker of embarrassment. "Thank you for remembering me," he thought, before the pieces clicked into place with horrifying clarity. Qian's son. Isn't that of South Qi? Xuan Feng's gaze fell to the heavy chains binding him. The witch clan Santis. The prince's heart hammered against his ribs as he connected the final dot. "That is my royal mother, Lady Pei. Is she here too?" Xuan stared, his face a mask of disbelief. The ice silkworm confirmed his worst fear. "She is here." The prince's world shattered. Royal mother. Meanwhile, at the North Qin Crown Prince's manor, the autumn leaves fell on a different kind of prison. A young servant girl, the real King Jing's loyal maid, nervously carried a food tray through the opulent corridors. As she approached the guarded doors, she was stopped. The handsome yet cruel crown prince appeared, voice sharp as glass. He commanded her to act her part well as his daughter, King Jing, and warned to never let this happen again. From inside the room, a shriek of rage erupted from the real princess, Song Manhwa. "I am not Song Qing Chen." The crown prince's gaze was utterly devoid of warmth, his profile like a marble statue's. The terrified servant bowed head, trembling. "You are now," he declared, his word absolute law. Defeated, the girl entered the room where the spoiled prince was sobbing hysterically under her covers. She tried to coax her gently. "Princess, please eat something." With a furious scream, Manhwa swiped the tray from her hands, sending it crashing to the floor. "Leave." The girl sank to her knees amidst the mess, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Unseen, a tiny fly buzzed quietly before landing softly on her neck. Miles away in a quiet inn, the true Song Qing Chen sat with unnerving calm, her violet eyes sharp and focused. Through the eyes of her insect, she had watched everything. "I found her." She thanked the handsome Xiang Chuji for his hard work. He explained the miraculous art of witchcraft, how the venomous conch parasite allowed her to see and hear through the insect, a powerful tool that could only be used once. Everything was unfolding just as she had predicted. The crown prince was shamelessly using her reputation, and Xiang Chuji was 100% certain that the detestable Duke Xiang had a hand in this. King Jing's mind raced, recalling her mother's final letter, the instructions to use the box and the ice silkworm. A sudden, brilliant idea sparked in her mind. Could it be? Xiang Chuji noticed her expression shift, a sly smile playing on his lips. What has the princess thought of? She shook her head, not yet ready to reveal her plan. They would talk after she saw Song Manhwa. But the crown prince's manor was a fortress, heavily guarded day and night. How did she possibly plan on getting inside? That night, under the cloak of darkness, the impossible happened. As Song Manhwa slept, a figure crept to her bedside. "Sixth sister," a familiar voice whispered. Manhwa's eyes fluttered open. The figure held up a candle, revealing the face her servant girl. "Sixth sister, it is me, King Jing." A blood-curdling scream ripped through the silent manor. The crown prince was incandescent with rage. Ridiculous, ghost possession. How could she be possessed by someone who might not even be dead? He demanded to know about the servant. His subordinate bowed, reporting that the girl had been locked up and was clearly possessed, repeating the same phrase over and over. In a dark cell, the servant girl, her eyes wild and unfocused, raved at a blindfolded prisoner. "It was you who killed her. Every debt has its debtor, so why has she come for me?" The crown prince watched, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. Haunted, is it? He would be very keen to see if this ghost dared to come find him. In the heavenly spirit palace, the puppet master, the emperor himself, toyed with a coin, an amused smile on his handsome face. So, the crown prince manor is haunted. His aide confirmed the news, asking if they should inform the crown prince that Song Qing Chen was in fact still alive. The emperor let out a soft, mocking laugh. What for? To help him clean up his mess? A dangerous glint flashed in his golden eyes. His initial instructions were simple: dispose of Song Huai Chen and bring back his daughter. But the crown prince had to act smart, getting himself into this predicament. No, he'd learn his lesson this time. The emperor's smile was pure, chilling evil. He gave a new order. Send a gift to Xiang Chuji for me. At the duke's manor, the ever-come Xiang Chuji received the emperor's present. He lifted the red cloth from the wicker basket. Peeking out from inside was a tiny, impossibly cute kitten letting out a soft meow. His attendant was utterly bewildered. But Chuji's expression was grim, his eyes narrowing as he understood the emperor's silent, menacing message. A blood-curdling scream rips through the silent night of the crown prince's manor. Xiang Jinyan, the statuesque crown prince, jolts awake from his slumber, his handsome face contorted in a mask of pure rage. What was that infernal noise? A panicked servant rushes to his side, calling out for his highness as the crown princess, Madame Jiang, clutches at her husband's arm with wide, feigning eyes, asking what on earth had happened. But before he can answer, a guard bursts into the room, his face pale with terror. Your Highness, he stammers. Something terrible has happened to Princess. The scene flashes to a dorm where the seventh princess, Xiaolan, collapses to the floor, her body trembling uncontrollably. She lets out a choked sob, her eyes wide with a fear that freezes the very soul. Looming over her is a grotesque apparition, a spectral figure with blood-red eyes and a grin so wide and wicked splits her face in two, the ghost of her dead sixth sister. The spirit's voice is a venomous whisper that slithers into Xiaolan's ears. Sixth sister, why didn't you save me? She hisses, her face twisting into a terrifying snarl of accusation. Xiaolan scrambles backward, pure horror etched onto her features as the ghost lunges closer. Don't come any closer, she shrieks, her voice cracking with desperation, begging it to stop. A dark, shadowy whip lashes through the air, aimed right for her face. But then, a sickening splat echoes in the room. A warm, coppery liquid sprays across Xiaolan's face and her pristine white robes, staining them a gruesome crimson. She freezes, utterly stunned, a single tear cutting a clean path through the blood and grime on her cheek as she stares in shock. In the doorway stands the crown prince, his expression as cold and unforgiving as a winter storm, a heavy crossbow held steady in his hands. He gives a curt, emotionless command to his subordinate to take the princess to another room and ensure no one goes near it. While Xiaolan is being dragged away, Madame Jiang fumes in her own quarters, slamming her hand down in frustration. Damn it! Her clever maid observes that chasing out that wretched South Key princess is proving difficult, and that something about this entire incident feels fishy. The maid points out a suspicious pattern every single time His Highness to rest in Madame Jiang's courtyard. Something awful coincidentally happens to the princess. Madame Jiang's narrow into dangerous slits. Was she suggesting the princess was faking it all? The maid quickly bows her head, feigning innocence, insisting she would dare to speculate about the princess' actions. With a sweet, conspiratorial smile, she proposes a solution. Whether the haunting is real or not, it would be best to summon an exorcist to investigate. She leans in, whispering her devious plan into her mistress's ear. If the ghost is real, they'll be seen as heroes for helping the crown prince. And if it isn't, they'll use the princess's dirties and prevent His Highness from being deceived. A cunning glint appears in Madame Jiang's eyes. You're pretty clever, she murmurs, asking if the maid knew of any exorcists. The maid beams, attributing her cleverness to her madam's great teachings, and just so happens to have met a pair of exorcists the other day while shopping. A brief flashback shows the maid at an inn, making a deal with two figures who promise to repay her kindness once their lord establishes himself in the capital. Elsewhere, our heroine Song Qing, disguised as an exorcist, is confronted by her male companion, who pouts theatrically. When was she going to start investigating the crown prince's manor? He was quite heartbroken, thinking he was her only source of information. Song Qing merely served tea, her expression unbothered. She was far more familiar with the Northkin's crown prince's manor than he was, she stated coolly. Her companion is stunned. Did she really want to do this? Song Qing takes a deep breath, her face serious. They extremely careful. If Xiang Jinyan recognized her, they were both dead. As she lifts the cup to her lips, a sudden, searing pain shoots through her. Dark spider veins erupt across her neck and cheek, a terrifying mark of the poison coursing through her body. The teacup slips from her trembling fingers and shatters on the floor. Soon after, the two exorcists arrive at the palace. The crown prince eyes them with suspicion, turning to Madame Jiang to ask if these were the people she mentioned. Madame Jiang clings to his arm, her voice pleading. Your Highness, please let them try, she begs, or this panic will never end. Song Qing, now disguised as a man with long, ethereal blue hair, steps forward confidently. She assures the crown prince that his doubts are normal, but this situation was far more than a simple trick to scare people. Xiang Jin remains unconvinced, his gaze piercing. If it was a truly evil ghost, he sneers, why hadn't it attacked him yet? A small, knowing smile plays on Song Qing's lips. That was only because its time had not yet come. She reveals that, while a female spirit is pestering the princess, there is a powerful presence with her, a malevolent male spirit. His life was tragically cut short, and his resentment was so potent that he became a vengeful ghost, biding his time to seek revenge. The crown prince's arrow to slits, a dangerous aura emanating from him. Who are you? He demands, his voice a low growl. His gaze is like a physical weight pressing down on her. Remove your hat this instant, he commands. Song Qing doesn't flinch. She explains that she is Lan Kinger, an exorcist who has worked with her husband for years. She knows she shouldn't cover her face, but she fears her appearance would taint His Highness's eyes. With a flourish, she removes her wide-brimmed hat, revealing a face marred by a hideous scar, a clever disguise. Madame Jiang gasps, horrified by the sight. The crown prince, however, seems to accept the explanation, granting her permission to cover her face again. He then gives a chilling order to his men to take them to the princess. His voice drops, laced with deadly intent. Regardless of what evil spirit is there, he warns them they had better kill them all. He pulls Madame Jiang closer, his eyes on the exorcist with a murderous glint. Otherwise, this world will lose 2 exorcists. Her companion bows low, assuring the terrifying prince that they would not let him down. They are led through the palace grounds to the secluded room, where the princess is being kept. Inside, Xiaolan is a nervous wreck, clutching her hair as she hears a knock on the door. The dark silhouettes of 2 people fall across the barred windows. A voice calls out asking if the princess is there, and her eyes widen in pure terror. We are coming in now, the voice announces calmly. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Star Palace, a door violently kicked open by the Grand Tutor, a wicked smirk on his face. Junior braws out, let's go watch a good show together. The beautiful silver-haired Song Huai Chen is startled from his thoughts, looking flustered. Wait, what show were they gonna watch? The Grand Tutor, Duke Qin, leans in close, his voice a teasing purr. Why was he tormenting that butterfly of his? Was he searching for Song Qing Chen, or perhaps Song Huai Chen? Huai Chen denies it, flustered, but the Duke's proximity is overwhelming. Instead of these useless efforts, the Duke whispers, why not look him instead? Maybe then he'd get the good news he was so desperate for. A flash of insights Huai Chen as a butterfly seems to flutter in his eye. King Jing, she really came. He has to help her save Huai Chen, and quickly. Just then, a servant announces the arrival of Duke Qin himself. The 4th Prince Xiangjia looks up with surprise. Duke Qin personally came here? Yes, my lord, the servant confirms, and he also brought a cat. A dark, amused smirk crosses Duke Qin's face. It seems he'd have to do a divination for Xiangjia soon. He wondered if his eagerness to find that woman meant she was about to die. Inside the palace, Xiangjia lets out a series of weak coughs. He waves off concerned attendant just as Duke Qin makes his grand entrance, remarking on what a rare guest he was. He couldn't believe Duke Qin had graced his Heavenly Star Palace with his presence. It was news no one in the imperial court would ever believe. The Grand Tutor greets the prince coolly, noting that their little friend Rumeng had returned. Duke Qin adds his own barbed comment, saying that thanks to the Grand Tutor, his junior brother had spent very happy days away from the palace. The 4th prince sips his tea, his eyes sharp and calculating. Being able to live the life one wants would of course make one happy, he replies, the air crackling with unspoken rivalry between the 2 powerful men, with poor Huai Chen caught in the crossfire. Suddenly, a small, adorable leopard cat peeks out from behind a screen. What is this? Huai Chen wonders. The Grand Tutor smirks, explaining it's a gift for Duke Qin, a token of thanks for looking after his junior brother. He leans in, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Doesn't Duke Qin like these sorts of counterfeit things the most? The 4th prince's attendants in outrage. You, he sputters. The prince himself looks insulted, a mere leopard cat in exchange for the crown prince. The Grand Tutor's eyes gleam with triumph. Since His Highness was already aware of the leopard cat, he presses, then where was the crown prince? Duke Qin simply smiles, a mask of indifference on his handsome face. Why should I tell you? He retorts coolly, but Huai Chen's eyes widen in stunned realization as he stares at the cat. That wasn't just any cat. That was Song Qing Chen. A tender, intimate moment is captured in the soft glow of lanterns, a promise of romance and intrigue to come. The night is alive with the warm light of countless paper lanterns floating into the sky, a beautiful backdrop for our 2 protagonists. But before this piece, there was a firestorm of injustice. City streets are bustling with New Year's cheer, families laughing together as their children dart through the crowds. A young subordinate's voice cuts through the festive air, sharp with rage as he follows his silent general. This is utter bullshit. His fists are clenched, his face a mask of fury. It was the general who single-handedly led them to crush the Eastern Dai's army, yet that wretch Commander Wu is the one basking in all the credit. What kind of nonsense is this? Their path leads them to an opulent building, its name hanging like a decadent promise, the Yanyun brothel. The subordinate looks up, his anger momentarily replaced by uncertainty. Is this really the place? His rage returns in a fresh wave. While their comrades suffer in the biting cold outside the city, that bastard Commander Wu is inside, drowning himself in wine and women. They're stopped at the entrance by the madam and her girls, but the subordinate, his cheeks flushing a deep red, insists they are Commander Wu's men with an urgent report. But the general has no time for games. With a cold, dismissive shove, he pushes past them, his eyes fixed on his target. Inside, the sound of drunken laughter echoes from a private room. Commander Wu, draped over two beautiful women, boasts about the higher rank he'll have next year, promising to spoil them rotten. The door slams shut, but the celebration is cut short when Commander Wu, his face a mixture of annoyance and drunken haze, finds the two soldiers standing there. What are you doing here? Get out! The general's eyes are like chips of ice, his voice dangerously low. Commander Wu took something that belongs to him, and he has come to seek an explanation. Wu scoffs, his arrogance fueled by liquor. An illegal immigrant dares to demand an explanation from him? He sneers, telling the general he should be grateful he wasn't kicked out on the spot. That's the last straw for the subordinate, who explodes with righteous fury, accusing Wu of stealing their general's glory. Wu's playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a cruel smirk as he grabs the subordinate by his collar. His achievements. He reminds them that they are all his subordinates, and any glory they have is only because of him. The general calmly places a hand on his subordinate's shoulder, stopping him. He concedes the point with an unsettling calm. He is just an illegal immigrant taken in by border guards, Wu preens satisfied. A good thing he's conscious of it. But a terrifying glint enters the general's eyes. As an illegal immigrant, he is a ghost, a man with no official records. His hand moves slowly, deliberately, towards the hilt of his sword. There's no information about him anywhere, which means he'd probably get away with killing someone, wouldn't he? A deafening bam echoes through the room as his sword smashes the table to splinters, sending food and wine flying. Wu scrambles back, his drunken, instantly replaced by sheer terror. W, what do you want? The general's voice is a deadly whisper. He can have the achievements. He only wants one thing in return. Wu trembles, sweat pouring down his face, as he stammers out the question, what thing? Elsewhere, a beautiful woman with intelligent eyes places a stone a go board, her movements elegant and precise. She muses to herself that since the queen can't stand her, there's no point in trying to please her. A handmaiden approaches with a quiet creak of the floorboards. What is it? She asks. The maid reports that Commander Wu's men caused a ruckus but have since departed. Her interest is piqued. A stunning woman with flowing blue hair remarks that Wu Yang is an incompetent fool who loves claiming credit for others' work. She wouldn't be surprised if he ended up kidnapped and beaten one day. The first woman wonders aloud why the border guards would even come to Yangzhou. Friend suggests probably fabricated an excuse for a detour. After their victory, they should be heading north, change guards, and finally return home to their families. Instead, the commander and his troops are forgoing New Year's celebrations. An older attendant nods in agreement, adding that the subordinate who came with the general seemed to have the same thought. Under the vast, moonlit sky, the general sits atop his horse before his weary soldiers. He holds up the official token he retrieved from Commander Wu. The official token is here, he declares, his voice ringing with authority. Everyone in the camp, let's go home. Of pure joy ups from the men as they charge forward, their hearts set on home. As they ride, fireworks explode across the night sky, brilliant bursts of gold and red painting the darkness. The new year has begun. From her balcony, the woman watches the same fireworks, a wistful expression on her face. She thinks of the past, of the people who remain frozen in memory even as time marches relentlessly forward. Years later, that same general, now a statuesque emperor, is in a foul mood. He demands to know why there are no dumplings for the New Year's feast. His attendant tries to placate him, pointing out that there is already tang yuan, but the emperor is not appeased. Mei the beautiful blue-haired woman, languidly pops a sweet into her mouth, noting that the dishes have similar meanings anyway. No, the emperor insists, his voice sharp with irritation. We must dumplings. He stood off, leaving a bewildered Mei in his wake. She calls after him, reminding him that the chefs are from the south, but he's not interested in their fancy, petite, overly flavored creations. Fine, he declares he'll make them himself. Mei follows him, playfully offering to make shrimp dumplings if he peels the shrimp. Never mind then, he grumbles. He yanks her playfully by her long blue hair, ordering her to start the fire. She picks up a rolling pin, a mischievous glint in her eyes. This is perfect for cracking walnuts, she muses, feigning boredom. He grabs her wrist, his gaze intense. Do you want to try? He looks for the rolling pin, but it's vanished. He finds Mei fanning a roaring fire in the stove, a nervous sweat drop on her brow. Get out of here, he yells. Meanwhile, in a nearby courtyard, a young prince is perched high in a persimmon tree. A maid tells him he was supposed to be getting ready, but the boy insists he's picking fruit for Hikue, who promised to help him down. Mei suddenly appears upside down from a higher branch, startling them both. The maid panics, but Mei gracefully insists she can handle it, beckoning for the boy to come to her. The little prince's face turns beet red. No, it is improper for him to touch a woman's hand. Manhwa grabs him by the scruff of his neck and plucks him from the branch. As they walk, she imparts some truly bizarre advice. Never lift a girl's skirt, especially if she's older, because that would be awkward. Back in the main hall, the Emperor's wife, our heroine from years ago, is laughing uncontrollably. He leans in close, asking what's so funny. She recalls the little prince's innocent question. My mom is older than my dad, is that a big deal? The Emperor's breath tickles her ear as he murmurs, She playfully pushes him away, telling him to get ready for the feast. The night erupts with the crackle of firecrackers. Later, the Emperor and Mei sit on a rooftop, sharing wine under the night sky. She laments the lack of snow, which would have been perfect for a certain poem. The night falls and snow is upon the sky. Would you join me for a drink? She recites, her eyes meeting his as their cups touch. Their moment is interrupted by a tiny voice shouting for his mom. A little boy in a festive tiger runs towards them, holding sparklers and announcing for fireworks. The Empress is already outside with her own sparkler when she sees her husband walking towards her, holding their little daughter, who is also dressed as a tiger cub. Together, the perfect family watches the sky light up with color. They are a pair of pure happiness. As fireworks bloom in the darkness, Mayer watches from the roof, a solitary figure wishing everyone a happy new year of the tiger. The air crackles with unspoken tension as the Grand Tutor's sharp gaze sweeps across the room. Since the Grand Tutor of the Leopard Cat is already present, he asks with thinly veiled sarcasm, just where is the Crown Prince? But the Crown Prince's master, a statuesque man with ethereal white hair, simply glares back, his expression colder than ice. Why should I tell you, he retorts, clutching the small ginger cat or reincarnated Song Qing Chen a little tighter. The Grand Tutor is momentarily stunned by the sheer audacity of the man. He presses on, a condescending playing on his lips, saying he thought the Grand Tutor was Song Qing Chen, not his daughter. A flicker of understanding crosses the master's face, so Duke Qin doesn't know the current King Chen is an imposter. His lips part, ready to expose the entire scheme. But before the secret can be revealed, a dark, imposing figure blocks his path. It's the handsome and dangerous Xiang Rushi, his presence alone sucking the air from the room. Junior brother, you've said too much today, he warns, his voice low and threatening. The little cat in the master's arms paws at his sleeve, as if sensing the shift in power. Xiang Rushi turns his attention to Duke, a disarming, predatory smile gracing his lips. He understands that Duke Qin wishes to know the girl's whereabouts. Rising to his full, intimidating height, he makes his move. A trade must be made for such valuable information. A tiny meows from the cat, a stark contrast to the suffocating pressure in the room. The Duke, a strained cough, his face grim. He cuts to the chase, asking if Xiang Rushi wants him to express his support for the Crown Prince in the upcoming assembly. But Xiang Rushi's smile only widens, becoming even more chilling. He isn't asking for support for the Crown Prince. He's asking for support for himself. He finds the palpable lack of trust between the Duke and the Crown Prince very, very interesting. The Duke's eyes narrow into slits, a silent challenge. He suggests Xiang Rushi find a more outstanding student if that's his game. But Xiang Rushi is unfazed. The Empress Dowager would surely be happy to find another tutor for her son, he muses, but he has his own reasons for doing this. He leans forward, his patience wearing thin, demanding a simple yes or no. Defeated, the Duke concedes. All right. When can I see my daughter? Xiang Rushi's smile is triumphant. You'll get to see her today. The scene shifts to the opulent but eerie Crown Prince's residence. Inside, Kinger and her master have successfully infiltrated the lion's den. They stand over the bed where the imposter, Song Manyao, lies unconscious, having fainted from sheer terror at their appearance. But their victory is short-lived as Kinger's master has a complete meltdown, frantically flipping through a book titled How to Enter a Person's Dream. Isn't it a little too late to be looking for that now? He screeches in a chibi panic. Kinger looks away, a guilty blush on her cheeks. She knows the technique, she mumbles, she's just not too familiar with it. Her master erupts in a ball of furious chibi fire. Then hurry up! That girl is going to wake up soon. Taking a deep breath, Kinger closes the book and centers herself. She must channel her ki into the girl's consciousness, a delicate process like threading a needle through blood vessels. Her objective is clear. Make Song Manyao reveal everything that has happened. A luminous butterfly flashes in her eye as her consciousness dives into the dreamscape. The memories are shattered like broken glass. A woman's alone amidst the fragments. A voice dripping with venom calls out sister. It's the handsome face twisted into a cruel sneer. From today onwards, you'll be Song Qing Chen, he commands. The memory flashes to the real King Jing. Her face streaks tears as she begs for her mother to save her from this nightmare. The Crown Prince's threat echoes in the void. If he finds out her true identity, she'll meet her siblings at the bottom of a cliff. Then another memory surfaces, her father, the Duke, is etched with pain, telling her the unbelievable truth. He is her biological father. This is it, the final piece of the puzzle. Kinger is ripped back to reality, her heart pounding with the weight of the truth. Her master rushes to her side, asking if she found anything. She sits on the bed, her mind racing. There was no news of Huai Chen, but now she knows exactly what the wretch Shang Jinyan is plotting. They have to leave immediately. If Xiang Rushi discovers them here, they'll be in grave danger. Her master hands her a wide-brimmed hat to conceal her faces as they slip out. Outside, her master coolly informs an official that everything is fine. He's calmed the princess and cast a spell to ward off evil spirits. The official thanks him profusely for his hard work. Just as they are about to depart, the official stops them. "Master, don't leave yet. A few distinguished guests have arrived. They wish to meet the two of you," he says with a cheerful smile. A wave of dread washes over the master, and he breaks into a cold sweat. This is not good. He forces a strained smile, trying to appear nonchalant. Oh? Who might these distinguished guests be? As they're led through the courtyard, he wonders why anyone would want to meet them. They're new to North Kin, practically strangers. The official explains that the guests claim to be his wife's old friends. Old friends? A confused frown creases the master's brow. Suddenly, his eyes widen in utter shock. A familiar voice calls out, "Master!" It's their disciple, the ethereal white-haired man. Toward them with a look of pure relief. "In your face," he said, "she's all right." Kinger is overjoyed to see him too, but her first thought is of her brother. "Master, what about Huai Chen?" The disciple flinches, suddenly nervous. Disciple Kinger, do you remember the grand tutor I told you about?" Kinger's blood runs cold. Her joy evaporates, replaced by sharp, ringing alarm, and then she sees him, and she stands there, an amused, predatory glint in his eyes. "So Mrs. Kinger is a disciple of Tianjin Pavilion. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Kinger quickly composes herself, offering a deep, respectful bow. "My skills are unrefined," she lies smoothly. "I was afraid of ruining my master's reputation." Her master steps forward, placing a protective arm around her. He introduces Xiang Rushi as uncle. With gritted teeth, Kinger greets the man who holds her fate in his hands. Their eyes lock in a silent war of wills. Her master tries to shield her, saying he hasn't seen his disciple in a while. But Xiang Rushi is not one to be denied. "You may leave first," then he says, his tone leaving no room for argument. "I have something to discuss with the crown prince." He informs them a carriage is waiting outside, and her master has no choice but to lead her away. Xiang Rushi watches them go before turning to the remaining servants. "All of you can leave," he commands. "I want to have a private word with the prince." Inside the carriage, the air is thick with worry. "Master, what's going on?" Kinger asks, her voice trembling slightly. Her master's expression is grave as he finally tells her the news. Huai Chen is all right. A single tear traces a path down his cheek. He was injured, but he'll survive. Relief floods through Kinger so intensely it leaves her breathless. Her master warns her that this is all he's allowed to say, a clear threat from Xiang Rushi. She understands. It's fine. But as the carriage moves, her husband notices something wrong. This isn't the way back to the inn. Her master sighs. "This was another part of the deal. We're going to meet your biological father. You probably already know who he is." Back in the now empty room, the sharp crack of a slap echoes off the walls. Xiang Rushi has struck the crown prince, sending him stumbling backward. "You fool," he spits. The crown prince clutches his stinging cheek, his eyes blazing with humiliation and rage. "How dare you? I am the crown prince of North Kin." Xiang Rushi scoffs, his contempt absolute. "So, without me, you would have been crushed by the press dowager years ago." He leans in, his voice in a whisper. "I told you to rope in Duke Chu, not murder his daughter. But you couldn't stand that he wouldn't bow to you, so you decided to ruin his life instead, didn't you?" The crown prince snarls back. "That old fool didn't even recognize his own daughter. Why blame me?" "That's why I called you a fool." Xiang Rushi explodes. "The real Song Qing Chen is already here. Your entire scheme is about to collapse. And you're still daydreaming." The crown prince's face pales, his arrogance finally cracking. "That exorcist." "This is the last time I will clean up your mess," Xiang Rushi declares, his voice dropping to a deadly calm. "If you continue this foolishness, I will simply find a new crown prince. Be obedient, and you will be king. Be obedient, and the world could be yours. You just need to be obedient." His words hang in the air, a terrifying promise and a death sentence all in one. The carriage finally stops. Kinger's master looks at her with sorrowful eyes. "I'll be taking my leave now. Take care of yourself." She looks up at him, her heart aching. "You too, master." As the carriage departs, an attendant approaches her. "His Royal Highness is waiting for you." Kinger turns, her gaze fixed on the path ahead, her expression a mixture of fear and resolve. Her husband places a comforting hand on her shoulder, a silent promise of support. She takes a deep, steadying breath, the shadows of the past swirling around her. "Let's go." The time has come to face her father. Oh, as the gentle sunlight of North Kin filters through the window, it does little to warm the chill in King Jing's heart. She stands beside the ever-graceful Shen Mei, her expression clouded with a deep, unsettling worry. Her friend's voice is a soft melody, asking what could possibly be wrong. King Jing's gaze is distant, her thoughts a tangled mess. She finally confesses, her voice barely a whisper, that she's wondering if this meeting is even necessary. In her past life, she had fathers, the Emperor of South Qi, Duke Chu, but neither of them ever acted like one. After all these years, managing to get by even without a father, was there truly a need to reunite with this stranger now? Shen Mei smiles gently, a calming presence as always, assuring her that there's no harm in it. Then a mischievous glint enters his eyes as he points out that he hasn't reunited with his father either, because that man is a complete and utter scumbag. But just because his father is trash, he adds, doesn't mean hers is too. He leans in closer, his tongue serious, urging to treat this as something she must do for Song Huai Chen's sake. Duke Qin's influence in North Qi rivals that of Xiang Rushi himself. They desperately need his help to rescue their friend. Understanding dawns on King Jing's face, her resolve hardening as she gives a firm nod. An attendant's voice cuts through the air, announcing that Your Highness, the young miss and her friend, young Mr. Shen, have arrived. Inside, a man with long, elegant hair sits with his back to them, an aura of quiet authority surrounding him. He turns a faint, almost sad smile on his face. Shenji Mei gracefully introduces herself before excusing herself, allowing the father and daughter a moment alone. As he leaves, the Duke is racked by a sudden, delicate cough, a hint of frailty beneath his regal exterior. King Jing approaches, her movements stiff and cautious as she pushes a cup of tea towards him. The Duke's gaze is unnervingly calm. He notes that she doesn't seem surprised at all. Her voice is cold as she explains that her mother left behind a letter. She looks him dead in the eye, challenging him, asking if he doesn't suspect she might be an imposter. Her words don't faze him in the slightest. He calmly states that the Grand Tutor has no reason to deceive him, adding with a chilling undertone that he knows the terrible fate of those who try. A suffocating pressure fills the room. King Jing's carefully constructed composure shatters into a million pieces. Why, she demands, her voice trembling with 17 years of abandonment. Why was he looking for her now? Did he only just remember he had a daughter after all this time? Her fists clench at her sides. If he's just trying to make up for the mistakes he made when he was younger, then there's no need. His expression softens, a flicker of pain in his own eyes. He tells her, his voice low and sincere, that he has always been looking for her, Jinger, ever since he knew of her existence. Her eyes widen in disbelief. He continues, explaining that he only recently heard news about her, but by then she was already engaged to Jin Yan. He admits he didn't think it was a good match, but he had hoped Jin Yan would treat her well. He coughs again, a bitter sigh escaping his lips as he laments underestimating that kid's insanity. A single perfect tear traces a path down King Jing's cheek. She asks him a question that has haunted her across lifetimes. If she had wanted to escape that place in her past life, would he have helped her? Would he have saved her? He reaches across the table, his fingers gently tilting her chin up, his touch surprisingly warm. He says with absolute certainty if she had really wanted to leave. But then his expression darkens, it wouldn't have mattered, she wouldn't have made it in time. An image of a bloody battlefield of countless spears glinting under a dark sky flashes through her mind. He reveals a horrifying prophecy. Next year, Song Huai Chen will command an army and lead them north to kill the entire imperial family of North Qin. That includes her, his royal sister, the woman married to the crown prince. The name Jinger echoes in her mind, but it feels like a name belonging to someone else. The Duke sees the terror on her face and asks if something has happened. Snapping back to the present, a new, desperate resolve fills her eyes. She looks at the father she just met and declares that she needs his help. She has to save someone being held captive by the wretched Xiang Rushi. Far away in the ethereal heavenly spirit palace, the otherworldly Grand Tutor stands with his senior brother. The brother asks if he has settled things with Song Qing Chen. Noting his downcast expression, what happened, he teases. What's with the long face after meeting his precious disciple? The Grand Tutor confesses that after seeing Xiang Jinyan, he doesn't believe the prince would make a good emperor. His brother lets out a dark, knowing laugh. He reveals that he chose Jinyan precisely for that reason. He wants to help him become an overlord, not a mere emperor. This, he declares, his eyes burning with intensity, is a duel between fate and himself, and they will see who the winner is. The Grand Tutor is aghast. Does it even matter who wins or loses? Is this truly the path he wishes to take? His brother's gaze is resolute. If he wins, he can defy the heavens and change his own fate. The horrifying realization dawns on the Grand Tutor's face. His brother is still trying to calculate how much time he has left to live. In a swift movement, the brother grabs him, his voice a fierce, possessive whisper. Menger, he would never let him die. He tells him not to worry. A single, shimmering blue butterfly takes flight, leaving the tensing behind. In a dark, cold cell, Song Huai Chen screams himself awake from a nightmare. He looks down at his wrists, bound by heavy, cruel shackles. His situation is beyond desperate. A beautiful butterfly, a creature and dreams, flutters into existence, a stark contrast to the darkness of the mortal realm. The universe is unconscious, it regards everyone as insignificant. The two immortal beings walk together, their conversation heavy with the weight of destiny. The brother muses that the law of the heavens favors no one, treating everyone fairly. They have been practicing cultivation their whole lives, but no matter how they try to deviate, nature will stick its course. The Grand Tutor asks what defines heaven and earth. His brother argues these are concepts created by people, so the will of the heavens is simply the will of mankind. But the Grand Tutor counters that if that were true, things would turn out as they intended. They both sigh, it's futile to argue. The era will head for the right way and show itself. The brother flips a pair of coins for a divination, a confident smile playing on his lips. "That's splendid," he says. He extends a hand, an invitation. "Come with us," he says, "and bring your little brother along." A vision appears of two small, ragged children, one fiercely protective of the other, huddled together in the dirt. Back in the present, the brother flips the coins again, his expression now serious. "Where is your dream butterfly?" he asks. The Grand Tutor replies that he sent it to look for King Jing. A dangerous look crosses the brother's face. He's had enough fun. It's time to take this work seriously. The Grand Tutor insists he has been serious. The brother's patience snaps. "Rumeng," he bellows, his voice echoing with fury. "Don't try to deceive me. He didn't practice cultivation to become a useful purpose." The brother's voice drops to a lethal whisper. Now is the time for him to be useful. The Grand Tutor pleads with him, his voice filled with desperation. "Your brother, no matter how you change the fate of mortals, their fate will follow the will of the heavens. Just as you won't be able to change my fate, I'll still die this year." A sharp slap echoes through the room. The brother's face is contorted with rage. "I'll be the one who controls your fate." He grabs the Grand Tutor, his eyes blazing. "I'll be the one who decides the fate of the entire world. Do you understand?" The Grand Tutor looks at him, his own expression a mixture of sorrow and defiance. He asks softly what his latest divination was about. "Will I still die?" The question hangs in the air, shattering the brother's rage into stunned silence. "You!" He shoves the Grand Tutor away, unable to face the truth. "Stay here and reflect on what you've done," he shouts, storming out of the room. Left alone, the Grand Tutor wonders when this agony will ever end. Meanwhile, in the heavenly spirit palace Dund, the sickening sound of violent coughing fills the air. Huai Chen watches in horror as Uncle Yan spits up blood, his body racked with pain. He tries to reassure the boy that he's all right, that drawing too much blood just makes him need to rest. But he collapses, chained and bleeding on the cold floor. "Uncle Yan!" Huai Chen screams, banging desperately on the cell bars. "Is there anyone around? Someone come quickly. He's about to die." The guards finally appear, their faces impassive. Huai Chen pleads with them, his voice raw with panic. "Don't you need the witch clan's blood? Then save him." The guards hesitate, unsure what to do as Uncle Yan's life fades away. Below in the darkness, a small, white creature stirs. Esteemed Venom God's large eyes fixate on the blood dripping onto the floor. "I'm hungry." In the chilling depths of the Celestial Palace Earth dungeon, the esteemed Grand Tutor sat in silence, heavy chains on his wrists a stark contrast to his placid demeanor. Suddenly, a figure appeared, and he looked up, a calculated calm in his eyes, as he asked if there was some trouble with the development of the poisonous insect. The woman assured him that he was doing a great job, that everything was proceeding perfectly. A slow, unnerving smile spread across the Grand Tutor's face, his eyes glinting with a sinister light. He wanted to give her a little reward for her hard work. Before she could react, two guards seized her from behind, their grips like iron. Another prisoner was dragged forward, his body bruised and his clothes tattered, forced to his knees on the cold stone floor. The woman's eyed in horror as she recognized the battered face of Huai Chen. His features were a ghostly echo of the royal mother, a connection that sent a jolt of panic through her. He looked up, dazed and confused, asking if she was the royal mother. She lunged forward, grabbing him desperately, the chains rattling as her hands found his shoulders. Why was he here? What had they done to him? A smooth, chilling voice cut through the tension. He brought him here. The Grand Tutor's smirk was dripping with condescension as he watched the scene unfold. The woman spun on him, her face a mask of fury and betrayal. She screamed at him, reminding him of the promise he made, that as long as she cultivated the poisonous insect, he would spare the remaining people of the witch clan. Huai Chen could only look on in confusion, trying to understand what was happening. The Grand Tutor simply waved a dismissive hand, his expression unchanged. He explained with cruel amusement that this boy wasn't just any member of the witch clan. He was her son. The words hit her like a physical blow. The villain's gaze was sharp as he leaned in, revealing the terrible truth. Huai Chen possessed the blood of both the South Qi royal family and the witch clan, a lineage fated to create an overlord. His life couldn't be exchanged for a few pathetic insects. He finally laid his cards on the table. She would hand over the witch clan's secret treasure, the black-armored corpse, and in return, he would spare her son. He leaned down, his voice a venomous whisper as he gave her his final ultimatum. He'd give her one day to consider, but she should think carefully. If she refused, today would be her last happy day. Far away, in the relative peace of Northkin's Duke Chu's manor, King Jing reflected on the vast difference between her past and present lives. A deep worry for Huai Chen gnawed at her heart. What were they going to do after they rescued him? As she stood lost in thought, a beautiful iridescent butterfly with wings of sapphire fluttered before her. Her breath hitched. Dream butterfly. She reached out, calling for it to wait. A desperate plea on her lips. The world around her fractured into 1,000 pieces. When her vision cleared, she was in a room bathed in the warm glow of candlelight, dressed in the magnificent red robes of a bride. A familiar voice spoke her name. She was late. She looked up to see her master, his white hair and ethereal presence a stark contrast to the crimson room. Her heart pounded in her chest as she asked where they were. He explained that this was a memory from her past life, the very day she had married Huai Chen and fallen into a serious conflict with him. Her eyes widened in disbelief. He had entered her dream. He gave a small, sad smile, knowing that this was a more comforting memory than the nightmares that usually plagued her. He apologized, his voice laced with urgency, explaining that he didn't have much time left and this was the only way he could reach her. He asked her to come with him, and the scene shifted once more. He revealed that upon reuniting with his senior brother, a flood of images had cleared all his doubts. He began to unravel a history steeped in blood and betrayal. 20 years ago, the Witch clan was an important ethnic group, often forming marriage engagements with the South Qing royal family. But his senior brother, a powerful seer, had predicted that the Witch clan would become a force strong enough to unify the world. Fearing their power, he single-handedly manipulated events to orchestrate their downfall. King Jing was horrified as the truth came to light. It was her own royal father and Xiang Rushi who had destroyed the Witch clan together, and worse, Northkin was also involved. The master explained that his brother had lied to both emperors, tempting them with tales of a great treasure hidden by the Witch clan that could conquer the world. South Qi took the lead, but that they found nothing. The combined armies of both nations surrounded the remaining members of the Witch clan, demanding they hand over the treasure. Her people were slaughtered for a treasure that didn't even exist. But then, her master's expression grew grim. The treasure did exist. His senior brother had seen it. He showed her a vision of a terrifying, formidable army clad in black armor, their presence radiating a murderous aura. "Look," he urged her. "What are those?" she whispered, trembling. "That," he said, "is the secret treasure of the Witch clan, the Black Armor Corps. According to legend, they were a gift from the Venom God to the ancient Shu kingdom, who worshipped it devoutly. After the kingdom was destroyed, the remaining citizens evolved into the Witch clan, and the mysterious army was never seen again. A terrible realization dawned on King Jing. That's why Song Huai Chen was able to progress so easily in his invasion of South Q in her past life. In just 1 year, he had an army stronger than North Qin's. But her master pointed out a critical flaw. Huai Chen doesn't know how to use the poisonous insect. He's always been afraid of bugs. He then revealed a shocking piece of the puzzle. People who have ice silkworms are incarnations of the Venom God. Both of them, King Jing and Huai Chen, were descendants of the Witch clan. He looked at her, his blue eyes piercing her very soul, as he posed a question that would change everything. Since she had never awakened the ice silkworm in her previous life, did she truly believe Song Huai Chen would be able to awaken his? Her world tilted on its axis, her mind reeling from the implication. In another dark prison, the Heavenly Spirit Palace, 2 guards peered through the bar. They wondered aloud if the prisoner was dead yet, casually deciding to get someone to take his corpse. Inside, a figure with long, dark blue hair lay completely still on the filthy straw. Back in the Earth Dungeon, the Grand Tutor's chilling offer hung in the air. "Your son has suffered quite a bit," he sneered, telling the royal mother to think carefully about whether she wanted to lose him over a clan that no longer existed. She ignored the villain, her eyes only for her son as she stepped forward. She gently embraced him, her touch soft and full of a love that had been suppressed for 13 long years. "Huai Chen," she whispered, her voice breaking. She had entrusted him to Master Zhao. How did he end up here? Cupped to his face, tears streaming down her cheeks. He tried to reassure her, promising to tell her everything that had happened. Yes, she sobbed, her heart aching. When she left, he was only 3 years old. He had grown so much. He was 16 now. He told her, his own voice thick with emotion. He buried his face in her shoulder, a single word escaping his lips. "Mother." "My son," she cried, holding him tighter, as if she could protect him from the world with her embrace alone. In the dream world, King Jing was piecing together the new information with dawning horror. If Song Huai Chen also had the ice silkworm, he should have seen the letter his mother left him, but he never did. Was her death in the past life truly because of the North Qin's royal family? Or was it because someone wanted to Huai Chen never awaken the worm? King Jing. Her master's sharp voice broke through her spiraling thoughts. He insisted that since she had been reborn, she shouldn't trap herself in the past. But the question clawed at her. If he had this power, why did he kill me? Damn it. Her master thought, realizing he had only known her about the black armored corpse, but had instead triggered a deep psychological trauma. The dream shattered, and King Jing felt herself falling into a cold, dark abyss. Fragments of her past life swirled around her. "I hate you, I like you, I understand you, and I also seem to not know you at all." Her heart ached with a terrible question for the man she both loved and despised. "Royal brother, to achieve your goal, will you treat me cruelly in this life as well? Dream butterfly." She gasped, her eyes flying open as she sat up, clutching her chest. "The servant said you fainted in the garden," a concerned voice said. It was her father, Duke Chu, his face etched with worry. A flicker of a forgotten memory, a warmth she hadn't felt in so long, made her whisper the word father. The Duke was momentarily stunned, but then beamed with pleasure. Clearing his throat, he explained that he had sent a message to Rushi but hadn't received a reply yet. He must be weighing his options, said. patting her hand reassuringly. But King Jing couldn't wait that long. A cold, hard resolve settled in her eyes. She stood, her voice firm and commanding, telling her father to gather some men and horses for her. She knew where Huai Chen was being held. She had been muddle-headed while dreaming, but now she was awake. She had been reborn. Even if Song Huai Chen still ends up becoming a killing machine like in their past life, he had to obtain her approval first. Meanwhile, her master shot up in bed, a sudden panic on his face, realizing his critical mistake. Out of all the things he said, he forgot to mention the most important thing. King Jing must not summon the black armored corpse, or else there would be great danger. In the dungeon, the royal mother was carefully bandaging Huai Chen's arm. He told her how he'd used the 6th princess blood for the test, and his royal father had believed it, conferring upon him the title of Prince Ning. She asked him why he chose the 6th princess blood. His answer was heartbreaking. Everyone in the palace said he wasn't of the royal bloodline, so he thought it would be safer to use Song Menyo's blood. A fire ignited in the royal mother's eyes. "Who said that?" she demanded, her voice shaking with rage. She grabbed his face, forcing him to look at her. "You are a prince of South Qing and your royal father's biological son," she declared fiercely. "No more mentioning that you aren't part of the royal line, do you understand? Even if you do the blood test 100 times, you will always be, and will only ever be, your royal father's son." She had done nothing to be ashamed of. "I understand, mother," he whispered. She pulled him into another hug, her fierceness softening into one of profound sadness. "If I could," she thought, her heart breaking, "I would wish you weren't that person's child." Under the pale glow of the full moon, the Heavenly Spirit Palace stood silent and imposing, a place of dark secrets and hidden despair. A lone figure moved through the shadows, her expression a mask of cold determination. This was Princess Song Qing Chen, and tonight she was here for a rescue. An official unrolled a worn map before her, whispering that this was the blueprint of the Heavenly Spirit Palace. Qing Jing's gaze was fixed on the parchment, but her senses were stretching far beyond it. Ever since she arrived, she'd felt a faint, thrumming connection between her and the ice silkworm. A pull that was now growing impossibly strong. A specific location on the map pulsed with a faint blue light, confirming her suspicions. She knew it in her bones. They were underground in the northwest corner. Her was a low command, ordering her men to proceed with caution and silence. Her loyal soldiers nodded in unison, ready to follow her into the lion's den. Meanwhile, deep in the palace's dungeon, Song Huai Chen, his handsome face marred by blood and bruises, looked at his mother with weary eyes. She asked what was wrong, her voice frail. He just shook his head, the rattling of his chains a grim reminder of their situation. They had to find a way to escape this wretched place. His mother's face crumpled in despair. Escaping the dungeon of the Heavenly Spirit Palace was easier said than done. Her heart ached as she revealed the terrible truth. That wretched Xiang Rushi had planted spies all over North Qin, and their clansmen who had managed to escape had been captured one by one. Tried to inject a sliver of hope to the suffocating darkness, insisting he had connections here. If they could just escape this prison, getting out of North Qin wouldn't be an issue. But his mother clutched his arm, her desperation palpable. Xiang Rushi had only given them one night. If he didn't get what he wanted tomorrow, he wouldn't give up so easily. Her voice cracked, tears streaming down her face as she embraced him tightly. Her only request was that the tyrant let him go. Huai Chen held her, his jaw tight with fury and sorrow. He had to know what exactly were these black armored corpses that Xiang Rushi was after? Did their witch clan truly possess something so powerful? His mother's gaze drifted to a time long past. The black armored corpse was a legend. She began a story passed down through the royal family. A long, long time ago, during a war in the ancient Shu era, the clan was on the brink of annihilation. It was then that the venom god granted them a miracle, transforming heroic soldiers into the invincible black armored soldiers who protected their people. With their newfound power, the tide of the war turned completely. The ancient Shu kingdom, once the plundered, became the plunderer. But the ruler, drunk on power, grew greedy. He wanted stronger soldiers, and in his madness, he began brutally abusing his own people, twisting them into monstrous killing machines. The cries of his clan filled the ancient land, a symphony of grief and pain. By the time the venom guised the horror that had been unleashed, it was too late. Most of the citizens had already been turned. To erase this terrible mistake, the venom god cast a final, devastating spell, causing the entire ancient Shu to perish. The few survivors were exiled, eventually becoming the witch clan of today. Huai Chen scoffed, the sound bitter in the damp air. It was just a legend. His mother looked at him, her eyes filled with an ancient sadness. "My child," she asked gently, "where do you think their power to control venomous insects came from?" If the venom god, well, then why couldn't the black armored soldiers be real as well? Huai Chen was struck silent, the weight of her words crushing his disbelief. Unseen, in another chamber, Xiang Rushi listened, a cruel, triumphant smile spreading across his face. How touching, he mused. The hearts of mother and son truly were connected. Keeping the boy alive had been worth it after all. His smile vanished, replaced by icy indifference. Now that he had his answers, they were no longer of any use to him. He gave a chilling order to his subordinate. "Get rid of them tomorrow." The man bowed low, his voice devoid of emotion. "Yes, my lord." Back in the bowels of the dungeon, two guards grumbled as they approached a cell. It was always them stuck with the dirty work. Guard snapped at the other to stop complaining and just collect the corpse. The other whined about their unlucky draw, being ordered around in the middle of the night. Suddenly, the first guard froze, his voice sharp with alarm. "Why are you dawdling?" But his face was a mask of sheer terror. The second guard stammered, his body trembling uncontrollably. "The arps!" It moved. From the filthy straw, a horrifying figure rose, its long white hair matted with blood, its eyes glowing a demonic red. It was a monster, a creature of nightmares, bound in heavy chains. Its clawed, blackened hand twitched, reaching. The guards' souls nearly fled their bodies as the creature stared at them from behind the bars, a guttural growl rumbling in its chest. Just then, a deafening explosion ripped through the night air. Xiang Rushi's head snapped in irritation, while Qing Jing was instantly on alert. What happened? More explosions followed, shaking the very foundations of the palace. A voice yelled for everyone to move quickly. Peeking from behind a pillar, Qing Jing saw guards scrambling towards the source of the chaos. This was her chance. She slipped into the now unguarded dungeon, her men close behind. The sight that greeted them was a charnel house, the air thick with the stench of blood. Her men cried out her title, but she raised a hand to silence them, her eyes wide with a dawning horror. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew a dagger from her belt. She plunged the blade into a writhing mass on the floor. A brilliant light erupted from the spot, shooting upwards. In her hand, the ice silkworm had inexplicably formed a glowing cocoon. Why? Her mind raced. A guard reported that while other captives were here, the man she was looking for was gone. A cold fury settled in her heart. Damn it. Huai Chen wasn't here. Her face hardened into a grim mask of resolve. In that case, there was only one method left to use. Suddenly, a sword flashed, and one of her guards fell with a choked cry. They were surrounded, and in the center of the chaos, the monster from the cell let out a terrifying howl. Its chains shattered. Black-armored, it was real. A slow, mocking clap echoed through the room as Xiang Rushi appeared, his eyes glinting with manic glee. "Seize him," he commanded his men. As his guards rushed forward with nets and poles, Qing Jing's hands flew into a complex seal. A dark red aura enveloped her. "Venom Mother, hear my command," she chanted, and a black spider with a glowing red sigil materialized on her chest. A horrifying filled the air as swarms of venomous insect centipedes, spiders, and worse poured from the shadows. The dungeon descended into pandemonium. Xiang Rushi's men screamed as they were bitten and overwhelmed. In their cell, Huai Chen and his mother could only watch in terror as the insects crawled over them. The monstrous soldier howled, lashing out at everything around it. Xiang Rushi's sadistic smirk widened as he watched the carnage unfold, only for it to curdle into a furious snarl as the monster broke free of its restraints. "Chase him down," he shrieked. He grabbed a subordinate by the collar, his face contorted with rage. "Take men to the Earth Dungeon and kill any trespassers on sight." "Song Qing Chen," he seethed, "I knew you would do this." But Qing Jing was no longer there. She stood in a dark corridor, her attention captured by a single, luminous blue butterfly that hovered before her, its wings beating silently, guiding her deeper into the heart of the palace. In the soft glow of lanterns, their silhouettes intertwined, a promise of a future that worlds away from their violent reality. The harsh clang of a broken shackle echoed in the grim chamber, a sound of newfound freedom. Madame Pei gently took her son's hand, her heart aching at the sight of his bloodied and bandaged arm. Their moment of reunion was shattered by a sudden noise, their heads snapping up in alarm. A deaf voice cried out for Qing Jing, followed by another calling for Huai Chen. It was Ru Meng, running towards them with tears in her eyes, her world narrowing to the sight of him alive. She threw at his arms, a collision of relief and desperation, and he held her tight, his own pained but ecstatic expression mirroring hers. He held his sword at the ready, but his focus was on her as he gestured to the wide him, introducing his mother, Pai Shi. Rumeng's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, caught between the joy of seeing him and the sheer embarrassment of meeting her potential mother-in-law while covered in dust and sweat. She offered a flustered greeting to the graceful Madame Pei, then turned back to Huai Chen, her voice low and urgent, insisting they couldn't stay here long. Madame Pei, with a knowing and gentle smile, agreed completely. But their escape was not to be so simple. Under the cold gaze of the starry night, a spear whistled through the air, embedding itself in the ground just as a subordinate reported their arrival. Suddenly they were surrounded, trapped by a legion of masked assassins emerging from the shadows. Rumeng stood protectively in front of Huai Chen and his mother, her expression hardening into one of fierce defiance against the impossible odds. The sheer number of enemies was suffocating, a sea of black robes and glinting steel. A familiar voice drifted down from above. A handsome, statuesque man with a fiery sigil on his forehead stood on the top, a cruel smirk playing on his lips as he looked down upon his cornered prey. He casually held a massive crossbow, his golden eyes glinting with malice as he asked where they thought they were going. The rhythmic stepping of soldiers through the air, and their circle of enemies tightened, leaving no path for escape. From his perch, the tyrant watched, savoring their despair as his men closed in. Rumeng's heart pounded, a cold dread seeping into her veins. But just as the soldiers lunged, they all collapsed in unison, falling into a deep, unnatural slumber. Ru Meng could only stare in wide-eyed shock as swords clattered uselessly to the ground. The tyrant's smirk vanished, his eyes narrowing with fury at this unexpected interference. A gentle voice called Ru Meng's name, and she looked up to see a figure descending from the moonlit sky, a man with flowing white hair and an ethereal glow. He was surrounded by a swirl of brilliant blue butterflies, a beacon of magic in the oppressive darkness. Ru Meng's eyes widened, a wave of relief washing over her. It was her master. She immediately turned to Huai Chen, her voice filled with renewed hope. They had to leave right now. With their master's help, they were lifted to the rooftops, where horses awaited them. But the tyrant's rage-filled voice boomed through the night, a venomous promise that they would never leave this place. He raised the monstrous crossbow, his face a mask of pure hatred as he took aim. As they scrambled towards the waiting horses, a chance at freedom just inches away, disaster struck. Huai Chen froze, a gasp escaping his lips as he looked down at his own chest in disbelief. A thick crossbow bolt was embedded there, blood already blooming on his robes. His mother cried out his name in pure horror. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with shock and agony. He stumbled, his hand reaching out blindly. The bolt had pierced him through, and a silent scream was etched on his face. He cried out for his mother, his body trembling with pain. With his last ounce strength, he pushed her forward, desperately urging her to escape. But another bolt flew, and now he was cradling his mother's limp body, screaming for her to hang on. The tyrant sneered from the rooftop, mocking the one chosen by heaven. He reloaded his weapon with a sickening click, declaring that today was the day they would die. Third bolt flew straight true, a harbinger of death aimed at the grieving sun. But just before it found its mark, a loud silang echoed through the courtyard. A sword had deflected the bolt at the last possible second. It was Ru Meng, her body trembling but her eyes burning with an unholy fire as she stood guard over the family she refused to lose. The tyrant's eyes widened in surprise. He sent an assassin after her with a flick of his wrist. But Ru Meng met the attack head-on, their blades clashing in the night. The tyrant himself leaped from the roof, a blur of deadly motion. But when he landed, the courtyard was empty. They were gone, his face twisted into a snarl of absolute fury. A single blue butterfly, a remnant of the master's magic, fluttered past him. With a roar of frustration, he snatched it from the air, crushing it into a shower of disintegrating blue light. As the magical energy faded, the sleeping soldiers began to stone, waking on the ground. Far away, the master coughed, a hand pressed to his lips, the powerful spell having taken its toll. He could only help King Jing this far, he thought, his gaze distant. Since she had been given this new chance at life, he hoped she would be the one to finally solve this world's problems. 2 months later, in the Duke's manor of North Qin, the tension was thick. Ru Meng sat at her desk, her expression dark with frustration as her attently reminded her that it had been 3 days and perhaps she should show him some care. Her master appeared before her, and she knew what she had to do. She followed her attendants out of the room, and into another, where a heartbreaking sight awaited her. Huai Chen was on the floor, clinging to the cold body of his mother, lost in his grief. Ru Meng's heart broke for him, but she approached with a heavy heart. He'd been talking to Madame Pei for 3 days, she said softly, her voice filled with sorrow. Wasn't that enough? He only clutched the body tighter, refusing to let go. In his mind, he was still there, whispering his name. Ru Meng's eyes filled with tears of her own. She begged him to let Madame Pei rest in peace. The image of his mother faded. He couldn't, he choked out, his voice thick with unshed tears. He couldn't leave her here, not in North Qin. His mother had been imprisoned for so long, he explained, his voice cracking. He had only just found her, just brought her home. Ru Meng's resolve melted away into pure compassion. She knelt beside him, her voice a soothing balm. It was all right, she whispered, they would get her home together. She wrapped her arms around him, pulling him into a tight embrace as he finally allowed himself to break down and grieve on her shoulder. Together, they performed the final rites, burning offerings to guide his mother's spirit. Ru Meng held his hand, a silent pillar of support as he poured a final libation for his mother. With a grim look of resolve, he turned to her. He told her that no matter what happened next, they must not be disturbed. They had to wake up on their own. Her master appeared, his face grave, admitting he could only try his best to stop his majesty. She thanked him for his help, knowing the danger they were all in. Ru Meng gently cupped Huai Chen's cheek, her eyes meeting his. All right, Huai Chen, she agreed. He leaned in close, space between them charged with a somber intensity. Then let's together, he whispered, sealing their mysterious pact. Elsewhere, in the darkness of the Duke's manor, something monstrous stirred within Song Qing Cheng's mirror room. A horrifying, zombie-like creature with rotting flesh and glowing red eyes sniffed the air, its movements stiff and unnatural. Its gaze was fixed on something in the room. On a velvet cushion sat a large, smooth egg pulsing with vibrant, otherworldly turquoise light, holding the key to a terrifying new secret. A voice whispers in the darkness, pulling him from a beautiful dream of floating lanterns and gentle smiles. Huai Chen, wake up. His eyes flutter open, not to a starry sky, but to the worried face of his mother looking down at him. The cold, hard floor is beneath him, his body aching and stained with blood. What just happened? Was everything just a dream? A deafening slang of chains shatters his confusion, grounding him in this grim, terrifying reality. He's in a prison and his mother is with him, her face etched with fear. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the despair, calling both their names. It's Qing Jing, her eyes wide with a mix of relief and urgency as she bursts in. I finally found you both. There's no time to waste. Her master is holding back the palace guards, and this is their only chance to escape. She leads the way, a whirlwind of determination, leaving a trail of unconscious guards in their wake. The raw, bloody mark on Huai Chen's neck is a stark reminder of how close to death they were. They scramble onto the rooftops, the vast, starry night offering a glimpse of the freedom that awaits them. Huai Chen, still weak and disoriented, glances back at the prison that nearly became their tomb. His mother's voice urges him on, but it's Qing Jing's that truly pierces through the fog. She turns, her eyes blazing with fierce resolve, and holds out her hand. His gaze falls to her hand, his mind still reeling. Is this real? Is she truly here? She doesn't wait for an answer, grabbing his bandaged arm with a grip that is undeniably real. Let's get out of here first, she commands, her strength pulling him forward. A few months later, the chilling memories of the prison have faded, replaced by the warm sun and the sweet scent of roses in the Duke's garden. Huai Chen, now healthy and impeccably dressed, pours tea for his mother, his movements filled with a quiet devotion. She smiles, gently patting his head, asking why he still follows her around like a child. He looks down, a faint blush on his cheeks as she reassures him that she's perfectly fine now. Glances up, a stoppingly handsome smile gracing his lips. But her gentle teasing soon turns, she eyes him thoughtfully. Perhaps she should ask the king about his marriage. Huai Chen's expression doesn't falter, he simply tells her not to worry. As long as she keeps it in mind, everything will be alright. His voice is calm, filled with a gentle certainty as he speaks of Qing Jing. She is a wonderful lady, he says, and he would be happy to become her consort. That night, the soft glow of a single candle illuminates his room where he sits alone, lost in thought. Suddenly, the door slides open and Qing Jing appears, her face radiant in the warm light. She saw his light from outside, she explains with a bright smile, wondering why he's still awake. He turns startled, as smile fades into a look of profound seriousness. Is all of this real? She asks, voice barely a whisper. As long as you feel it's real, he replies, his gaze soft and full of meaning. Her eyes harden with determination. Then it'll continue being real from now on. But his expression is clouded with doubt. He asks if she truly wants to live in a dream for 10 or 20 years, just like he did before. Why not? She counters, her logic simple and absolute. She closes the distance between them, her presence filling the room. Last time, he gave her the perfect dream. Now it's her turn to do the same for him. How could this possibly be fake? She tenderly cups his face, her gaze locking with his. Her master taught her that as long as you've experienced something, it's real to you. Her fingers gently trace the line of his jaw. Leaning in, she whispers against his ear, a promise and a question all in one. Will you stay with me forever? He closes his eyes, a shudder running through him as he gives in completely. I'll stay with you till the end. They fall into a desperate, loving embrace, two souls clinging to a reality of their own making as the candles flicker, sealing their vow. The world melts away, leaving only the two of them in the soft, warm light. The next morning, sunlight streams into the room, falling upon elegant robes discarded hastily on the floor. Qing Jing stirs in bed, finding Huai Chen already awake, watching her with an expression of pure adoration. A blush creeps up her neck as she drowsily asks what time it is. He just chuckles, his voice a low murmur. Is time really important when we're here? She panics slightly, insisting he get up quickly before someone sees him, but he's feeling playful, pulling her back into his arms. In the dream, you were willing to marry me, he teases, afraid she'll go back on her word now that they're in reality. Her eyes sparkle with amusement as she sits up, reaching for a comb. You're very talkative, she retorts, a fond smile playing on her lips. Outside, chaos is brewing as two servants fret. Half the day has passed and their masters are still occupied. Their anxiety spikes when the Prince of North Qin arrives, his expression stormy. Damn it! What is he doing here? The servant's polite greeting is met with a sudden, cloying sweetness as the prince grabs his hands. The facade drops in an instant. Where's Qing Jing? He demands, his voice sharp. I heard she came here this morning and hasn't left. The servant breaks into a cold sweat, stammering that Qing Jing is giving Song Huai Chen some treatment. The prince's eyes narrow with suspicion. What kind of treatment requires a man and a woman to be alone in a room together? He shoves the servant aside, making a beeline for the door. The servants scramble to block his path, pleading with him not to disturb them. All their previous efforts will be in vain. The other chimes in desperately that they're meant to be together anyway. Nonsense. The prince roars, his face red with fury. They're siblings. The servants quickly correct him, they aren't blood-related. But he won't have it. Everyone else sees them as siblings. She's already married. Just then, the Duke's calm, authoritative voice cuts through the argument. He suggests a simple solution. The princess can acknowledge her relationship, the prince return to her homeland, and they will no longer be siblings. The prince freezes, stunned by the Duke's sudden appearance and even more so by his words. The Duke continues, his gaze unwavering, reminding the prince that his daughter is just like him. She's deeply in love with Song Huai Chen, and trying to separate them would be a cruelty mirroring the one he himself suffered with concubine Lan. The words hit their mark, and the prince is left speechless. The duke turns and instructs his attendant to have the couple see him when they are finished. As he walks away, the prince glances back at the closed door, of sweat tracing his temple. Song Qing Chen, he thinks, this is the most I can do to help you. And so their dream became reality. In a room adorned with festive red ribbons, she looks at him in her wedding robes. If I start counting, she muses, this is already my second visit here. He simply gazes back, his eyes full of love. Years pass in blissful peace. Under a weeping willow, his mother cradles their child, her face glowing with happiness. She insists she isn't tired at all, cooing at her grandchild. Huai Chen and King Jing exchange a look pure, shared joy. Seasons turn, and winter finds their family gathered warmly inside. Their children laugh and play, one holding a stick of candied hawthorn. Huai Chen patiently peels an orange for his mother, who gently tells him that's enough. I'm old, she says with a smile. My appetite isn't what it used to be. He simply takes her hand in his, a moment of quiet, profound love passing between them. King Jing watches them, her heart full. On another snowy day, they stand together amidst blooming plum blossoms. Are we here? She asks softly. Yes, he confirms. She confesses that for years, seeing his mother brought both joy and a deep ache, a reminder that their happiness existed in this secluded world. But after 20 years, though the pain lingers, she has accepted it. She looks at him, asking a question she never dared to before. After Lady Lan died, how long did it take for him to accept it? A shadow crosses his face. I don't remember anymore, he says quietly. He takes her hand, his thumb stroking her knuckles. It's all right, he murmurs. You can tell me later when we leave. Later, the Prince of Northkin is dozing outside the room when the door finally slides open. King Jing emerges and he's instantly awake, a smug grin on his face. I helped you solve a huge problem, he boasts. He revealed everything to her father, her jaw drops. He revealed what? You're no longer my confidant, she fumes, but he's already moved on, demanding a new hairpin as his reward before rushing off to write a letter, leaving her utterly exasperated. His attendant was frantic, practically vibrating with anxiety as he peeked out the door. My lord, they had to hurry, or they would be late. But the prince's attention was solely on the woman before him, a racking cough escaping his lips as he urged her to go. He had made arrangements. His subordinates in Northkin were hers to command if she needed them. His voice was raspy, but his gaze was a fiery promise as he reached out, gently tilting her chin up to meet his eyes. The day she returned to Southkin, he vowed, would be the day of their wedding. The sheer audacity of his declaration seemed to physically manifest, shocking his attendants into a coughing fit of their own. Flustered beyond words, a deep blush staining her cheeks, she could only toss a small token at him before turning tail and fleeing the intense atmosphere. Later, in the quiet solitude of the study room, she faced her father. He let out a weary cough, his eyes sharp as he asked if she had truly set her mind on that man. Her own gaze was unwavering, her posture resolute. Didn't father already hear what the prince had said? Her father's expression darkened, his teacup trembling in his hand. Just being a prince wasn't nearly enough to marry his precious daughter. He slammed his hand down, a flicker of power igniting around his fist, the table groaning under the pressure. But she was unfazed, calmly telling him not to worry. Her dowry, she began, a cunning glint in her eyes, would be more than enough. It would be all of South Qi. Months later, the air in the South Qi harem was thick with sorrow. The empress lay weak and pale, clutching a small memento, her broken whisper as she called out for her son. The new crown princess, a girl with saccharine pink hair, tried to comfort her with a cheerful smile. But the peace was shattered when a servant burst into the room, breathless with news. Mother, he's back, Prince Ning has returned. The empress' eyes snapped open, grief instantly replaced by a venomous rage. What did she just say? The servant trembled, relaying the message from the imperial study room. Prince Ning was back and currently with his majesty. How dare he, the empress seethed, how dare that sinner come back? Meanwhile, in the imperial study, the atmosphere was just as tense. The emperor's voice was like ice as he questioned his kneeling son. So he still had idea who attacked the bridal escort. Prince Ning could only report the assassins appeared out of nowhere, their sole target being the princess's carriage. Suddenly, the grand doors were thrown open with a deafening bang, and the empress stormed like a hurricane of fury. The emperor's face soured with irritation. What was the meaning of this? Where were her manners? But the empress only had eyes for one person. With a sharp crack, her hand, adorned with terrifyingly long nail guards, connected with Prince Ning's face. How dare a sinner like you return here? She shrieked, her voice filled with raw hatred. The court eunuch cried out in alarm. The empress stood trembling with rage, her finger pointed accusingly at the prince. Without a moment's hesitation, Prince Ning bowed his head to the floor, accepting blame. He pleaded for punishment for failing his duty as an escort. Emperor's gaze was cold as stone as he finally addressed his wife. But the empress was hysterical, her words tumbling out in a torrent of grief and accusation. It was his negligence that led her daughter to fall from a cliff. Her body never recovered. She spun on the chancellor, her own father, demanding he see the injustice. The crown princess of a nation was dead because of Song Huai Chen. What would the nobles think? What would her father, who just lost his granddaughter, think of this? The emperor clenched, a low growl escaping his lips as he snapped at her. But she was relentless, begging for justice. Finally, the emperor's patience snapped. Guards, he commanded, his void of all warmth. Due to Ning's negligence, he was to be sent prison until his final punishment was decided. Yes, a guard replied, sealing the prince's fate. The heavy prison door slammed shut, plunging the cell into darkness. Prince Ning stood alone, his back to the world, a dark thought crossing his mind. That woman was digging her own grave, that same night, under the pale moonlight of North Qin's capital. A cloaked figure arrived at a secret location. A guard met her, informing her she had only what it takes for a stick of incense to burn. The door creaked open, revealing a shocking sight. On the floor, bound and gagged, was the pink-haired princess of South Qi, very much alive. The cloaked figure sat down, an air of complete control around her as she removed her hood, revealing herself to be Kinger. That's right, she mused aloud, she wasn't dead yet. She looked down at the struggling princess, a cruel smile playing on her lips. How has your time in the prince's palace, sister? Princess glared daggers, but Kinger only tutted, noting how much thinner she looked. It seemed she'd had a very hard time indeed. Kinger leaned back, her eyes glowing with a triumphant, almost manic light. The princess could only make muffled, furious sounds, blood trickling from where she bit the gag in frustration. Don't be anxious, sister, Kinger cooed, leaning in close. I'm here to help you. This time I will clear a path just for you. With a sharp tug, she ripped the gag from the princess's mouth. Her voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. Isn't becoming North Qin's empress your lifelong wish? Just give Xiang Jinyan an heir and that dream will surely come true. She began to untie the ropes binding the fuming princess. The moment she was free, the princess, her eyes blazing with hatred. What can a nobody like you even do? Kinger's smile was chilling. You don't seem to be aware of the situation you're in, sister. She held out her hand, an offer and a threat all in one. Xiang Jinyan has already returned to South Qi to report your death. In a flash, her hand shot out, her fingers wrapping tightly around the princess's throat. Even if I kill you right here, right now, you'll just be a dead person dying again, she hissed, her eyes merciless. The princess choked and gasped for air, her face contorted in pain and terror. Whether you get wealth and prosperity or a second death, it is all up to me. I know. The princess finally managed to choke out. Kinger released her, her expression instantly switching back to a pleasant smile. It's my pleasure to collaborate with you. The future of the palace depends on you, Crown Princess. The princess collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Kinger's eyes narrowed shrewdly. It looked like the princess had already thrown her lot in with Prince Chu. She brought a finger to her lips, a silent command. A final piece of advice, sister. Remember to act a little dumber. Xiang Jinyan loves brainless, obedient beauties the most. No, report what happened today to Prince Chu. Stepping out into the night, she gave her final order to the guard. From now on, you are responsible for her. He bowed, understanding perfectly. Kinger pulled her hood back up, gazing at the full moon with a sense of satisfaction. The moon was beautiful tonight. Tomorrow's weather will be great, too. At that very midnight, in a cold prison cell in South Qi, Prince Ning stared out at that same moon. The silence was broken by the arrival of the Imperial Guards. Prince Ning, they announced, their voices cold and official, we are here on His Majesty's orders to escort you on your way to heaven. A shadow crossed the prince's handsome features, but then a faint, dangerous smirk appeared on his lips. You got here just on time, he replied smoothly. I was getting bored of this cell. On the execution grounds, the air was thick with finality. An official read the decree. The 9th son of the emperor was a sinner and would be severely punished. Execute him. Another official lit a stick of incense, its smoke curling towards the heavens. The time is almost up, he declared. Let the execution begin. His Majesty is waiting. The hulking executioner lifted his gleaming sword high into the air, ready to bring it down upon the kneeling prince. Flashed in the torchlight. But just as it was about to fall, a desperate voice cried out. Wait! The officials turned in shock as a messenger sprinted towards them, waving a scroll. Stop! His Majesty has issued a new decree. The head official, furious at the interruption, snarled at the executioner. Why aren't you doing anything? The executioner hesitated for a split second, but that was all the time Prince Ning needed. With a powerful thwack, he kicked the executioner aside, sending the man flying. In the ensuing chaos, Prince Ning was on his feet, grabbing the stunned head official by his robes. His eyes were blazing with a murderous aura. What benefits did the Empress offer you be so careless with your life? He growled. He threw the man to the ground, pinning him with his foot, the official sputtering in terror. The messenger who brought the decree approached cautiously, his voice trembling. Your Highness, His Majesty invites you to his presence. Perhaps you should change your clothes first. A rancorous smile touched Prince Ning's lips. Father's calling me back. Is he planning to change the method of my execution? The official paled, sweating bullets. Ahem. Of course not. He stammered. He has amazing news for your Highness. Truly amazing news. Back in the Emperor's study, the tension was palpable. Prince Ning entered and bowed deeply, greeting his royal father. The Emperor gestured for him to rise, his expression unreadable. He introduced the man beside him as the ambassador from North Qin, then indicated his son. "This is my youngest Huai Chen. Is this the person you're looking for?" The ambassador bowed. "Indeed, your majesty. This is the very person my princess is looking for." The emperor turned his gaze back to his son, his eyes sharp and questioning. "Son, did you meet a woman named Lan Qinger during your treatment?" A tiry image of his clever little fox flashed through Prince Ning's mind. Was Song Qing putting on an act again? He maintained his composure, bowing his head. "Yes, royal father, I did meet a woman named Qinger." The ambassador smiled warmly. "Your highness may not be aware, but Lan Qinger is the beloved jewel of North Qin's Prince Chu." He continued, poise full of diplomatic grace. "She has developed feelings for you, your highness. His majesty and the princess will be arriving in a few days to discuss the engagement." The ambassador held out a scroll, a symbol of the impending alliance. "I hope to receive Prince Ning's answer when the time comes." The night sky was a canvas of deep indigo, dotted with the soft glow of floating lanterns, a silent promise of a love that was destined to be both beautiful and fraught with peril. In this world of treacherous courts and hidden agendas, the ninth prince and his beloved princess shared a quiet moment, their bond a fragile light against the encroaching darkness. Inside the suffocating walls of the palace, the Emperor of South Qi addressed the envoy from North Qin, a sly smile playing on his lips as his son, the handsome and stoic Prince Ning, stood by his side. The Emperor's words were a political bombshell, but Prince Ning's voice threw the tension cool and unyielding. He stated plainly that Lady Qinger and he were merely acquaintances, and that to speak of marriage was far too hasty. His elegant purple robes seemed to absorb the room's tension, a silent testament to his royal bearing. The envoy from North Qin was utterly baffled, his face a canvas of confusion as he stammered, asking what his highness could possibly mean by such a refusal. But the emperor's eyes, glinting with a dangerous light, silenced him. He dismissed the envoy, telling him to go and rest while he had a private discussion with his son. With a bow, the envoy hastily took his leave, sensing the storm that was about to break. The moment the doors closed, the emperor's facade crumbled, his rage erupting like a volcano. A porcelain cup was smashed to pieces against the cold floor, the sound echoing the shattering of his patience. He whirled on his son, his voice a low growl, demanding to know what sort of tantrum he was throwing in front of a foreign dignitary. Prince Ning's expression remained as cold and unreadable as ever, his gaze and resolute. An elderly official quickly stepped forward, trying to diffuse the murderous aura filling the room, pleading for calm and for them to listen to what the prince had on his mind. With a heavy heart, Prince Ning finally spoke, his words laced with a profound sadness. He was a man who had committed a grave sin, having ordered the execution of the empress. How, he asked, could he possibly let an innocent woman like Qinger marry him, knowing she would only suffer by his side? He simply couldn't do that to her. The emperor's eyes narrowed at the mention of the empress, a cold fury settling in his gaze. For years, she had forgotten her place, and it seemed the time had come to enlighten her. A calculating look replaced his anger as he changed his tactic, reminding his son of his desire to lead troops before granting him command of the South City encampment. A spark of disbelief and hope ignited in Prince Ning's eyes. Brother, the emperor explained that with men under his command, he would finally have the power to protect his woman. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the prince bowed deeply, thanking his father with all his heart. The official, however, was deeply troubled. The city encampment had always been under the third prince's jurisdiction, and he feared this sudden change would cause dissent. But the emperor was ruthless. The third prince's mother had committed grievous wrongs, and it was time for her son to bear the consequences. He then added with a dismissive air that he had never even heard of the Grand Duke of North Qin having a daughter. His gaze was distant and sharp, already calculating North Qin's motives and what they hoped to gain from this strange proposal. He reassured the worried official that this arrangement would not put South Qi at any disadvantage. The official could only bow in submission, accepting His Majesty's command. Later, cloaked in the shadows of his carriage, the official's face was etched with worry as he clutched a letter. His expression was grim as he rode through the night. The letter contained damning intelligence, a secret that could shatter the balance of power. It revealed that the ninth prince, the so-called bastard son, was the one who would inherit South Qi's throne, and the letter's author urged him to reconsider his allegiances. The official's face twisted in disgust as he read the words bastard son. He crumpled the damning missive in his fist, his mind racing with the implications. Meanwhile, in the Empress's palace, a different kind of storm was brewing. Consumed by a venomous rage, she swore that the bastard ninth prince would pay with his life for what he did to her beloved Manhwa, smashing a precious to pieces. A terrified servant burst in, falling to his knees before her, his face pale with fear. He delivered the devastating news. His Majesty had stripped the third prince of his command over the city encampment and handed it directly to the ninth prince. The Empress's eyes widened in horror, the word "what?" escaping her lips in a choked gasp. The trembling servant continued his report, explaining that after the court assembly, the emperor had exclusively summoned the minister of the left, completely ignoring the minister of the right, and now her son, the third prince, was desperate to know if something had gone terribly wrong. The weight of this catastrophic news was too much for the empress to bear. Her vision blurred, and she collapsed, fainting dramatically into the arms of her horrified servant. A few days later, the capital's main street was buzzing with an unusual energy, a sea of people flooding the thoroughfares. A traveler, his face obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, wondered aloud if there was some kind of festival. A kindly old shopkeeper chuckled, explaining that everyone was gathered because the princess from North Qing was about to arrive. He eagerly shared the latest gossip. The tale of a princess as beautiful as an angel who had utterly enchanted Prince Ning, so much so that he refused to marry anyone but her. Their epic love story had become the talk of the town, sung in every house and theater. Everyone was craning their necks, hoping for a glimpse of the legendary beauty. The traveler froze, the news hitting him like a physical blow. Prince Ning wants to marry the princess of North Qing? Down the crowded street, a grand and elegant carriage made its way through the throng, escorted by a procession of guards. The procession was a sight to behold, a symbol of the great importance of its passengers. As the carriage drew to a halt, a hand reached out to part the curtains. Inside, our heroine Kinger sat beside her father, the Grand Duke of North Qing, her face gracefully hidden behind a translucent veil. At the South Key Palace, an announcer's voice boomed across the main hall. The Grand Duke of North Qing and Princess Kinger had arrived. Seated on his throne, the emperor looked down, Prince Ning standing faithfully by his side, his gaze fixed on the approaching figures. The Grand Duke and his daughter ascended the steps, their presence commanding and regal. The emperor offered a hollow greeting, commenting on the Grand Duke's long journey, but his face was a mask of pure shock. A jolt of recognition shot through the Grand Duke as his eyes met the emperor's, a flicker of old hatred igniting in their depths. It's him. He knew that face, a face from a past filled with betrayal and heartbreak. In that moment, they were no longer rulers of nations, but two bitter love rivals, their animosity spanning decades. A lifetime ago, by a serene lake, the handsome Grand Duke turned with a smile as his love approached, his voice soft as he greeted her. "Yinger, you're here," he had said, his eyes full of adoration. His smile faded as another man appeared, a younger, smugger version of the now emperor. The young emperor's words were laced with poison, asking if the duke truly believed Yinger would abandon her own homeland to run away with a spy from North Qing. The duke's world tilted on its axis, his eyes blazing with fury. He grabbed the prince, demanding to know what lies he had told her. The prince simply smirked, callously stating he was passing on a message as he held out a small vial. This, he declared, was the antidote to love potion. From that day forward, they were to have nothing to do with each other, never to meet again in this life. The duke's face was a portrait of anguish and disbelief, his heart shattering into a million pieces. He was left standing alone, the world around him fading to gray. The empty vial fell from his numb fingers, cracking on the ground as he whispered her name, his hand clenching so tightly that blood dripped from his knuckles. Back in the present, that same fist clenched at his side, the old wound torn open once more. Kinger glanced at him, her burrowed with concern, wondering what could be wrong with her father. A heavy silence descended upon the main hall as the two old rivals faced each other after so many years. The minister of the right tried to break the tension, remarking that he'd heard the Grand Duke never left North Qing, and that this arduous journey for his daughter was a true testament to how much he treasured her. The Grand Duke's reply was as sharp and cold as ice. He'd simply traveled so much in his youth that he no longer had any desire to see the world. His gaze then fell upon the emperor, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he questioned why the princess still required to wear a veil in the main hall, suggesting she needed to be taught proper etiquette. The emperor's face contorted with rage at the blatant disrespect. The Grand Duke instinctively pulled his daughter closer, his arm a protective shield around her. He explained that his child had been praying for his health since she was young, and had taken a sacred vow not to reveal her face to any man besides her father and future husband. "Since your majesty criticized her without even asking for a reason," he bit back, "it seems it is you who lacks etiquette." The emperor was practically vibrating with fury, his knuckles white on the armrest of his throne. The minister scrambled to intervene, hastily suggesting that since the Grand Duke and his escorts had traveled a long way, they should be allowed to settle in before discussing the wedding. The emperor begrudgingly agreed, ordering his son, Prince Ning, to take personal responsibility for their guests. Prince Ning bowed obediently, accepting the command from his royal father. As he led the guests away, a series of dry coughs escaped his lips. He rode beside their carriage, health clearly fragile. Inside, Kinger asked her father what was wrong, her voice full of worry. The Grand Duke was lost in thought, muttering to himself through a fit of coughing. South Key's Song clan. Song Nan Key. He should have realized it sooner. Back in the throne room, the minister dared to question the emperor's hostility. The emperor slammed his fist down, his face a thunderous mask of fury. "It's him," he roared, the raw pain of a decades-old betrayal surfacing. "The person from North Qing who took Lan Ying away all those years ago. It was him." That night, after Kinger had settled her distraught father into bed, she quietly left his chambers. She found Prince Ning waiting for her, the moonlight casting a gentle glow on his handsome features. They walked through the tranquil palace gardens, the silence between them comfortable. He remarked that the day's tense meeting had gone just as they had expected, and she confessed that she never knew her father had met the emperor before. He stopped walking, turning to face her, his gaze intense and full of unspoken emotion. He took her hands in his touch gentle yet firm, and asked her the most important question of her life. If this marriage alliance falls through, will you elope with me? Her eyes, wide with surprise, reflected the shimmering moonlight. Without a moment of hesitation, she met his desperate gaze and gave her answer, her voice unsure. I will. But she had to know, could he truly let go of his grudge against the Empress and the Emperor after all the suffering they had inflicted upon their mothers? His expressions resolute, his decision made. Let's go, he said, ready to leave everything behind for her. Elsewhere at the Shen Manor, Minister Shen was interrupted by his estranged son, Shen Chuji, who burst in unannounced. Shen Chuji's tone was mocking as he sauntered in, questioning why Hither was there when he'd sworn he'd never acknowledge him. Unfurling a scroll, he made a proposition. If father would just formally marry his mother, he would gladly regard him as a father. Minister Shen's patience were thin, and he ordered his son to get lost if he was only there to anger him. The smirk vanished from Shen Chuji's face, replaced by a deadly seriousness. He was there on behalf of Prince Ning, to deliver a message. He revealed that the Witch Clan's secret treasure was now in their possession. A chilling threat that hung heavy in the air, and he advised the minister to behave himself very, very carefully. The color drained from Minister Shen's face, his eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror. The game had changed, and the stakes were now higher than ever. A new chapter of intrigue and danger was about to begin. The Grand Duke's voice was low as he informed his daughter that Huai Chen was already at the main encampment. Most of the officials, he warned, refused to accept him as a prince after all. His mother was a mere concubine. The princess froze, her entire body going still. Her father's gaze sharpened, questioning if she was truly certain she was only willing to marry a man of such low standing. He reminded her that Huai Chen had no power in South Qi, born from a concubine with no backing. He could find her a man in North Qin 1,000 times better, a man worthy of her. But her resolve was like steel. She was not willing, she declared, her voice soft but unyielding. Through her golden veil, her purple eyes met his, and she posed a question that cut him to the core. There were many women in North Qi 1,000 times better than her mother, so why, in all these years, had her father never taken the antidote for the love poison and found another wife? A violent cough racked his body, a pained grimace twisting his handsome features. So she already knew. Yes, she knew. She knew the love poison tied the hearts and lives of two people, and seen with her own eyes that the tie connecting him to her mother had been severed long ago. His eyes clouded with a memory of pure agony. He remembered the moment perfectly, the extreme soul-crushing pain that had ripped through his heart that day. An anguish so profound he knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that his beloved had passed away. In a hazy flashback, he saw himself collapsing, clutching his chest as his very soul were being torn from his body. He should have gone to the underworld with her, followed her into the eternal darkness, but the previous emperor had saved him, had forced him to live. The young emperor, not yet of age, had begged him to survive, to protect North Qin on his behalf, for the Grand Tutor had predicted his own life would soon come to an end. And so he had been hanging on by a thread ever since, a ghost walking among the living. His composure finally shattered, his voice breaking with decades of suppressed grief. At the beginning, she had promised their love was unshakable, that the poison would unite their hearts forever. Why did her heart waver? Why did she do it? He trembled with a rage born from a broken heart. Gently, his daughter reached out, her small hand covering his. Father, she whispered, her touch a calming balm on his tormented spirit. But his body betrayed him, another violent coughing seizing him, his face flushing a dangerous red. Don't get emotional, she pleaded, waved it away. Gath. Forget it, he rasped, telling her to pass on a message to that wretched emperor of South Qi. He wanted to settle things with him, once and for all, in front of her mother's tomb. That very night, under a pale moon, they arrived outside the desolate palace of South Qi. As they approached, the emperor himself, Song Qi, emerged from the shadows with his guards, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. He looked the Grand Duke up and down with disdain, mocking who he was planning to show that doting look to. The dead? The Grand Duke's eyes blazed with cold fire. The emperor was the one putting on an act, he shot back. Did marrying off two of his daughters for political gain bring him any real benefits? He was certain that half of Xiang Jinyan's remained unfulfilled. The one who desperately needed this marriage was the emperor, not him. The emperor's smirk vanished, replaced by a snarl of fury. Did he think Langing ever thought of him? He taunted, his words dripping with venom. After she entered the palace, she never mentioned the Grand Duke's name even once. She chose him. Enough of this nonsense, the Grand Duke growled, his patience gone. Where did he bury Yinger? The emperor scoffed, turning his back with a dismissive wave. Find her yourself, he spat before stalking away into the night. Just as the Grand Duke was about to lunge after him, his daughter's hand on his arm stopped him. She held a softly glowing lantern, its light illuminating the determined set of her jaw. "Father, come with me," she urged, her voice a gentle command. He followed, his breath still catching in ragged coughs. She led him to a quiet, secluded spot where a single, unassuming gravestone stood, bearing the words, "Land Family's Tomb." His breath hitched. He turned to his daughter, his voice thick with emotion. "You can go now," he told her. He wanted to say a few words to her mother alone. She nodded obediently. "Yes, father." From a respectful distance, she watched as the proud Grand Duke of North Qin knelt before the cold stone. His broad shoulders slumped in sorrow. His voice, carried on the night wind, was a whisper of heartbreak. "Song Nanki didn't treat you well, my love. Why did you choose to go with him?" He coughed, his hand tracing the characters on the tombstone. "Since you were willing to give birth to our Jingjing, why didn't you come back to me? Did that man tell you something? Why didn't you just ask me that year? If you had only come and asked me one question." As he wept, a transcendent vision of his beloved Lan Ying appeared behind him, her arms wrapping around him in a spectral embrace, a figment of his desperate, grieving heart. If only he had chased after her that year. Suddenly, the lantern at his side flickered and went out, plunging the grave into darkness. The princess's heart leaped into her throat. "Father!" At that same moment, the thundering of hooves echoed through the capital's main street as a lone rider galloped furiously toward the embassy. Prince Ning burst past the guards, his expression fraught with worry. "Where is the princess?" he demanded. The guard pointed inside, telling him Her Highness was in there. He strode into the room to find her turning to face him, her eyes wide with relief and fear. "You've arrived," she breathed. His gaze immediately shifted to the bed as he asked how His Highness was. The Grand Duke lay unconscious, his face pale and slick with sweat, his breathing shallow. The princess's voice trembled with guilt. She had taken him to her mother's grave. She had really thought he had finally moved on. Prince Ning immediately stepped forward, his voice firm but gentle. "This isn't your fault." He pulled her into a comforting embrace, holding her trembling form against his chest. "Have you read through the Witch Clan's records?" he asked urgently. "Is there any other way to cure this love poison?" She sagged against him, her hope draining away. "Each love poison only has 2 antidotes," she whispered in despair. "My father, 'tis long ago. There's no other cure in this world." Meanwhile, in the South Qi royal palace, an official delivered a grimoire to the emperor. Xiang Chuji, the Grand Duke, had vomited blood and was carried away. He likely wouldn't live past today. The official's face was grave. It would be a catastrophe if the Grand Duke were to die in their territory. They had to make preparations immediately. The emperor's eyes widened in alarm. He meant North Qin would seize this opportunity to cause trouble. The official confirmed his fears. North Qin's ambition to dominate the world was well known. The Grand Duke's death in South Qi would be the perfect excuse to declare war. The emperor slammed his fist on the table, his face a mask of pure rage. "Xiang Chuji, you wretched man. You want to drag me down with you even after your death." Back in the princess's chambers, the Grand Duke's condition worsened and he began coughing up blood, staining the white sheets a horrifying crimson. The princess and Prince Ning rushed to his side, calling his name in panic. Just as all seemed lost, a guard burst in, shouting that there were people out claiming they could save His Highness. A spark of hope ignited in the princess's eyes. Quickly, she commanded, "Let them in." She gently wiped the blood from her father's lips, her hands shaking. He lay still, looking as if he were already gone. But soon an official had administered a new medicine, looked up in amazement. "This is miraculous," he declared. He turned to the princess, asking where she had obtained such a potent antidote. She explained that it was left behind by her mother, the imperial consort Lan. She had treasured it, and now it was finally being used. Her breath caught. "Mother." The world seemed to stop as a stunning realization crashed down upon her. It turns out, her mother never took the antidote for the love poison. A memory, not her own but a feeling passed down through blood, bloomed in her mind. Her father as a young man, looking out over a sun-dappled lake. He turned, a smile gracing his lips as her mother appeared behind him. She was radiant, dressed in flowing blue robes that danced in the breeze. Their faces were close, their eyes filled with a love so pure and profound it transcended even poison and death. A few days later, at the capital city's encampment, the sharp crack of a body hitting the ground echoed through the training yard. Prince Ning stood over the defeated soldier, his handsome face impassive, his presence utterly commanding. "Is there anyone else who wishes to fight me?" he asked, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable threat. The bruised and battered soldiers stared back, a newfound respect in their eyes. "Since there are no objections," he declared, his gaze sweeping over them. "From this moment on, my words are military orders. Violate them, and you will be punished by military law." A cheerful voice cut through the tension as Deputy General Zhao popped out from behind a group of soldiers. "Okay, everyone." He clapped his hands together with infectious enthusiasm. "It's time for training, or Prince Ning will be angry again. Let's start with 10 laps around the encampment." A collective groan rippled through the soldiers, their faces falling in perfect unison. From a balcony above, Prince Ning watched them, a solitary, powerful figure against the sky. An attendant hurried to his side, bowing deeply. "Your Highness," he reported, "there has been another embassy." The official stared, his mind reeling at the sight of the absolute devastation before him. A massive, gaping hole had been torn through the embassy wall. as if by some colossal beast. "What on earth happened here?" he stammered, his voice trembling. A servant nearby bowed his head, explaining that it was likely a tiger that had descended from the mountains. His Highness, Song Huai Chen, stood nearby, his handsome features drawn into a tight, concerned line. The servant continued, his voice low, explaining this had been going on for days, with many of the kitchen's livestock being slaughtered. He recounted how it thought it was just a fox or something similar, a minor nuisance. However, the guard who was attacked last night swore it was a creature far larger than any fox, though the darkness had obscured its form. Huai Chen's sharpened, a hint of frustration in his voice as he told the man he should have reported this sooner. He declared he would bring some of his men to watch over the place tonight, a protective glint in his eyes. From behind her delicate golden veil, Song Qing Chen's eyes crinkly as she thanked him, her voice a soft murmur of gratitude for his trouble. As night fell, a heavy silence descended upon the embassy, the air thick with anticipation. Huai Chen and his guards patrolled the stone pathways, their senses on high alert. But lurking just beyond the lantern light, a monstrous presence watched, its single, blood-red glowing with malevolent hunger. Its mouth, a horrifying maw of razor-sharp teeth, dripped with fresh blood, promise of the carnage to come. Inside, away from the immediate danger, Huai Chen and Qing Jing were focused on a different mystery. He asked her what was the matter with the ice silkworm. Qing Jing held up the small wooden box, her expression worried as she explained that for the past few nights, the egg inside had been glowing in short, pulsing bursts. She had a powerful feeling, an instinct deep in her gut, that the ice silkworm was about to come out very soon. Huai Chen's eyes widened in surprise, a sharp intake of breath escaping his lips at this unexpected turn of events. He leaned closer, his arm brushing against hers as they both stared at the box. Suddenly, a panic shout shattered the quiet night. "What happened?" Huai Chen demanded, spinning around. A guard stumbled into the room, his face pale with terror, warning his highness to be careful. It was that dark-faced monster. Huai Chen's expression hardened, his hand immediately going to the hilt of his sword. "What monster?" he growled, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. He burst outside to find a grotesque, long-haired creature with glowing red eyes lunging towards his men, its movements unnervingly fast. He caught a glimpse of what looked like black armor on its leg. One of his guards cried out a desperate, "Warning, Your Highness." With a deafening clang, Huai Chen intercepted the attack, his sword barely holding back the creature's vicious claws. The force of the blow was immense, and he grit his teeth against the strain. He yelled out her name, Huai Chen. The sound ripped from Qing Jing's throat in a cry of pure terror. The creature's strength was monstrous, its inhuman hand locked against his blade. His eyes were wild with urgency as he glanced back at Qing Jing, telling her this place was too dangerous and that they had to leave now. Qing Jing wasn't looking at him. Her eyes were fixed on the box in her hands, wide with shock and awe. "It's the ice silkworm," she gasped. It came out. A brilliant blue light from the box as a tiny, winged creature emerged, fluttering its delicate, moth-like wings. It was an ethereal, almost impossibly cute being, a stark contrast to the horror unfolding just feet away. The monster, momentarily distracted by the sudden light, turned its head. Seizing the opportunity, Huai Chen shoved the beast back with all his might. His men swarmed in, pinning the struggling monster to the ground with their swords with a sharp clang. The creature thrashed wildly, letting out a blood-curdling shriek of rage and pain. The newly hatched ice silkworm floated serenely in the air, tilting its head as if to ask where it was. Qing Jing, her heart still pounding, called out to it, her voice a mix of relief and wonder. The silkworm recognized her immediately, chirping her name song, Qing Jing. She held it gently, her eyes shining with unshed tears. It had finally come out. She thought she'd never see it again. The tiny creature nuzzled against her, questioning how it could possibly not come out for her, before pausing, its antennae twitching. It sensed something, a familiar bitter smell wafting through the night air. The silkworm darted away from her, following the scent with an unnerving focus. It flew directly over the monster, which was still struggling against the guard's blades, its screams echoing in the courtyard. The creature's glowing red eyes looked up at the tiny floating being, a strange awareness dawning in their depths. Has the time come once again? It seemed to think, a wave of despair washing over it. The little silkworm hovered above the monster, its expression unreadable. Amidst the life-or-death struggle, Qing Jing was completely captivated by her new pet, excitedly telling a very busy Huai Chen to look at the ice silkworm. The bug has finally become self-aware. She mused cutely and realized he's third-wheeling. Huai Chen, still fending off a monster, shot back a look of pure exasperation. "Hold on, I'm in the middle of a fight." Qing Jing just collapsed into a fit of giggles, utterly unfazed by the chaos. Miles away, a world of divination and prophecy was in turmoil. The master's handsome face was a mask of cold fury as he stared at the divination coins on the table. They had stopped spinning, delivering a message he refused to accept. "Song Qing Jing is dead," the coins declared. "How could this be?" he whispered, his knuckles white as he gripped the edge of the table. His mind flashed back 30 years to the Yunzu Qianji Pavilion. He saw himself younger and more reckless, standing over his blindfolded junior brother, who lay pale and still. His own master had asked him then if he was sure about this path. Living a long but ordinary life isn't so bad, the old man had reasoned. But he had been defiant, his eyes burning with conviction. He would save him. Mankind is destined to conquer fate, he had proclaimed, believing every word. His master had only smiled sadly, as this was a typical response from a seer. He had offered a grim bargain, a new pair of eyes for his brother in exchange for all but 30 years of his life. The old man's words echo in his memory, a bitter reminder this only happened because he was too stubborn, unwilling to let Menger go. He had held his brother's hand, promising him he would feel better soon. "Will you be able to forgive yourself when he discovers the truth?" his master had asked, his voice heavy with sorrow. He had pushed the doubt away, insisting that no one's fate can't be changed, not his and not his junior brother's. The memory faded, leaving him with the cold, hard reality of the still coins. Back in the present, chaos had given way to confusion. There were now two identical, sparkling ice silkworms floating in the air. Qing Jing was utterly baffled. Shouldn't it have turned into a butterfly or a moth? One of the silkworms puffed out its chest with comical pride, huffing that this saint isn't some ordinary bug. "All right," chirped brightly. "Enough admiring my beautiful body," it commanded. "Let's talk about him." It gestured with a tiny leg towards the monster, now slid in a corner, defeated and trembling. "Do you guys know what he is?" it asked. Qing Jing hesitated, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. "He resembles the black armor army that Mother White mentioned." The silkworm clapped its little legs together in delight. "Very good. Have you found Qian?" Qing Jing's expression turned grave, the playful mood vanishing in an instant. She turned to Huai Chen, her voice low and serious. "So why is the Black Armor Army here?" The silkworm answered for him. "He came here to find me." The monster flinched at its words, whimpering in fear. The silkworm's tone darkened as it delivered a chilling prophecy. "Whenever the Black Armor Army appears, it means war. A world war." The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. "A world war?" Qing Jing repeated, her voice barely a whisper. "Between us and Angrushi?" Wide face was grim. "Xiangrushi is too good at predicting the future," he said, his voice with despair. "We stand no chance." "But you guys win?" the silkworm asked, its head tilted in confusion. The monster's red eyes widened in shock. "It's not certain," Huai Chen admitted grimly. A sudden realization dawned on Qing Jing's face. She pointed out that Xiangrushi's predictions had never come true since they arrived in North Qin. Huai Chen's eyes widened slightly as he processed her words. "Not only since we arrived in," he thought aloud, a puzzle clicking into place. "If Rushi knew she was Prince Jin Yan's true daughter, why let her be replaced? It was dangerous." Qing Jing's breath hitched, her eyes blazing with a terrifying new theory. "Unless this was Xiang Jin Yan's goal all along. He wanted to kill all of us," she explained, her voice trembling with rage. "Rushi predicted I would come to Tianling Palace, so he set a trap. But it failed," Huai Chen finished, looking at her with a newfound understanding. "'Cause Master appeared and saved us." He stepped closer, his gaze intense. "It seems like whenever you're involved, his predictions are incorrect." The weight of his words settled on her, and a single, earth-shattering thought echoed in the depths of her soul. "Is it because of my rebirth?" Under the pale moonlight of North Qin, at the Tianling Palace, the master stood gazing at the sky. His white-haired junior brother sat quiet nearby, a silent, graceful presence. The master's thoughts were consumed by one person, a single anomaly in his perfectly calculated world. Song Qing Chen, why is she so special? Meanwhile, in a much lighter corner of the universe, Achibi Huai Chen plotted how to get closer to his girl, deciding all he had to do was lift the small table between them. In the tranquil halls of a secluded mountain, a wise master imparted his words of wisdom to his cherished disciple, Meng. He spoke of an ancient belief that mankind was once subject to fate, but that in the future it was humanity's own will that would triumph over destiny. Because Meng was descending the mountain, even his brother wouldn't be able to predict his fate, and the death that awaited him might just be avoidable. Meng knelt before him, his silver hair cascading over his shoulders, his heart still heavy with concern. "Master, you're still worried about this, aren't you?" The master's voice was gentle, filled with a doting affection as he urged Meng not to follow truth blindly, but to follow the desires of his own heart and simply enjoy his life. And if he ever grew tired of the world below, his master would always be there waiting for him. A pang of guilt struck Meng's heart. He was making his master worry. But as Meng departed, the master turned away, a tricklet escaping his lips, a sign of his fading life force. 30 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and he wondered what would become of his student. Days flew by under the silent watch of the moon, and Meng, now a man, stood alone, his ethereal illuminated by the moonlight. It really was fast, he thought to himself. A sharp voice cut through his reverie. His senior brother, Xiangru, appeared from the shadows, his dark eyes intense and questioning why he accepted Song Qing Chen as his disciple. What was so special about her? Meng looked towards the sky, a soft, almost wistful expression on his face as he answered that it felt like fate. Xiangru scoffed, his expression hardening. "You're lying," he accused, his voice low and dangerous. When did it start? Was it after you returned to North Qin? Meng's shoulders slumped with exhaustion as he sank onto the cold stone steps, avoiding the question. Senior brother, I'm really tired. Could we go back in? Xiangru's expression softened just a fraction as he told Meng to go in and rest. But just as Meng stood, Xiangru's hand shot out, grabbing his sleeve with a surprising urgency. Meng pulled away gently and disappeared into the shadows of the building, leaving his senior brother alone under the vast, lonely sky. Meanwhile, in the sunlit gardens of the South Qi embassy, laughter echoed through the air. The man across from King Jing, her father, chuckled warmly, asking if she was trying to get him to question why her other father, the Emperor of North Qi, had helped Prince. King Jing's eyes widened in panic. That wasn't what she meant at all. He acknowledged her worries were valid, as a battle between North Qi and South Qi was indeed inevitable, so he asked what were her plans. King Jing's expression turned serious as she revealed her strategy. She would go to the front lines with Huai Chen and sabotage Xiangru's war predictions. But which front line should they go to? Her father smiled, a hint of cunning in his eyes. Did she really think there was only one front line? He leaned in, his voice to ask the real question. When war inevitably breaks out, which side was she on? The question hung in the air, heavy and unanswered. Elsewhere, at the Hongyan tea house, the quiet was shattered by a sudden growl, followed by the bodies hitting the floor. A sword lay in pieces, its purpose violently ended. On the floor lay several guards groaning in pain, utterly defeated. One of them was pale and sweating, his eyes wide with fear as a demonic, clawed hand wrapped around his throat, squeezing the life out of him. In a nearby room, completely unfazed, a conversation continued over tea, with one man sighing that Minister Shen Xing must have now understood the true power of the Black Armored Army. The participants were revealed: the cunning Emperor Ning Yi, the trembling Minister Shen, and the beautiful, blue-haired Shen Ji Mei. Suddenly, Ni flicked a crumb from the table, hitting King Jing's little spirit creature, which let out a tiny yelp of indignation, shouting at that wretch Huai Chen to just wait. As the little guy fumed, a horrifying scene unfolded behind him. One of Ni's demonic servants dragged a coughing official away, his fate sealed. Minister Shen stroked his beard, his hand trembling slightly, while Ning Yi smirked with satisfaction. The Wu clan's treasure was truly extraordinary, he mused, and now it could be his. The minister's face paled. Did His Majesty destroy the entire Wu clan just for this one treasure? Ningyi's eyes flashed with a dangerous light, reminding the minister that he should be glad his mother wasn't sent away, or he wouldn't be allowed to speak freely. The threat was clear. Minister Shen immediately bowed his head, thanking the emperor for sparing him. Across the table, Shen Jimei fanned himself languidly, a smirk playing on his lips, commenting that the prime minister had been hiding his arrogance for as long as he has been minister. He guessed the saint was probably still enraged. Ningyi took a sip of his tea. The queen had lost her heart, he stated coldly, and this country only needed one prime minister. He turned his piercing gaze to Minister Shen, asking for his opinion. The minister, eager to please, quickly agreed that his rival deserved his downfall. Seizing the opportunity, Shenji leaned forward, hoping His Majesty could help him with one more thing. His son had been a drifter for many years, he explained, and it was about time for him to come home. Ning Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Back with King Jing, Ning Yi was pondering the situation. Perhaps Mei Er should return to the Shen residence, he suggested, glancing at King Jing for her thoughts. King Jing was busy grinding some herbs, realizing she had never actually told him the story of how she and Mei Er first met. It all started 5 years ago, she began. The concubine had summoned her, claiming Minister Shen had contracted a strange disease and she suspected poison. When she arrived, she found the minister gravely ill. Using her ice silkworm, she confirmed he had been poisoned and wouldn't live much longer. She quickly prepared an antidote and managed to catch the assassin. But the true culprit was a shocking revelation. It was Mei Er. He looked down at his own father with cold eyes, lamenting that the old geezer didn't die. King Jing, floored, declared that attempting to murder an imperial official was an unthinkable crime and he must be brought before the Supreme Court. But just as the guards moved in, Mei Er cried out for them to wait, and to everyone's astonishment, the minister himself pleaded son's release. A strange, unhinged laugh escaped Mei Er's lips as the minister bowed to King Jing, thanking her and declaring the matter resolved. As King Jing was leaving, a piece of fruit bounced off her head. She looked up to see Mei Er lounging casually in a tree, a mischievous grin on his face, asking if she wanted to chat. Back in the pen, Ning Yi listened innocently as King Jing wondered aloud how their relationship could have deteriorated to the point of murder. She admitted she wasn't sure. All she knew was that Minister Shen had refused to marry Mei Er's mother, ruining her reputation and driving her insane in an ancestral hall. As a result, Mei Er was bullied relentlessly as a child, only discovering his father was the prime minister when he was a teenager. Furious at being ignored, Mei Er sought revenge and poisoned his father. Ningyi's attention shifted to the pot she'd been tending to, asking what she was cooking. King Jing explained it was a poison Mei Er had urgently requested. He leaned closer, a playful glint in his eye. Is it poisonous? She flushed as he took a curious sniff of the concoction. At that very moment, Shen Jimei was lazing about in a flowering tree looking as ethereal as ever. A servant called up to him announcing a visitor. Mei Er's eyes fluttered open, and a brilliant smile spread across his face. "You're back," he chimed. It was his senior brother, Xiangru, who looked up at him with a deadpan expression, asking why on earth he was in a tree. As they walked, Xiangru mentioned he'd heard Minister Shen wanted his son to return home. Mayer just hummed agreement. Xiangru pressed on, saying the old geezer just wanted someone to bury him, so he should go back, but Mayer snapped at him to mind his own business. Mayer suddenly leaned in close, pouting playfully that Xiangru had been away so long and brought no gifts. Flustered, Xiangru replied that he had one and would give it to him later. That wasn't good enough. Mayer grabbed his senior brother by the collar, demanding it now, but Xiangru muttered that it was wasteful after all. It's enough to kill 17 or 18 people. That the gift was none other than the poison King Jing had just finished brewing. She poured the dark liquid onto a potted plant, which instantly would as her little spirit companion whined, and she snapped for it to shut up. Just then, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared in the doorway, sparkling with an otherworldly radiance. "How do I look?" she asked, striking a pose. King Jing ning ning ing jaraz on the floor. It was the first time they had ever seen Mayer in women's clothing, and he was taking. This, he declared with a flourish, was the real him. He simply couldn't breathe in stuffy men's clothes. He then pointed a slender, manicured finger at a stunned Ning Yi. "Go tell the Prime Minister he has a daughter, not a son, and see if he still wants me then." As King Jing's brain short-circuited, another voice announced his return. It was Xiangru, bowing respectfully before the princess. "Yes, princess," he said formally, his expression unreadable. "Your subordinates have completed their mission. The location of Yun's Tianji Pavilion has been determined." Our story opens with an ancient legend, a tale whispered through time about a lonely cowherder whose only companion was an old wise cow. One fateful day, the cow began to speak, its voice ancient and knowing, instructing the boy to seek out a hidden lake deep within the woods. For today, a fairy would descend from the heavens to bathe, and the cow revealed a scandalous plan. As long as he hid her clothes, she would have no choice but to follow him home. Just as the legend unfolds, we're thrust into a sampled forest where a figure in ragged clothes is reaching for a folded set of robes. Suddenly, a hand clamps down on their wrists like a vice. A handsome man in elegant blue robes glares down, his voice dripping with righteous fury. What they think they were doing? Stealing a woman's clothes. He called them a wretched bastard with clearly wicked intentions. With a strength, he flung the would-be thief through the air, his voice echoing through the trees' Song Huai. And in a splash of water, the truth is revealed. The fairy is none other than a furious and very much male Song Huai Chen. Clutch a cloth to his chest, while our female lands with a thud, a vein of pure rage popping on her forehead. The memory dissolves, and we see them as children, reenacting the very legend they failed so spectacularly. She's fuming, demanding to know what he was thinking and where on earth he threw the poor cow herder. A stern immortal scolds her for her immaturity, for always causing such trouble. How could she ever complete the trial and marry the cowherder if she kept this up? But our little protagonist explodes with frustration. If she doesn't marry him, how can she possibly become a matchmaker and ascend to God? Little Song Huai Chen, ever the pragmatist, simply suggests she could just not become one. The air crackles with her fury as she screams his name, grabbing him by the collar. She knew he was a bit stupid, but she never imagined he was this stupid. She tried to explain it to his dense, divinely powered brain. Not all immortals were born with godly powers like him. Most had to struggle and work hard to gain worship and divine strength. Do you get it now? He just blinked his innocent eyes, still dangling from her grip. Wasn't it perfectly fine to just live in heaven, without any of those powers? She dropped him in disgust. She certainly had no desire to spend the rest of her immortal life staring at his face. Once she became a goddess, she was going to travel the entire world. His little face fell, a profound sadness in his eyes. So that was it. At the end of the day, she just wanted to leave him. Back in legend, the hapless purple-haired cow herder stumbles upon an injured crane. His magic cow advises him to help the poor creature, promising that his future wife would soon appear to repay his kindness. But the cow herder's stomach had other ideas. He eyed the bird, drool forming at the corner of his mouth as he pictured a delicious barbecue. He had to hold on tightly to his wife's dinner, he thought, grabbing the crane at its neck. But this was no ordinary bird. With a furious squawk and a powerful flap of its wings, it sent the cow herder flying into oblivion. The children watched as the space where the character once stood became utterly empty. A cloud of dust was all that remained. Once again, her shriek of pure, unadulterated rage echoed through the heavens. Song Huai Chen. The trial was a complete disaster, a comedic montage of failures. The cowherder's boat sank, he was kicked overboard by his own cow, and he even shamelessly barged into her home for food, only to be knocked unconscious. It was all his fault. Flashing back to the present, she confronts the adult Song Huai Chen, her patience completely gone. What in the world was he trying to do? She's had enough. She declared that she didn't want to become a goddess anymore. He froze, a flicker of shock in his eyes. She wasn't going to be a matchmaker, marry some random cow herder, or ascend to heaven. A deep blush crept up his neck, his heart starting to hammer against his ribs. In a quiet, trembling voice, he confessed the truth he had held back for so long. He didn't want her to leave him. The world seemed to stop. Her eyes widened, her own heart beginning to race in a frantic rhythm. A matching blush bloomed on her cheeks. Was he saying that he liked her? He was a mess, his face flushed a deep crimson as he blurted out a desperate yes. And what about her? How did she feel? She was just as flustered, stammering that she couldn't believe him unless he kissed her. The challenge hung in the air, thick with tension and unspoken feelings. Without a second's hesitation, he closed the distance, his lips meeting hers in a soft, breathtaking kiss as the forest blurred around them. When they finally pulled apart, breathless and blushing, she remembered their forgotten mission. They still had to save the cowherder, but he just smiled, his soft and reassuring. Okay, he could hang on for a little while longer. But then, the scene shatters, revealing a shocking truth. Song Huai Chen stands tall and majestic, clad not in simple robes, but in the magnificent regalia of the Emperor of Heaven. This entire trial, her lifelong dream, was nothing more than a diversion for him. Back in the mortal realm, Prince Ning did strategy with Princess Qing. He was gathering men to assault the dangerous Tianji Pavilion Island. The princess wisely suggested he send a not to the future leader, but to the previous one for a better chance of alliance. He readily agreed. But their serious conversation was interrupted by the sight of her brother being playfully harassed by the beautiful and mischievous Shen Jimei. The princess could only sigh, hoping the Tianji Pavilion would be on their side. The next day, they arrive at the Shen residence. Minister Shen greets the royal siblings but pauses, utterly perplexed by the third person in their party, a stunning beauty with flowing blue hair, hiding behind a fan. Who was this? Prince and princess exchanged a panicked look, unsure how to explain. The beauty sighed dramatically. How truly annoying. Father, he lamented, how could you not recognize your own son? Minister Shen's jaw dropped, his face paling in horror. He could barely choke out the name. Jimei. With a flick of his wrist, Shen Jimei snapped his fan shut. Correct. The shock was great that the old minister staggered backward, nearly fainting on the spot. After the doctor assured them the minister would survive the shock, Shen Jimei cheekily announced it was time for everyone to go home. As he turned to leave, his father cried out for him to wait. Where was the young master going? Shen Jimei spun around with a dazzling, infuriating smile. Oh, he wasn't leaving. He had returned home simply to become Before he could finish his sentence and give his father a full-blown heart attack, he grabbed the prince and princess and made a mad dash for the exit, yelling that he wouldn't see them off. Outside, the princess fretted that Mr. Shen might actually die from rage. Prince Ning, however, was unfazed. If he did, Mayer would inherit the entire residence, which was exactly what they were hoping for. A few days later, at the Royal Stadium, Prince Ning dominated the polo field, looking every bit the warrior prince. He sent a ball flying, smacking an opponent square in the face. In the stands, Princess Qing and Shen Jimei cheered with wild abandon. The emperor, watching from his seat of honor, took notice. He inquired about the beautiful girl beside the princess, whose excitement seemed to surpass even Qing's. His ministers murmured amongst themselves, commenting on how much the once shy Prince Ning had changed since his amnesia. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise, one official mused. But the emperor's gaze turned sharp and calculating. A dangerous thought crossed his mind. What if his memories were to return? Later, in a private room, the princess asked if Ning was truly not going to treat his amnesia. He confirmed it was time to restore his memory, as the right minister had suggested. His Majesty's suspicion was becoming a dangerous obstacle. He wondered aloud if the emperor would even believe he had recovered, willing to forgive his mother and act the part of a filial son. But the shrewd minister beside him simply smiled. His Highness didn't know the emperor well enough. When the time comes, he explained with a chilling confidence, it won't be the prince seeking the emperor's trust, it will be the emperor desperately seeking his. The air in the capital's finest restaurant was thick with wine and whispered slander. A group of court officials, their faces flushed with arrogance, sneered into their cups. Who does that Prince Ning think he is? They scoff. How could he possibly be compared to their illustrious third prince? He was nothing more than the son-in-law of North's Grand Duke, a borrowed title with no real power. Across the room, the third prince himself sinned, a smug, satisfied smirk playing on his lips as he elegantly sipped his tea. The sycophantic chatter was music to his ears. One of lackeys pointed towards the street, noting the arrival of Prince Ning and his men. Those bastards from the city encampment, another grumbled. They were practically drooling over the third prince till Prince Ning showed up, and they all turned their backs. The whispers grew more intense, a venomous current in the opulent room. One official griped that his own little brother, who held a post in the encampment, would fight to the death to defend Prince Ning's name. A more cautious official muttered to his friend that Prince Ning must be a capable person to command such fierce loyalty, especially from someone so notoriously difficult. His friend shot him a look, hissing for him to shut up. Leaning in close, an attendant whispered to the third prince, a malicious glint in his eye, Your Highness, since Prince Ning is here, should they teach him a lesson? But the third prince, with a wave of his hand, dismissed the idea, telling his men not to cause any trouble. Meanwhile, Prince Huai Chen and his men were being ushered inside by a beaming innkeeper, completely oblivious to the viper's nest they had just walked into. At the same time, at the North Qin embassy, Princess Qing, her face hidden behind a delicate golden vase, stepped out of her carriage. Her eyes narrowed at the sight of servants hastily loading crates onto a wagon. What was all this? An official rushed to greet her, bowing low. "Princess, Highness wishes to see you." She was led into a private chamber where her father, the Grand Duke North Qin, was waiting for her, his expression grim. There was a secret imperial edict, he explained, his voice low and urgent. He was being summoned back to North Qin immediately. If anyone asked, she was to tell them he was dealing with an urgent backlog of government affairs. His gaze was intense as he warned her not to tell Huai Chen too many details. King Er's heart began to hammer against her ribs. Could it be? Had something happened in the North Qin imperial court? The look on her father's face confirmed her worst fears. He confessed that he was afraid the Empress Dowager didn't have much time left. The political chessboard was about to be violently overturned. Once Xiang Jinyan takes the throne, he explained, the precarious balance between the North and South would shatter. He told her gravely that for her and Huai Chen, time was running out. Back at the restaurant, the third prince and his entourage were making their exit. A flustered innkeeper bowed and scraped, offering 1,000 apologies that his boss couldn't personally attend to His Highness due to a broken leg. The man's face was a comical mask of forced pleasantry, making the excuse sound utterly ridiculous. The third prince's attendants looked like they wanted the ground to swallow them whole. From a nearby table, Huai Chen's voice cut through the air, dripping with sarcasm. It seemed, he remarked with a smirk, that there were quite a few people his royal brother needed to attend to. The third prince froze, turning with a perfectly crafted expression of surprise. "Oh, royal brother," he purred. He hadn't realized he was there. Or they could have shared a drink. Huai Chen's gaze was like ice. He appreciated the kindness, he said coolly, but perhaps next time. With a dismissive air, he turned and moved away, putting a clear distance between them. As the third prince's attendant walked past, Huai Chen suddenly staggered, letting out a small grunt as if he'd been forcefully bumped. It was the perfect pretense. One of Huai Chen's men immediately exploded. "Hey, what's wrong with you? You just bumped into our prince." The attendant scoffed, denying it completely. He didn't bump him, he insisted. He barely touched him with his shoulder. Huai Chen's man was incensed. "It's one thing for our 9th prince to let the 3rd prince pass, but who do you think you are to be so arrogant?" He jabbed a finger at the man, his voice rising in fury. "And who are you to refer to His Highness so informally?" An ignorant official with no etiquette. In the background, the 3rd prince's other men went pale. It was over. Seeing his plan unfolding, the 3rd prince stepped in, telling his man that since they'd put it that way, he should apologize to his royal brother. The man turned, his posture radiating insolence. "My apologies," he drawled, his expression anything but sorry. "I'm quite an impatient person, so I tend to walk fast." "That's all right," Huai Chen replied, his voice dangerously calm. But the man couldn't resist one final, fatal jab. He muttered just loud enough for everyone to hear. How dare someone who wasn't even raised by their mother dare to speak of etiquette? A murderous aura instantly erupted from Huai Chen. His face twisted into a mask of pure rage, his teeth clenched so hard his jaw ached. "What did you just say?" Before the words were even out, one of Huai Chen's most loyal men launched himself forward, a furious kick aimed at the offender's chest. The restaurant exploded into chaos. "What are you doing? Let go!" A cloud of dust and fists filled the room as the brawl began, fueled by insults and fury. The sounds of shouting and smashing pottery echoed into the night. Amidst the pandemonium, the 3rd prince and his attendants were huddled pathetically under a table, their faces streaked with terror. Huai Chen's men were desperately trying to stop the fight, screaming that His Highness was hurt. Huai Chen clutched his head, a look of genuine pain on his face as his men supported him. The news spread like wildfire, reaching the emperor's ears in the imperial study. The 2 princes started a fight in a restaurant? He roared, slamming his fist on the desk. How dare they? Kneeling before him, the 3rd prince wept crocodile tears, blaming everything on his 9th brother and his men for attacking first. The emperor's fury was a terrifying sight. "You were just what? You allowed your subordinate to humiliate a member of the royal family and get your brother injured." He hurled a stack of memorials directly at the prince's head. "The city encampment has already reported everything, and you dare say you're not at fault." The 3rd prince could only stammer, utterly defeated. Later, at Prince's residence, the mood was far more cheerful. One of his men was excitedly recounting how His Majesty had grounded the 3rd prince for 3 months to reflect on his mistakes. Huai Chen, a bandage now wrapped around his head, listened with a thoughtful expression. How interesting, he mused, that father only punished his brother and not him. A small calculating smile touched his lips as he stroked his chin. Just then King Er entered, carrying a tray of medicine. Her voice was a mix of exasperation and affection. "Your little performance got you injured, and yet you're still so pleased with yourself." She dismissed the subordinate, instructing him to make sure everyone behaved themselves for the next few days now that their goal was achieved. As the door closed, she turned back to Huai Chen. "Drink up," she murmured, her brow furrowed with worry. "Couldn't that guy have been more careful? What if you had been really injured?" She gently brought a spoon to his lips. He swallowed, explaining that his royal brother was afraid he'd see through the act, so he was just glad he didn't use much force. In the corner, his men, who had been part of the act, nodded in agreement before one bowed deeply in apology. Huai Chen's gaze softened as he looked at her, his voice uncharacteristically tender. "You're always getting hurt," he said, capturing her hand in his. "How can I be at ease?" She stared at him, confused by his sudden change in demeanor. What do you mean? That doesn't sound like something you would usually say. His eyes widened in alarm. You're going to the West Sea? Right now? King Er's face was somber as she confirmed it. Her father had to return to North Qin immediately. The situation there was dangerously uncertain. She explained her plan. She had to prioritize seeking help from the Tianji pavilion. A bead of sweat trickled down Huai Chen's temple. But their position is still unknown. What if they refuse to help, or what if they're already on Rushi's side? King Er's resolve was firm. That might be a risk with the art of precognition, but she was certain she could win over those who practiced retrocognition. As the successor to that very art, she insisted her chances were higher if she went herself. She reached out, her fingers gently caressing his cheek. Don't worry, she whispered. It's not like I won't come back. He pulled back slightly, his eyes searching hers for any hint of deception. Are you really sure you're not keeping anything from me? Her gaze didn't waver. Instead, she leaned in, pressing a soft, lingering kiss to his lips. I will definitely come back, she promised, and I'll have reinforcements with me. 1 month later, the emperor sat in his study, looking over a report with a frown. Why did Huai Chen and the princess fight this time? He asked his minister. The official explained that it seemed Prince Ning's old head injury was acting up, causing him to lose his memory from time to time. He would fail to recognize anyone, the report said, except for Princess King claiming her husband had encountered too many disasters, had embarked on a pilgrimage to pray for him, starting in the capital and heading west. The emperor's lips curled into a cunning smile. It's not the first time Huai Chen's memory has been affected. Oh? But I've heard his injury is almost healed, he continued, his eyes glinting. He not only remembers current events, but past as well. With a sharp snap, he threw the report onto his desk. Then, I guess I'll need to have a good chat with Huai Chen. That same night, under a sky, a young prince with lavender hair ran frantically through the courtyards of the North Qin royal palace. He stumbled, his breath catching in his throat. In a flash, assassins materialized from the shadows, their swords raised to strike him down. He screamed in pure terror, crying out for his royal uncle to save him. Calm and commanding, cut through the night. Stop! A man in regal green robes, Duke Chu, stood between the prince and the assassins. The lead assassin, a man with a cruel smirk, sneered. Duke Chu, you're meddling a bit too much, don't you think? Duke Chu's posture was unyielding. Protecting the imperial bloodline is the duty the previous emperor entrusted to me. Peeking from behind the duke, the terrified prince whimpered, asking the assassin's master why he had to kill him when he'd already killed the second prince. The man in black, Xiang Jinyan, smiled, chilling expression devoid of warmth. The crown prince will soon ascend the throne, he said, his gaze locking with Duke Chu's. I trust you don't have any other intentions in mind for helping him, right? The duke's face was a stone mask. Grand Tutor, you are already aware. No matter who succeeds the throne or how they obtain it, I will have no objections. Excellent, Xiang Jin Yan replied, his smile widening. I trust that under new emperor, we will soon witness a future where North Qin rules the world. Back at Prince Ning's manor, the doors burst open. Your Highness, an aide cried out, completely panicked. Holding a riding crop turned to him with unnerving calm. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? The aide rushed forward, his voice a frantic whisper. His Majesty has arrived. In the quiet serenity of the Ning Manor's garden, the emperor gazed at his son, his voice laced with concern. Huai Chen's wound hadn't fully healed, yet here he was about. Huai Chen bowed his head slightly, explaining that his mind couldn't rest, consumed with worry or his duties at the encampment. The emperor sighed softly, gestured him to take a seat. A gentle, paternal pride warmed the emperor's eyes as he remarked how much his son had grown. If only his mother could see him now, she would have been so proud at ease. At the mention of his mother, a shadow passed over Huai Chen's handsome features, his expression turning somber and distant. The emperor, sensing the shift, changed the subject, busying himself with pouring tea. Huai Chen's voice was whisper as he confessed a painful truth. He thought he had forgotten what his mother even looked like. The emperor paused, surprised, then a nostalgic smile touched his lips. He recalled a time when Huai Chen was just a small boy, getting furious with him over something related to his mother. He remembered the tantrum, but not the cause. Huai Chen offered a faint, sad smile, claiming he couldn't remember why he'd been so upset either. Perhaps it was just childish behavior, he mused aloud. But deep inside, the memory was never healed. He remembered being a helpless child, clinging to his mother as his own imperial father gifted her away to North Qin. Her only crime was being an unforgivable existence to the witch clan. Gazing at the palace pavilions, he wondered aloud how wonderful it would be if she were still here. But he quickly reined in his emotions, adding that one couldn't be too greedy. He was satisfied with his life now. It was a lie. A promise seared into his soul echoed in his mind of his dying mother, and his vow to kill Rushi and every single person involved in her tragic fate. His eyes narrowed, a chilling, murderous aura flickering within their depths. The only thing holding back the storm of his vengeance was King Jing. As if summoned by his thoughts, the emperor began to speak of her. Princess King, he said, was truly one of a kind. He had heard she traveled to the ends of the earth just to pray for Huai Chen's safety. He chuckled, adding that she worried far too much, and nothing he said could dissuade her. A soft blush crept up Huai Chen's neck, a rare, flustered expression gracing his features as he touched his cheek, warmed by her devotion. The emperor watched him, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "My son, you've changed." The scene shifts to a bustling village near the west. There a veiled King Jing stood beside a mysterious man, his arm possessively around her waist as they were flanked by guards. Without warning, the air split with the sound of a blade. King Jing's eyes widened in shock as chaos erupted. "Miss!" her companion yelled, pulling her behind him in a protective embrace. He drew his sword, his voice a low growl as he demanded to know who dared attack him. The street descended into madness as villagers screamed and fled, shouting about murderers. Black-clad assassins clashed with her guards in a flurry of steel and blood. Meanwhile, back at South Qing's palace, the sun rose on a day that would change everything. Royal officials greeted Huai Chen, now clad in his formal robes, addressing him with the utmost respect. Together, they walked toward the morning court. As they walked, two ministers whispered amongst themselves. One pitied the third prince, remarking that Huai Chen had truly found a diamond in Princess King Jing. The other scoffed, accusing the minister of the right of sounding anything but sorry. The minister just laughed, shamelessly admitting he had an unwed granddaughter, and was seeing this as a golden opportunity. Inside the throne room, the emperor languidly addressed his court, telling them to speak or be dismissed. An official stepped forward to report that North Qin's new king had ascended the throne over a month ago, but had to pay proper respects. A deeply insulting gesture. The emperor listened from behind his beaded crown, his expression unreadable. The official was just suggesting they send an envoy when the doors burst open. An armored soldier scrambled in, collapsing on the floor with an urgent, terrifying report. North Qin invading. Their troops, he gasped, launched a vicious surprise attack during the guard rotation. The court froze in horror. The enemy was so fierce, the soldier cried, they had already lost 3 cities. The emperor's face contorted in disbelief. How could this be? He shot to his feet, his voice thundering through the hall. How could no one have known about this? What have our soldiers been doing? The officials trembled, utterly terrified. The messenger could only stammer, his body shaking. In the midst of the panic, the emperor's body went slack. The scroll in his hand dropped with a heavy thud as he collapsed from his throne. The hall erupted into shouts of terror. "Your Majesty!" Huai Chen cried, rushing forward. There by the flickering light of a candle, a cloaked King Jing read a letter, her heart aching with every word. It was from Huai Chen, his elegant script filling the page. "Love," he wrote, "it's been 3 long months. In that short time, the world had turned upside down." A flashback shows him in his armor, penning the words she was now reading. North Qin had attacked, 3 cities had fallen overnight, and his father, the emperor, had been bedridden ever since. He was no longer looted, the doctors were helpless, and poison filled the court. Some even pointed their fingers at him. With the nation in crisis and North Qin's forces seemingly unbreakable, the minister had appointed him temporary crown prince. He was now the sole pillar holding up a crumbling empire. King Jing's eyes, wide with fear, scanned the words. He had to leave. He had to lead the reinforcements to Kang City, their last line of defense. He begged her to stay safe in the West Sea, to not act impulsively. His only wish was for her to live peacefully, to be happy. The letter ended with a heart-wrenching plea, stained by a drop of ink that looked like a tear. "Don't forget Mian." Whoosh! King Jing snapped the letter shut, her grief instantly replaced by sharp vigilance. "Who's there?" she hissed, her body tensing. In a flash, a weapon was in her hand, her purple eyes glowing with power as she sensed a familiar, sinister presence. The window shattered inwards as a grotesque monster, a creature of nightmare, lunged into the room. Under the cold moonlight, King Jing leaped from a rooftop, landing silently in a waiting carriage. She asked her companion how much further it was to Tianji Pavilion. They still had 2 days to go, he replied. A frustrated sigh escaped her lips. These wretched assassins were relentless. A furious fire ignited in her eyes. She would kill anyone who dared to stand in her way. Let's see who's left standing in the end. On her command, the carriage sped into the night. From the shadows, a demon with glowing red eyes watched them go, its fangs bared in a hungry snarl. Far away, in North Qin's heavenly spirit palace, the new king Jinyan raged. All the assassins he'd sent were dead. All of them pieces of shit. He see that knowing Song Qing Jing was getting closer, but convinced she could never reach his sacred palace. Turned to his aide, a fiery sickle blazing on his forehead. What of Song Huai Chen? The aide smirked. Just as predicted, he'd sent reinforcements to Kang City, walking right into their trap. A cruel, triumphant smile twisted Jinyan's lips. Heavenly law, he sneered this time, you're going to lose everything. At the besieged Kang City, the massive gates were ordered shut with a deafening groan of iron. The remaining soldiers were filled with despair. Generals had died 3 days ago. It was a miracle the city was still standing. But Huai Chen, now a beacon of strength in his golden armor, reassured them. As long as the citizens are alive, the city is alive. As long as the city stands, so does South Qing. But an old, grizzled soldier with a cold, hateful glare, Huai Chen proposed they visit the wounded. He walked solemnly along the ramparts, nodding to his subordinate. The air was thick with the groans of the injured, a symphony of suffering. As Huai Chen passed, one of the wounded men suddenly sprang to his feet. A traitor, his aide screamed in warning. It was the old soldier, his face twisted in a murderous snarl as he lunged, a dagger aimed straight for Huai Chen's throat. Huai Chen's eyes widened in shock, the glint of the blade the last thing he saw. It seemed to stop, the traitor's attack frozen an inch from its target. In a dimly lit hall filled with the silent glow of countless candles, a man with ethereal white hair lay motionless upon a massive yin-yang symbol, his beauty otherworldly even in this death-like slumber. Looking down at him was another man, his handsome face marked by a striking tattoo, his voice a low, mournspur as he called out to his junior brother. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a golden coin spinning through the air, his eyes gleaming with cold determination. He pressed a glowing sigil to his own chest, a vow of chilling ambition echoing in the silence. The day they would usurp the heavens was fast approaching. On the sleeping man's forehead, a matching sigil pulsed with faint light, a mark of a shared, dangerous destiny. The scene shifts abruptly to the windswept battlements of a fortress, where a soldier reported grimly that this was surely an ambush set by the treacherous Yang Huishi. The commander, Song Huai Chen, listened with a stony expression as a panicked subordinate fell to his knees, begging him to reconsider. His Highness had no idea how many spies Northkin had planted in the city. The danger was simply too great. Another man was dragged forward, his face twisted in defiance as he was captured. But Song Huai Chen's resolve was ironclad, his gaze fixed on the imposing city walls. He gave a crisp, unwavering command. They were to find the city's registries and cross-check every single name. His man scrambled to his feet, promising to see it done immediately. A mystical yin-yang symbol glowed in Song Huai Chen's eye, a sign that fate was in motion. Far away, the sky itself was in turmoil. Lightning ripped through storm clouds as violent waves crashed a lone ship. On the slick, tilting deck, Rumeng clung desperately to the mast as a voice screamed for her to let go. But the sea was a raging beast, and a colossal wave swept over them, tearing her from her only hold. With a sickening splash, she was cast into the furious ocean. She plunged into the icy, churning darkness, the world above vanishing. As she sank, her name was a distant cry swallowed by the depths. Her body went limp, but just as her consciousness began to fade, a strong hand grasped her arm, pulling her close. Her eyes shot open in shock as another hand covered her mouth, a silent command not to breathe in the water that was trying to claim her. A mysterious figure with long, flowing dark hair was her savior, kicking powerfully towards the light as the world gurgled around them. They burst through the surface in a spray of water and foam. Rumeng coughed and sputtered, tears of terror and relief streaming down her face as she gasped for precious air. She had almost died. Her tiny spirit companion, Mian Mian, chirped frantically from its perch on her head. Another splash signaled that her rescuer had fully emerged from the waves. Suddenly, a companion pointed a trembling finger towards the horizon, his voice filled with disbelief. Look! Through a break in the storm clouds, ethereal beams of light pierced the gloom, illuminating a mystical island shrouded in mist. It was the legendary Heavenly Fate Island. On its shores, a young disciple was startled from his practice when a terrified scream echoed through the trees. A ghost! Someone shrieked, fleeing from the drenched newcomers. Later, inside the island's grand and sacred main hall, Rumeng before two masters, her posture deeply respectful. She introduced herself as disciple Song Qing Chen, greeting the two power figures. The master with long silver hair spoke, his voice gentle. Since she called him master, was she a disciple of the Heavenly Fate Pavilion? She confirmed that she had studied the art of retrocognition under Master Rumeng. A flicker of recognition crossed the master's face. So she was Rumeng's disciple. He beckoned her to come closer. He raised a hand toward his blindfolded eyes, and the other disciples gasped in horror. "Master," they cried, pleading with him not to use his power. But he waved away their concerns, telling a worried Rumeng that it was nothing serious. "Come here," he urged, and gently placed his fingertips on her forehead. Her world exploded into a dizzying vortex of memories. A voice from a past life asked what she was doing, if she had forgotten. She saw herself as a small child, her head aching, her hands tiny. She of the cold shock of dying in a lake, the confusion of waking in the South Key's cold palace. The white-haired master's voice cut through the chaos, filled with surprise. Menger had met a critical person. The second master, a severe man with dark hair, demanded to know what he had seen. The white-haired master lowered his trembling hand. "I saw the heavenly law," he whispered, his words stunning the hall into silence. "The heavenly law truly exists, and this girl is the living." The dark-haired master scoffed, refusing to believe such a thing. He pointed out that his friend had failed to predict her future. That, the white-haired master explained, was because she had transmigrated from a previous life. His serene eyes held an ancient wisdom. He elaborated to the heavenly law. Their lives were but paper to be rewritten, and no matter how his disciple tried, he could never overthrow heaven. The dark-haired master remained defiant, insisting that humans would triumph. Rumeng was utterly lost. Had she really just proven the existence of a cosmic force? The white-haired master smiled kindly at her, saying he knew why she had come. Hope surged in her chest. Was he willing to help her? Before he could answer, the dark-haired master interjected with a smirk, saying he would let his friend end this charade on his behalf. The white-haired master sighed, chiding his friend for not admitting defeat and for trapping the children in this endless, painful cycle. The dark-haired master turned away, accusing him of always favoring mortals, especially Ru Meng. Go now, he commanded, save your destined one. He then flicked a golden coin at Ru Meng, his voice dropping to a deadly serious tone. Be quick about it, he warned. He's a die. Ru Meng's blood ran cold, her eyes wide with pure panic. What? On a ship cutting through the dark waters of the night, Ru Meng stood beside the dark-haired master, her anxiety palpable. He stared ahead, telling her not to waste her breath staring. The ship couldn't go any faster. She finally asked the question burning in her mind. Why was he helping her when his own disciple was Ru Shi? He glanced at her, his eyes like chips of ice. I can also kill you, he stated flatly. She flinched, a wave of fear washing over her. But then he explained that if he killed her, the world would just reset itself. Her master was right. There was no point in repeating this endless suffering. Ru Meng managed a small, tentative smile. While she didn't fully understand his cosmic reasoning, she was just grateful he wasn't going to kill her. Back at the front lines, a porcelain cup shattered on the floor. Song Huai Chen screamed, clutching his head as an unbearable agony coursed through him. His men rushed forward in concern, but he shoved back, his eyes wild and bloodshot. Don't come near me, he roaring his sword with a terrifying clang. If you do, I will kill all of you. In that candlelit hall, the tattooed disciple watched over his slumbering junior brother, his voice a venomous whisper. Be patient, he murmured. The poison would soon claim Song Huai Chen's life in exchange for his. He caressed the man's forehead, gloating that North Qin's future would also be extinguished. As if anyone could stop him now. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Master, why are you here? The dark-haired master stood before him, his presence radiating immense power and disappointment. My good disciple, the art of precognition has been defeated, he said gravely. I am here to bring you and Menger home. The disciple flew into a rage. Defeated, he snarled that Song Huai Chen's life was already his to take. In a few moments, their power would replace the heavenly law itself. The master's expression was filled with sorrow. You were always my most outstanding disciple, he said softly, only one who could force the world to reset. But repeating life once is enough. He reached out, his touch gentle on his disciple's cheek, who stared back in stunned confusion. I don't understand, he stammered. Look, the master instructed, gesturing to the man on the floor. Song Qing Chen has already reached Kang City. At that moment, the white-haired man's eyes opened, clear and lucid. Uncle? He asked softly. The master smiled. Let's go home. The man simply nodded, and the master gently covered his eyes. As the disciple watched, frozen in horror, the master lifted his junior brother into his arms and turned to leave. The disciple collapsed, a guttural scream tearing from his throat as he cried out Menger's name, his reality shattering into a million pieces around him. Back in Kang City, a fragile peace had settled. A guard wondered why the prince was still unconscious. Inside, Ru Meng cradled Song Huai Chen's head in her lap as he finally stirred. Am I dreaming? He whispered, his voice hoarse. Tears of relief welled in her eyes as she smiled down at him. No, she said softly, you've woken up from your dream. He sat up, groaning as he touched his bandaged head. What happened? Was North Qin raided? A soldier burst in, frantic. You were poisoned. Last night you went on a rampage. If the princess hadn't come, you would have killed us all. Song Huai Chen stared at Ru Meng, horrified. What did I do? Before he could process it, another urgent word came. North troops have retreated. From the city walls, they watched the enemy banners disappearing over the horizon. It was true. They were really retreating. Song Huai Chen turned to Ru Meng, his face softening with overwhelming relief and love. It's all right, murmured. Everything has come to an end. He pulled her into a fierce hug, and she clung to him, finally allowing herself to feel safe in his arms. At the North Qin Duke's manor, a minister reported that with the help of Ru Shi's faction, the Empress had launched a counterattack and eliminated their enemies, forcing a peace treaty. He assured the Duke that the princess would surely return soon. But the Duke stared into a pond, a lone flower petal floating on the surface, his heart heavy. I'm afraid, he said quietly, she won't be returning. Months later, in the grand hall of the capital, Song Huai Chen, now emperor, held Ru Meng's hand tightly. He knew she still held secrets, but it didn't matter. They had a lifetime ahead, and he would listen to anything she was willing to share. She gently chided him, reminding him that as emperor, he should use the royal we. He looked at her, a bashful blush coloring his cheeks as he leaned in close. Whenever I'm with you, he whispered, I will only ever be I. Her heart melted at his tender words. An official stepped forward to address the court and their assembled loved ones. The ceremony is now completed, he declared. Surrounded by a cascade of vibrant flowers, the new emperor and empress shared a loving kiss, sealing their tumultuous journey with a promise of a happy future.